Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The smell of pine needles and fear filled my grandparents' living room, a cloying mix that stuck in my throat and made my eyes feel dry. We all smiled when my uncle dimmed the lights, the fire crackling for atmosphere. It was tradition, he said every year, his voice booming with fake cheer. But I realized, sitting there crammed between my aunt and a cousin on the scratchy plaid sofa, that we weren't smiling because we were happy. We were smiling so we wouldn't scream. This was the annual viewing of the Christmas Chronicle, my uncle's edited highlight reel of the previous year's holiday, and everyone was here, the whole extended family, pretending this was fun and not some weird obligation we all had to suffer through. The video played on the big screen, casting a blue glow on all our watching faces, goofy moments of kids dropping gifts, someone spiking the eggnog a little too obviously, the usual stuff. The laughter around me was too loud, too quick, like tissue paper trying to cover a hole in the wall. My eyes kept drifting to him, my cousin's husband, a guy who'd been a mountain of a man last year, always first with a joke and a second helping of pie. Now he was a ghost propped up on the love seat, a thick blanket over his legs despite the roaring fire, his face all sharp angles and pale, thin skin. He looked hollowed out. On screen, the video showed him from last Christmas, laughing by that same fireplace, robust and red-cheeked, clapping a hand on my shoulder so hard it shook me. Then the camera panned slowly across the room, and it caught his reflection in the glass of a gilded picture frame on the mantel, a portrait of some stern ancestor. In that reflection, his eyes were sunken, his smile was a grimace, the skin tight across his skull. It was him, but it was the him from right now, sick and fading, inserted into last year's happy scene. The real man on the love seat let out a soft, choked sound, a little gasp that cut through the canned music of the video. The room got very still. The forced laughter from a moment before died in everyone's throats. Nobody knew what to say. My uncle, standing by the projector, just cleared his throat, and the video just rolled on to the next clip of someone fumbling with a toy assembly. I couldn't look away from my cousin's husband. His wife, my cousin, had her hand on his arm, her knuckles white. He was staring at the floor, breathing carefully like each breath hurt. The party atmosphere was gone, popped like a balloon. We watched the rest of the movie in a weird, polite quiet, the only sounds the cheerful music and dialogue from the speakers. When it ended with the usual shot of everyone waving goodbye, my uncle turned the lights back up, and everyone blinked, coming back to themselves. They immediately launched into the usual song and dance of normalcy. My uncle beamed, taking credit for his masterpiece, and everyone flocked to him, thanking him, hugging him, choosing the comfortable lie over that unsettling, impossible glitch. I watched them, this flock of sheep comforting their shepherd, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft from the old windows. I hugged him too, when my turn came, smelling his old wool sweater and the faint scent of pipe tobacco, pushing the icy feeling down deep into my stomach where I hoped it would dissolve. He clapped me on the back hard. "Good to have you here, son," he said, but his eyes, for just a flash, looked past me, at the cousin's husband being helped up from the love seat. There was something in that look, a flicker of something that wasn't holiday spirit. It was more like the look a mechanic gives a car he knows is headed for the scrap yard. I shook it off. I had to. This was just a weird video glitch, a coincidence. The mind plays tricks. Later, washing dishes in the steamy, crowded kitchen, the women scrubbing and drying while the men pretended to be busy in the other room. I heard her, his wife, my cousin. Her voice was a brittle whisper, right next to my ear as I handed her a wet platter. "He saw it in the film last year, right after we got home," she said, not looking at me, scrubbing a plate that was already clean with a frantic energy. "That reflection. He pointed it out to me that night. He said it looked like a preview. We thought it was stress or a trick of the light or his eyes going bad from the new medication." Her words trailed off. She finally looked at me, and her eyes were wide, swimming with a terror she was desperately trying to control. But then he got the diagnosis in January. It was already everywhere. Her hands were shaking so bad the plate chattered against the stainless steel sink. A cold trickle, completely separate from the hot dishwater, went down my spine. That was real dread, the kind that sits in your gut like a stone and tells you, in a voice clearer than any other, that the world is not the safe, explainable place you thought it was. I just stood there, a wet bowl in my hand, dripping on the floor. I didn't know what to say. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I offered, the words sounding weak and stupid even to me. She just shook her head, a short, sharp movement, and turned back to the sink. The conversation was over. Back in my old childhood bedroom that night, the flowered wallpaper from the 80s feeling like it was closing in on me, I pulled out my phone. The house was quiet, everyone asleep or pretending to be. I typed things into the search bar, my fingers clumsy. Death after viewing home movie. Family curse patterns. Reflection in video shows future illness. The results were a mix of stupid, creepy internet stories written by teenagers and dry articles from skeptical websites debunking post hoc coincidence. My rational mind grabbed onto those debunking articles, desperate for an anchor. But my gut, that cold pit that had formed during the dishwashing, knew better. It knew what I'd seen. There had been no camera trick. That reflection was not part of the original scene. It was an intrusion, a message, or a receipt. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because I woke up to gray morning light and the smell of coffee and bacon. The family was performing breakfast, another act in the play of normality. The cousin's husband wasn't at the table. He was resting upstairs, they said. The mood was lighter, but fragile, like walking on a frozen puddle you could hear cracking under every step. When my uncle asked for help cleaning up his camera gear and editing equipment from the living room, everyone else suddenly remembered urgent appointments, last-minute shopping, long drives they needed to start. It was a comical, synchronized rush for the doors. I heard my own voice, calm and clear, agreeing to stay behind and help him. I didn't want to. Every cell in my body wanted to run out that door with the others, to get in my car and drive and not look back. But a stronger, nagging need pulled at me, a terrible curiosity. It was the same feeling that makes you poke a loose tooth with your tongue. I need to be close to the source of the unease, to touch the mystery, to maybe prove to myself once and for all that it was all in my head, that my uncle was just a kindly old guy who liked making family movies. That single choice to stay, to not flee with the others, changed everything. He was quiet as we packed thick black cords into plastic cases, coiling them neatly. The living room felt huge and empty without the crowd. He hummed a Christmas carol under his breath. Then, as I slid a stack of blank, shiny DVDs into a cardboard sleeve, I found one at the bottom that wasn't blank. It was in a plain white case, no artwork, marked with a single word in neat black marker. Archive, raw footage, 2023. My thumb brushed the handwritten label. The plastic case felt cold. Before I could even think to ask about it, his hand shot out and snatched it from my fingers. He moved faster than a man his size and age should, a swift, predatory grab. He tucked it quickly into the front pocket of his shirt, patting it flat, his friendly smile back on his face, but not quite reaching his watchful eyes. Some things, he said, his voice light as air, too casual, don't need a director's cut. The way he said it, the finality in it, the gentle closing of a door he never intended to open, hooked into my brain and wouldn't let go. It was the end of the visit, the end of the strange holiday, and I drove home with those words echoing in my head, the cold feeling in my gut now a permanent resident. I told myself it was over, just a weird family moment filed away. But as I pulled into my own driveway, the ordinary sight of my house doing little to comfort me, I knew the real question wasn't about what was on that archived disc. The real question was why my uncle, the jovial family historian, had looked for one terrifying second like a man guarding a terrible secret, and what that secret had already done to the man fading away in the upstairs bedroom. The Christmas was over, but the chill it left behind felt like it was just beginning. The room in his house where my uncle did his editing smelled like stale coffee and the sharp, electric smell machines get when they've been running too long. It was the smell of a place where things were kept secret, where the messy truth was cut up and made into a nicer story. I stood there after he'd gone to check that blown fuse, the hum of his big computer filling the space. It was a sleeping beast, that machine, and I knew in my bones it was full of recorded ghosts. My heart started that dull drumbeat again, the one I'd felt at the Christmas party. The computer screen glowed, showing a list of folders. One name stood out, simple and plain and wrong. Harvest. It wasn't a fancy name. It wasn't Family Fun 2023 or Holiday Memories. It was a thing you did to crops. A thing you did when something was ripe and ready to be taken. I knew I shouldn't. My whole body screamed at me to turn around, to walk out of that room and drive home and forget any of this ever happened. But my hand moved on its own. The mouse clicked. The folder opened. Inside were more folders, each labeled with a year, going back more than a decade. My finger hovered, then clicked on the one marked for last year. A video player opened on the screen. It was the raw, unedited footage from that Christmas. It was the same scenes from his polished movie, but longer, messier. You could hear people talking off camera, hear the clatter of dishes, see the boring bits between the fun. It felt more real, and because of that, it felt more dangerous. I let it play, my eyes glued to the screen. There I was from a year ago, opening a silly sweater gift. I remembered the moment. I'd laughed, held it up, made a joke. On the screen, my past self did just that. But then, as the camera panned away to show the room, my on-screen head turned a fraction further than it actually had. It kept turning slowly, until those pixelated eyes on the screen were looking directly out of the monitor, out of the past, and right at me here in the present. A jolt went through me, like touching a loose wire. I scrambled with the mouse, dragging the little progress bar back. I played it again. My past self laughed, held up the sweater, and as the camera moved, the head turned too far, those digital eyes locking onto mine with a knowing stillness that no recorded image should have. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a reflection glitch. This was something inside the recording itself, something wrong with the memory. A crazy, impossible thought crashed into my brain. The thing on the screen knew it was being watched. Right now. By me. I felt a prickling all over my skin. I started scrubbing through the video fast, my hands shaking. I stopped on a shot of the dinner table. There I was from last year, laughing at something my cousin said, taking a bite of pie. Everyone around me was moving, chatting, a normal scene. But my digital double on the screen was out of sync. Just a half second behind. When the real me on video lifted a fork, the screen me lifted its fork a beat later. It was tiny, a stutter you'd blame on a bad internet connection. But it was only me. Everyone else moved perfectly. Then I saw it. As the real me laughed, the thing on the screen slowly, deliberately put down its fork. It placed its hands flat on the tablecloth. And it stared. It didn't look at the person talking. It stared down the table, through the camera, its face a blank mask, its eyes dark holes in the flickering light of the video. It was watching its own past, and it was aware of me watching it. A wave of dizziness washed over me. This was proof. Ugly, undeniable proof that the wrongness I felt wasn't just in my head. The initial terror wanted me to shut it down, to run. But a colder feeling settled over me, a survivalist curiosity. I had to know more. I couldn't unsee this. I needed to understand what this file was. I right-clicked on the video file, my cursor hovering over delete. But I didn't click that. I clicked properties. A little box opened on the screen, full of technical information. Frame rate, codec, file size, dry, boring computer stuff. And then at the bottom, a field labeled description. In that box, someone had typed words. They weren't computer words. They read, subject, Leo, processing, delivery date, December 26th, 2024. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Leo. That's me. They only used my name once, when I was introduced to the family friend all those years ago, but it was mine. It was in the file, and it was tagged like a piece of inventory. Processing, like meat in a factory, and the delivery date, the day after next Christmas, a date in the future, a date that was now less than a year away. The hum of the computer seemed to grow louder, angrier. Then I heard it, the solid sound of a footstep on the wooden stairs leading up to the den. Then another. My uncle was coming back. There was no time to think, to close the windows, to hide what I'd done. My body moved on pure panic. I slammed my hand against the monitor's power button, plunging the screen into black. I spun the office chair around so fast I nearly fell out of it, facing the door, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. He stood in the doorway, not looking at the now dark monitor, not looking at the computer. He was looking directly at me. His face was different. The cheerful holiday mask was gone. He didn't look angry. He looked exhausted, deeply sad, and older than I'd ever seen him. The lines on his face seemed deeper, carved by a weight I couldn't imagine. He held a dusty fuse in his hand, forgotten. He let out a long, slow sigh, the sound of a man who'd been waiting for a dreaded phone call and just heard it ring. I was wondering, he said, his voice low and rough, when you'd start looking. He didn't move from the doorway, blocking the only way out. The air in the room felt charged, like before a summer storm. The friendly uncle I thought I knew was gone, replaced by this tired, sorrowful stranger who knew I'd seen the terrible thing in his machine. The secret was out, But I had no idea what the secret actually was, only that it had my name on it and a date for delivery. He just stood there watching me, waiting for my next move, and I knew with a certainty that froze me in that chair that my looking had just changed everything. The hunt was over. I had been found. He didn't speak for a full minute. He just stood in the doorway of his editing den, looking at me with that bottomless sadness, holding the dusty old fuse. The hum of the computer tower was the only sound, a constant reminder of what I'd just seen. Finally he moved, walking past me slowly, his shoulders slumped. He went to an old, gray filing cabinet in the corner, the kind with a smooth, round keyhole. From around his neck, on a simple leather cord, he pulled a small, tarnished key. It clicked in the lock. He pulled open the drawer and took out a book. It wasn't a modern binder. It was a ledger, bound in worn, brown leather that looked cracked with age. He carried it to the desk like it weighed 100 pounds and laid it open gently. "We call it the Book of Balance," he finally said, his voice a dry whisper. "Every entry balances the books for another generation." He turned the pages, and they made a soft, rasping sound. The handwriting changed over the years, from elegant, flowing ink to ballpoint pen, but the format stayed the same. Names. Dates. Next to each name was a harvest date, which was always a Christmas, and a delivery date, which was always the following December 26th. My eyes scanned the page he had opened. I saw my great-aunt's name, the one who died in a fall down the stairs the week after New Year's when I was a kid. I saw my cousin's husband, last year's Christmas, with this year's date waiting beside his name, a promise about to come due. My stomach twisted. Then I saw them. My mother's name. Harvest date, Christmas 1999. Delivery date, December 26th, 2000. The note beside it said, vehicular accident. My father's name was right below. Harvest date, Christmas 2002. Delivery date, December 26th, 2003. The note said cardiac event. The air left my lungs. The grief I'd lived with my whole life, the anchor of being an orphan, suddenly twisted inside me, becoming something new and monstrous. They weren't unlucky. They weren't victims of random tragedy. They were selected. The question burned in my throat, hot and acidic. By who? I managed to choke out. He saw the realization on my face, the dawning horror. He looked even more tired. "Your mother," he said softly, "was my sister. She was the filmmaker before me. The year your father was the subject. It broke her. She couldn't bring herself to do it again the next year, to choose someone else. So she volunteered herself instead." The world seemed to tilt sideways. My uncle, the family's cheerful historian, was a farmer, and we were all his livestock. And my own mother had been the previous farmer. She had chosen my father, and then chosen herself. The guilt and the grief and the rage mixed into a poison cocktail in my gut. "It's not a curse," he continued, his eyes on the old pages. "It's a covenant, an agreement. The camera, it's not just a thing. It's a hunger. It feeds on potential futures, on the life that could have been. We give it a focused sample, a whole day of a person, recorded and condensed. And it consumes that person's most probable tragic future. It eats the bad luck that was coming to them. In return, it stabilizes the family's luck. The business never fails. Good health finds most of us. The money, the safety, the comfort everyone enjoys. It's bought and paid for. One life, traded for the security of dozens." He was explaining it like it was a simple transaction, a terrible math equation. One equals many. It was so cold, so calculated. The forced cheer of the family gatherings, the wealth I'd never questioned, the way everyone seemed to land on their feet. It all had a price tag, a blood price, and the camera was the cash register. I stared at the column of names, a history of sacrifice. So the person in the video, that dark version of me, is your potential, he finished. The future it's already tasting. The tragic thread of your life, separated from you and bottled in that digital file. On the delivery date, it reasserts itself. The universe corrects the balance in the messiest way possible. It's not a ghost that kills you. It's your own stolen luck turning inside out like a rotten piece of fruit. My hands were shaking. I leaned on the desk to steady myself. "And you choose." He nodded, a slow, awful movement. "The filmmaker chooses. The camera shows you whose. Ripe. Through the viewfinder, their future looks brighter, more volatile, more delicious to it. I saw it around you this year. A kind of halo. The camera was already tasting you months ago. The memory of him looking at me during the holiday, that appraising glance, came back with chilling clarity. He wasn't seeing his nephew. He was seeing a meal for his monstrous patron. "Can you choose anyone?" I asked, the question horrible even as I formed it. "A friend? A stranger?" "It has to be family," he said. "We're someone married in. The bond, the shared luck, it's part of the covenant. But within that, yes, the filmmaker's power is absolute and terrible." He looked at me then, and I saw the true cost in his eyes. The year after you're marked, you hear whispers from radios playing between stations. You see movements in the corner of your eye that are your own, but not. You feel hollowed out, like you're already half gone. The only relief comes when you finally operate the camera yourself and pass the mark on. You become its handler, its shepherd, and you hate yourself every single day for it. He turned the ledger toward me, pointing a trembling finger at a column I hadn't noticed titled Filmmaker. Next to each subject was the name of the person who filmed them. My mother's name was next to my father's. My uncle's name was next to my cousin's husband. And then at the bottom, on a line for the coming Christmas, in my uncle's own hesitant pencil, was my name. In the Filmmaker column, next to it, also in pencil, was a question mark. "The subject is always chosen by the current filmmaker," he explained, his voice barely audible. "And the filmmaker is always the last person who was marked as subject, and survived." The pieces slammed together with a final, thunderous click. The cousin's husband would not survive. That was already set. And because I was this year's chosen subject, if I somehow lived past my delivery date next December, the job, the awful duty would fall to me. I would have to pick someone to die the following Christmas, to continue the cycle, to balance the books. It was an inheritance of pure evil. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. What could I say? The scope of it was too big, too ancient, too woven into the fabric of my family's existence. At that moment, a sound came from the computer speakers, a soft, fuzzy pop of static. Then audio began to play. It was the sound from the raw footage file, the ambient noise of last Christmas, the laughter and clatter of dishes. But under it, rising like sewage through clean water, was a wet, whispering voice. It was my voice, but stretched and wrong, as if recorded in a deep well. It seeped out of the speakers, slow and deliberate. Soon, the single word hung in the air between us. My uncle's eyes widened in what looked like real fear, not just sadness. He lunged for the computer's power strip and yanked the cord from the wall. The hum died instantly, and the room was thrown into a sudden, total quiet, broken only by the ragged sound of my own breathing. He turned back to me, the ledger open between us like an accusation. The truth was out, all of it, a history written in blood and bad luck. I knew now why my parents died. I knew what was coming for me, and I knew the terrible price of survival. The secret wasn't a secret anymore. It was a sentence, and as I looked from my uncle's devastated face to that ancient book, I understood the hook, the question that clawed at me. My name was written in pencil, not ink. The question mark next to it seemed to pulse on the page. It meant a choice was still possible. But what kind of choice could there possibly be when the options were to die or to become a monster? The ledger held the answer, but I was too afraid to ask. Home wasn't safe anymore. Home was where the screens were. And the thing from the camera was now in every screen, waiting for me to look back. I drove away from my uncle's house in a blind panic, my hands slick on the steering wheel, the streetlights blurring into streaks. My mind raced, trying to find a sane explanation, a way to convince myself it was all a shared hallucination, a family madness passed down like a toxic heirloom. I needed proof it wasn't real. So when I finally stumbled into my dark apartment, I did the stupidest thing possible. I dug through the box of Christmas stuff I hadn't put away yet and found the shiny, professional-looking DVD my uncle had given everyone, the sanitized Christmas Chronicle with the cheerful cover. The safe version. The lie. I popped it into my player, my heart hammering. The familiar music started. There were the goofy moments, the happy faces. I watched myself in the group shots, laughing, talking. It all looked normal. For a few minutes, a fragile hope bubbled up. Maybe the raw footage was corrupted. Maybe I'd imagined the worst. Then I saw the scene where I was hanging a brittle glass ornament on the tree. I remembered that moment clearly. The hook was being difficult, and I'd frowned, my tongue poking out in concentration, frustrated. But on the DVD, my on-screen self was smiling serenely, easily placing the ornament on the branch. It was a small thing, a tiny edit, but it was a lie. The DVD didn't show what had happened. It showed what should have happened, a perfect, peaceful moment that never existed. My hope curdled. I grabbed the remote, rewinding to the dinner scene. There I was on the TV, chewing politely, listening to a story. Everything looked fine, but my eyes were drawn to the dark window behind my on-screen self, a black rectangle reflecting the dining room. In the original, that reflection had been a blur of shapes. On this edited DVD, it was still blurry, but there was a shape within the blur. I froze the frame. I crept closer to the television, my nose almost touching the glass. In the dark window, blurred by the edit but undeniably there, was a figure. It was standing right behind the chair of my on-screen self. It was the corrupted doppelganger, the one from the raw footage, its posture stiff, its head tilted. Its black-eyed face was resting on its own shoulder, and it was staring out of the TV screen, out of the dark window within the scene, directly at me in my living room. They hadn't been able to edit it out completely. It was hiding in the reflection, a snake in the grass of the happy movie. A broken sound escaped my throat. I scrambled back, yanking the power cord from the wall. The TV went dark. I threw a blanket over it for good measure. Every reflective surface in my apartment became a threat. I avoided the dark television screen, the microwave door, the bathroom mirror. The safe, modern world I lived in had been punctured, and an ancient, predatory logic was seeping in through the hole. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the ledger, my parents' names, that whispering soon. The next day, I went to the public library, using a computer there, away from my own devices. I searched my family name, obituaries, local history archives. I cross-referenced dates from the ledger with newspaper records. The pattern was flawless, a hideous rhythm. One death every single year, on December 26th, going back as far as the digitized records went. Always a family member or someone married in. Always a sudden, tragic, but plausible accident or health failure. Always, after a major family gathering at Christmas. The proof was in the public record. It was real. That night, exhausted and hollow, I finally fell into a fitful sleep. I dreamed I was trapped in the Christmas footage, forced to relive that day on a loop, opening the sweater, laughing at the table, but every time I turned my head, the black-eyed thing was in the corner of the room, watching, its head turning slowly to follow me. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding. A warm, wet trickle ran from my nose over my lip. I turned on the bedside lamp. The pillow was speckled with blood, a dark crimson that looked almost black in the yellow light. I hadn't had a nosebleed since I was a child. I sat there, wiping my face with a tissue, the copper taste in my mouth, feeling a deep, cellular wrongness. This was the processing the file had mentioned. My body was beginning to fail, to align with the tragic future being consumed. I was being edited out of my own life. Just as that thought solidified, my phone rang on the nightstand, a sharp, invasive sound in the quiet room. I looked at the screen. It was my uncle. I almost didn't answer, but my finger swiped the screen on its own. "Hello." My voice was rough with sleep and fear. His voice on the other end was urgent, strained in a way it hadn't been in his den. He sounded genuinely scared. "It knows you know," he said, the words tumbling out fast. "It accelerates the processing when the subject is aware. It's making its move. Listen to me. Don't look at any recordings of yourself. Don't watch home movies. Don't look at old photos on your phone. Don't even listen to your own voicemail greeting. It uses anything with your image or your voice as a doorway. It's learning how to be you from the inside out." I stared at the blood on my tissue. "It's already started," I whispered. He went quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, defeated. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Meet me tomorrow. The diner on 3rd Street, the crowded one. 10 in the morning. We need to talk about what happens next." He hung up before I could reply. I put the phone down, my mind reeling. Don't look at recordings. I thought of the pictures on my phone, the hundreds of selfies and group shots from over the years. With a trembling hand, I opened my photo gallery. I scrolled back to an old one, a picture of me as a teenager with my parents at a lake, smiling, squinting in the sun. My young face looked back at me. For a single, shuddering instant, the image glitched. The pixels scrambled, and my teenage eyes in the photo flashed pitch black, two voids in the sunny scene. Then the picture snapped back to normal. I threw my phone across the room, as if it had burned me. It hit the wall with a crack and fell to the floor. I didn't pick it up. I sat on the edge of my bed, wrapped in a blanket, watching the gray light of dawn creep around the edges of the blinds. The night was over. I had my proof, undeniable and terrible. The thing was real, it was hunting me, and it was using my own life, my own history, as its playground. My uncle's warning echoed in my head. a list of new rules for a war I didn't understand. But his call, and the meeting he proposed, offered a grim kind of closure. The mystery was solved. The monster was named. Now it was just a question of what I would do about it. The hook he left me with was simple, a question hanging in the air of my lonely apartment. What could he possibly have to say about what happens next, when my future was already written in a ledger with a delivery date? I had to go to that diner. I had to hear his plan, if he had won. Because the only other plan I had was to sit in my apartment and wait for my luck to run out. And I could already taste the blood in my mouth. My uncle's hands trembled around his coffee mug, the brown liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. We were in a booth at the back of the crowded diner on 3rd Street, the air thick with the smell of grease and frying bacon, the clatter of plates a constant, normal sound that felt miles away from the horror we were discussing. He looked 10 years older than he had just days before, his face pale and drawn. "We don't make movies," he said, his voice low so the waitress refilling coffee at the next table wouldn't hear. "We're farmers, and this year's crop is you." He slid a manila envelope across the sticky Formica table. Inside weren't photos. They were photocopies of old, yellowed schematics, diagrams of a device that looked like a small wooden box with a complex series of brass lenses and internal mirrors. It wasn't a camera like any I'd ever seen. It looked like something a mad scientist in an old movie would use. The label at the bottom read Apparatus for Optical Refraction and Resonance, 1892. "This is it," he whispered, tapping a finger on the page. "The original. It's been updated over the years, put into newer bodies. But the heart of it, the lens, is the same. It's not a camera that sees. It's a camera that separates." He explained the mechanics like a teacher explaining a difficult lesson. The camera, the apparatus, didn't just record light. It split a person's potential from their actual self in the exact moment of recording. The corrupted version I saw in the footage was that harvested potential, now poisoned with the specific, tragic future it was meant to prevent. It was like taking the rotten core out of an apple and leaving the shiny skin behind. But then the rotten core grew a life of its own. "On the delivery date," he said, leaning in closer, "that poisoned potential reasserts itself into the world. It doesn't come after you like a monster. It just makes the world around you agree with its version of events. A car swerves. A blood vessel pops. A step on the stairs is missed. The universe corrects the balance in the messiest way possible. I thought of my parents. A car accident. A sudden heart failure. Not murder. Just bad luck, concentrated and weaponized. How do you choose?" I asked, the question tasting like ash. "You said the filmmaker chooses." He nodded, his eyes haunted. "But we're guided. When you look through the viewfinder, the future subject appears. Different. Brighter, in a way. Their potential future is more volatile, more tangled. To the hunger inside the camera, it looks more delicious. I saw it around you this year," he admitted, and a tear finally escaped, tracing a path down his wrinkled cheek. "A kind of shimmer, a halo of what could be. The camera was already tasting you months before Christmas. It picked you. I just agreed." The betrayal in that was so profound I couldn't even feel anger. It was too big. It was like being angry at the ocean for being wet. He was just a part of the machine. "So you could choose anyone in the family?" I pressed, needing to understand the full, horrible scope of it. "Aunt Carol?" She was the bitter, rude relative everyone tolerated, but no one liked. He nodded slowly. "Anyone. A spouse. A distant cousin no one would miss much. The filmmaker's power is absolute. And terrible." He described the year after being marked, confirming my own creeping experiences. The whispers not from the wind, but from electronics. The nightmares that felt more real than waking life. The constant sensation of being hollowed out, of your best possible future being siphoned away. "The only relief," he said, his voice a dry rasp, "comes when you finally operate the camera yourself and pass the mark on. You become its handler, its shepherd, and you hate yourself every single day for it." Then he showed me something on his phone, turning the screen so I could see. It was a short, shaky clip from the raw footage of my cousin's husband last year. In it, the man was fine, smiling, toasting with a glass of wine. But his shadow on the wall, cast by the fireplace, was wrong. It wasn't the shadow of a man. It was a twitching, elongated shape, thin and wobbly, and the top of it ended not in a head, but in a distinct, rounded loop, like a noose. The shadow moved independently, just a little, while the man stood still. I pushed the phone away, my breakfast threatening to come back up. "The selection is already happening for next year. my uncle said, putting his phone away. "The camera is looking, and if you survive your date, you will have to make a choice. You will have to learn to use it." He reached into his pocket and placed a single, old-fashioned key on the table between us. It was the one from the leather cord around his neck. The key to the cabinet. The ledger. "It's yours. Take my place. Learn to use the apparatus before next Christmas. Choose someone for the 2024 film. Continue the covenant. Protect the family." He let the alternative hang in the air, unsaid but screaming in the space between us. Or die. I stared at the key. It looked small, insignificant. It was an offer of power, of survival, of becoming the monster to save my own skin. It was also a prison sentence. To live with that choice, with that shadow forever. My mind flashed to Aunt Carol's pinched, unhappy face. It would be so easy. No one would mourn her much. The family might even be relieved. The camera would probably see her lifetime of bitterness as a feast. The thought was so clear, so calm, and so utterly evil that it snapped me out of my daze. I looked at my uncle, really looked at him. The guilt and self-loathing had eaten him alive from the inside. This was what survival looked like. Or, I finally asked, my voice flat. He just shook his head, a world of sorrow in the gesture. There was no or. There was only the deal. We sat in that booth for a long time, the diner noise washing over us. I didn't touch the key. He finally slid it back into his own pocket, the motion one of defeat. We paid our checks and walked out into the chilly morning air, not speaking. As we parted ways on the sidewalk, a city bus rolled by, its long side plastered with a bright, moving digital ad for a department store's holiday sale. Smiling models in sweaters waved, and then, for a single split-second flicker, the ad changed. The smiling models vanished. In their place was a still image, crystal clear and horrifyingly familiar. It was my own corrupted face from the raw footage, the one with the black, empty eyes. It filled the entire side of the bus. And in that frozen image, the thing winked one of those void-like eyes at me. Then the bus moved, the ad flickered back to the happy models, and it was gone, rumbling down the street. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, people brushing past me. My uncle was already halfway down the block, unaware. It was a message, a brazen, public reminder that it was everywhere, in everything. It was no longer hiding in reflections or raw files. It was showing off. The meeting was over. The offer was made. I knew the rules, I knew the price, and I knew the enemy was now so confident it was taunting me in broad daylight. I walked back to my car, my legs shaky. The closure was grim but complete. I understood the transaction. My life for the family's stability. My potential death for their continued good fortune. The hook he left me with wasn't a question of what would happen next. The hook was the key still in his pocket, and the terrifying, newly planted seed in my own mind. The thought of Aunt Carol's face, and how easy it would be. The battle lines weren't just between me and the thing in the camera anymore. The real war was now inside my own head, a fight over what kind of person I would be if, by some miracle, I lived to see next Christmas. The bus had shown me its power. Now I had to discover if I had any of my own. It started using my life as its audition reel. My memories, my voice, my face, all just raw material for it to practice being me before it replaced me. The glitches stopped being subtle and became aggressive, personal attacks. A work video call froze, but not completely. Every colleague's face pixelated into colorful squares, a normal tech problem. But my own video feed, the little box showing my face, didn't freeze. It changed. The image of me was replaced by the black-eyed doppelganger, sitting at my desk in my apartment, staring into the camera. It leaned forward, as if trying to get a better look at my co-workers, and then the feed cut out. I had to make frantic excuses about a bad webcam. Later, my music app shuffled to a song I didn't recognize. It was a recording of my own voice, but slow and distorted, singing Silent Night backwards, the notes dragging and wrong. I threw my headphones off like they were on fire. The entity wasn't just in my uncle's footage anymore. It was using the whole digital world as a vector, multiplying itself, learning how to mimic me from every angle. The worst was the physical stuff. I woke up one morning to a cold room, my breath making little clouds. I went to open the blinds and stopped dead. On the inside of my window pane, overlooking my bed, were footprints. Small, bare footprints, pressed into the thin layer of frost that had formed on the glass. They were my size. They started at the center of the window and led down, as if something had climbed out of the view and into my room. The air smelled faintly of pine needles and that old, dusty film stock from my uncle's den. It had been here, watching me sleep. I scrubbed the window clean with a towel, my skin crawling. I needed to talk to someone who understood, who had seen it through to the end. I went to visit my cousin, the widow. Her house was too quiet, the cheerful Christmas decorations feeling like a sad joke. We sat at her kitchen table. I asked her carefully about her husband's last year, after he'd seen his own corrupted reflection. She described the same things I was experiencing. The glitches on his phone, the nightmares where he was trapped in a loop of ordinary moments, the growing sense of a double living just behind him, getting closer every day. He said it felt like he was being edited out of reality, she whispered, staring into her cold coffee. Like he was a mistake the world was fixing. Her words were a cold confirmation. This was the process. This was how it worked. You were slowly erased, frame by frame, until the final cut. Back home, a wild, furious energy took me. I found the official family DVD, the one with the thing hiding in the reflection. I didn't just throw it away. I took it into my concrete backyard and smashed it with a hammer. The plastic case exploded. I gathered the shiny shards and set them on fire in a metal bowl, watching the disc warp and melt into black smoke. It felt good for a minute. Then I went back inside. The feeling of being watched was worse. A pressure built behind my eyes. The corruption wasn't in the object. It was in the information, in the very record of my existence. Destroying a copy did nothing. I was fighting a ghost in the machine, and the machine was everywhere. I started to seriously consider just letting it happen. The moral purity of being the victim, not the monster. To just live whatever life I had left and accept my fate on December 26th. But then I looked at my cousin's shattered eyes, at the empty chair at her table. I thought of her kids growing up without their father. Was my noble acceptance just another form of selfishness? Was I abandoning them all to this cycle by refusing to fight, or by refusing to take my uncle's deal? The question tore at me, and then at the grocery store I saw her. Aunt Carol. She was at the deli counter, complaining in a loud, shrill voice about the thickness of the sliced turkey. Her face was a roadmap of bitterness. Everyone in line was subtly edging away. I watched her, and the thought surfaced in my mind, calm and clear as spring water. She would be easy. No one would miss her much. She's already a void of negativity. The camera would probably see her as a feast. I could live. I could save myself. And who would really care? The thought didn't feel like a temptation from some outside devil. It felt like my own logic, my own survival instinct. And that scared me more than any glitch, because it meant the thing wasn't just attacking me. It was changing me, steering my thoughts toward the dark solution, making the unthinkable start to seem reasonable. I fled the store, my heart pounding, not from fear of the entity, but from fear of myself. When I got back to my apartment building, I had a new idea. I went to the building manager, making up a story about a suspicious person loitering, and asked to see the security camera footage from the lobby from the night before. He let me sit in his cramped office and scroll through the grainy black and white feed. There I was, time-stamped at 8:07 p.m., coming in from the cold, my coat collar up. I watched my pixelated self walk across the lobby and press the elevator button. The elevator doors opened. I got in, and they closed. The lobby was empty again. I was about to leave when the elevator dinged again at 8:09 p.m. The doors slid open, and out stepped a figure. It was me. Same coat, same height, same pixelated build. But the way it moved was wrong. Stiff, precise, like a wind-up toy. It walked out of the elevator with a straight-legged mechanical gait, turned not toward the mailboxes or the manager's office, but directly toward the door to the stairwell that led to the apartments. As it reached the stairwell door, the door swung open on its own, as if someone had remotely unlocked it. The figure walked through, and the door swung shut behind it. I stared at the frozen screen. According to the footage, two versions of me had entered the building within 2 minutes of each other. One went up the elevator. One came out of the elevator and went into the stairwell. I had no memory of coming back down. I thanked the manager, my voice sounding distant, and went back to my apartment. I checked every room, every closet. It was empty, but the feeling wasn't. Something had been here. Something wearing my face was practicing how to move through my world. Later that evening, a small package arrived by courier. No return address. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a single, unlabeled DVD-R in a clear case. There was no note. With trembling hands, I loaded it into an old laptop I had, one I could disconnect from the internet. The video file played. It was footage from a sunny summer day, years ago, at my grandparents' old lake house. I was in it, maybe 9 years old, playing alone by the edge of the woods with a toy boat at the water's edge. The footage was in the same style as my uncle's movies, but I had no memory of this day being filmed. The camera watched me from a distance, and then as my younger self focused on the boat, the camera slowly panned to the right, to the tree line. There, standing just inside the shadows of the woods, partially hidden by a thick oak tree, was a figure. It was my uncle, much younger but unmistakable. He was holding an old-style, bulky camcorder, pointed directly at me. He wasn't smiling. He was just filming, watching, harvesting. The clip ended. I sat back, a cold understanding settling in my bones. It wasn't just last Christmas. He'd been collecting me for years, building a library, just like he said. I was a long-term investment. The chapter of simply discovering the horror was over. Now I was living in its active campaign. It was in my technology, in my home, in my memories, and worst of all, it was whispering in my own mind, presenting me with the awful, easy math of survival. The closure was brutal. I knew the enemy's tactics intimately. The hook for what came next was on that old laptop screen, in the image of my younger, unknowing self and the man in the woods with a camera. If my uncle had been stockpiling pieces of me for decades, what else was in that archive? And how much of me did the thing already have? To fight something that was learning to be me, I needed to know what it already knew. And that meant going back to the source. The DVD-R was an invitation, a taunt, and a map. All I had to do was decide if I was brave enough or desperate enough to follow it. The vault didn't smell like dust. It smelled like a butcher's shop after a busy day, a mix of cold metal and something sweet and coppery underneath. The air itself felt old and used, thick with the weight of fulfilled contracts. I stormed into my uncle's house with the childhood DVD in my hand, throwing it down on the kitchen table where he sat reading a newspaper. The plastic case skittered and cracked. "You filmed me before?" I demanded, my voice shaking with a rage that had been building since I saw that lake footage. "Was I a backup plan? Just another piece of livestock in your barn?" He looked at the broken case, then up at me, and the fight seemed to drain out of him. He just looked defeated. "It's part of the training," he said, his voice hollow. "For the filmmaker. You practice on family when they are young. You build a library of potential for the camera to draw from. It's how the bond is strengthened. It's how the hunger learns the taste of the bloodline." He stood up slowly, like an old man. "You want to see the core of it? The truth of what we are? Come with me." He led me back to his editing den, but instead of going to the computer, he went to a bookshelf filled with binders of old family tapes. He pressed on a specific section of the wood molding. There was a soft click, and a whole section of the bookcase swung inward, revealing a hidden door. A wave of that cold, sweet metallic smell washed over me. Behind the door was a small room, a vault. In the center, on a simple wooden pedestal draped with a piece of faded black velvet, sat the apparatus. It wasn't like the diagrams. In real life, it was beautiful and horrifying. A box of dark, polished wood, maybe ebony, covered in intricate carvings that looked less like decorations and more like tiny, repeating mathematical symbols or prison bars. Brass fittings gleamed dully, and the lens. It wasn't glass. It was a deep, smoky crystal, multifaceted, and it seemed to hold a faint, internal glow like the last ember of a coal. It looked like a petrified eye, staring blindly at the ceiling. A low, subaudible hum came from it, a frequency that made my teeth ache and my fillings feel strange. This was the heart of the family's curse, the true origin. My uncle didn't touch it. He just stood beside it, a docent at a museum of nightmares. "The first of us wasn't a filmmaker," he said. "He was a man of science and of obsession in the late 1800s. He was losing his land, his fortune. In his desperation, he didn't invent this. He summoned something, and he bound it into the first photographic device he could build. The film was never for memories. It was always a sacrament, a feeding." He walked to a small, locked drawer beneath the pedestal and opened it with another key. He pulled out the oldest part of the ledger, a separate book with pages of vellum. The handwriting was a spidery, frantic script. The first entry detailed the deal. Stability for the estate, prosperity for the bloodline, in exchange for an annual offering. A focused life, captured and consumed. "To formally accept the role," my uncle said, turning to me, his face grave, "the new filmmaker must be inoculated. You must handle the original apparatus. You must use it to film a living thing and witness the harvest process fully. It solidifies the connection to the entity, and it hardens you for what you must do." He was offering me the key to the kingdom again, but this time through a direct, visceral test. Agreeing to this ritual wasn't the same as agreeing to pick a human subject, he assured me. It was just claiming the tool, understanding its mechanics. But I knew it was the first step on a slope, so slippery there was no bottom. Once you saw how the beautiful, awful machine worked, once you felt that alien power in your hands, choosing a person would start to feel less like murder and more like maintenance. Like balancing the books. I need to see it, I heard myself say. The curiosity was a cancer, eating my fear. I had to know. He nodded, as if he'd expected nothing else. From a carrying case in the corner, he brought out a small, live animal. It was a stray cat, orange and white, one he'd apparently been feeding. It was calm in his arms, purring. He placed it gently on the floor in the center of the vault. The cat sat, blinking, looking around the strange room. "Watch through the viewfinder," my uncle instructed, his voice becoming flat and detached, the voice of a technician. He carefully lifted the apparatus from its pedestal. It was lighter than I expected. He handed it to me. The wood was ice cold, but it also vibrated with a subtle, eager energy, like holding a sleeping predator. "See the life around it, then see what the camera takes." I raised the device, my eye going to the small viewing port at the back. Looking through it was nothing like a modern camera. The world didn't look digital or clear. It looked layered, like seeing through sheets of translucent film. I saw the cat, a warm, orange and white shape. But around the cat, shimmering like a heat haze, was a kaleidoscope of ghostly images, faint possibilities overlapping. I saw one image of the cat curled on a sunny windowsill in a home, old and content. I saw another of it darting across a rainy street, headlights bearing down. I saw a third of it thin and sickly, hiding under a porch. These were its possible futures, all existing at once in a tangled, glowing aura around its small body. The apparatus hummed, a different pitch now, a hungry whine. It seemed to focus on one of those shimmering threads, the tragic one with the headlights. The lens made a delicate clicking sound like a lock turning. "Now," my uncle whispered. I felt a trigger under my right index finger. I didn't want to press it, but the camera seemed to push the thought into my mind, an urging, a need to complete the action to take. I squeezed. There was no shutter snap. There was a sound like a vacuum seal breaking, a soft, wet pull. Through the viewfinder, I saw that single, tragic thread of light, the possibility of the death under the wheels, get sucked into the dark pupil of the lens. On the floor, the cat let out a single, sharp yowl, its body convulsing once as if touched by a live wire. Then it went still, breathing normally, but its eyes were wide and confused. On the small ground glass viewing screen on the side of the apparatus, a new image developed, not a photograph, but a moving, living picture. It was the cat, but corrupted. Its eyes in the screen were empty black dots. It paced in a tight, frantic circle, hissing soundlessly at nothing. Its fur was matted, its form slightly blurred at the edges. This was the harvested potential, now a separate, poisoned thing in a digital prison. I lowered the camera, my hands trembling violently. The cat on the floor shook its head, got up, and walked to my uncle, rubbing against his leg, purring again. It was fine, but it was less. It had lost something vital, a piece of its destiny. It would never be hit by that car now. That future was gone, consumed. But the cost was its shadow self, trapped in the machine, angry and afraid. My uncle took the apparatus from my limp hands, placing it back on the pedestal with a reverence that made me sick. He looked at me, his own eyes full of tears and a terrible, weary knowledge. "Now you understand the transaction," he said. He turned to face me fully, squaring his shoulders. "Your turn. Film me." He stood there in the center of the vault, offering himself as the next subject. He was giving me a taste of the ultimate power, the power over life and death, over fate itself. He was the architect of my pain, the keeper of the ledger that held my parents' names. The camera in my hands felt warmer now, eager. It purred against my palms, encouraging the choice. It wanted to feed, and a dark, furious part of me wanted to let it. I raised the apparatus again, my eye finding the viewfinder. I pointed it at my uncle. The chapter of learning was over. I had seen the core truth, participated in the awful sacrament. The hook for what came next was in the weight of the device in my hands and the image of my uncle, waiting for judgment. The power to choose was now literally at my fingertips. All I had to do was press the trigger. The viewfinder wasn't a window. It was a plate, and everyone you looked at was the meal. I finally understood my uncle's hunger. It wasn't for power, but for the moment when the choosing was over, when the awful responsibility was passed on. The apparatus felt both ice-cold and alive in my hands, like holding a sleeping serpent that had just stirred, recognizing the warmth of my touch. Its weight was immense, not physically but historically. Centuries of selection were in my hands. My uncle stood patiently in the center of the vault, his face a mask of resignation, his eyes closed. He was offering himself a final, twisted lesson. Through the viewfinder, he was surrounded by a complex, brilliant tapestry of light. His potential futures were vast and tangled, a weaving of countless threads. I saw threads bright with family gatherings yet to come, threads dull with loneliness and old age, threads sharp with the pain of illness, threads that stretched across oceans to places he'd never visited. It was beautiful and sad, the map of a whole life, with all its possible joys and sorrows. The camera seemed to hum, focusing. It began to vibrate gently. A dark thread in the tapestry, a possible future stroke, began to pulse and separate from the rest, vibrating as if plucked. It was the one, his most probable tragic end, ripe for the taking. My finger rested on the cold metal trigger. I could do it. I could harvest that dark thread. He was old. He was tired. He was the architect of this nightmare, the one who marked my parents, who marked me. It would be justice, a life for a life, or several lives. The camera purred against my cheek, a sound of encouragement. It wanted me to take. It wanted to feed on this complex, grown man's future, a richer meal than the cat's. It exerted a psychic pressure, a whispering urge in the base of my skull to simplify, to balance the books, to make the problem of my uncle go away forever. Fighting that urge was like holding back a sneeze that had built in my soul, a deep, instinctive need to complete the action I'd started. But looking at the shimmering complexity of his possible life, I got a sudden, flashing insight into the true agony of his job. To look at your loved ones, your nieces, your nephews, your cousins, and see not their faces, but a menu of their possible demises. To have to choose one for the plate, year after year, to keep the monster satiated and the family safe. The weight of that, the self-hatred it would breed, was a punishment worse than any quick death. He had lived in that hell, chosen my parents, chosen others, to protect the whole. He was a monster, but he was a made monster, forged by the same evil I now held. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't start my tenure as filmmaker with his blood, or rather, with the theft of his future on my hands. It wouldn't free me. It would chain me to the camera forever, because the first choice is the one that defines you. I lowered the apparatus, my whole body trembling with the effort of resisting that deep mechanical pull. My muscles ached as if I'd been straining against a physical force. "I can't," I whispered, the words scraping my throat raw. My uncle opened his eyes. He looked at me, at the camera now pointed at the floor, and he nodded slowly, as if he had expected this. But he didn't look relieved. He looked terrified. For me. As I fought the impulse to film him, my own vision had doubled for a second. I hadn't just seen the tapestry of his life through the lens. For a heartbeat, I saw the room from a different angle, not through my own eyes, but through the black, empty eyes of my doppelganger. I was looking out from the apparatus's own lens, staring at my own body holding the camera, a dizzying, impossible perspective. The thing was showing me its view. It was showing me that it was always watching from inside the machine. My uncle stepped forward and gently pried the apparatus from my numb, unresisting fingers. He placed it back on its velvet pedestal with a sigh that came from the very bottom of his being. "You refuse the inheritance," he said, his voice flat. "You refuse the power. That means the mark on you is now permanent and active. The covenant is broken on your side. It will come for you on the 26th. There will be no passing it on. The debt will be collected." He stated it as a simple fact. I had chosen the role of victim. I had chosen to die. A strange calm washed over me. At least it was my choice. A clean end, in its own horrible way. But then he looked up, and a faint, desperate light sparked in his weary eyes. But there might be one other option. A third choice. No one has ever been desperate enough or stupid enough to try it. It's not in the ledger's rules. It's a scribble in the margin. A theory. He walked back to the old vellum book, flipping past the formal entries to the very last page. There, crammed into a corner in a different, frantic handwriting, was a single paragraph. Not a ritual, but a rant. A madman's idea. It described not a transaction, but a confrontation. A way to challenge the entity within the camera on its own ground, the recorded space. The idea was insane. It required the marked subject to be refilmed by the apparatus on the following Christmas Eve, but with a twist. While being filmed, they had to consciously try to project a different, chosen future into the lens. At the exact same time, they had to watch the corrupted footage of themselves, the harvested version. The parchment called it a psychic tug-of-war, a battle to reclaim your own stolen potential. The warnings surrounding the scrawled text were stark, likely to rend the soul, may unravel the filmmaker's bond, could attract the hunger's full attention. At the bottom, an even shakier script, were 3 names with dates next to them. 3 attempts. All 3 filmmakers who tried it died on the spot, their bodies found with all photographic images of them erased from existence. All 3 subjects vanished from all recorded history, as if they had never been born. It was less a solution and more a recipe for a double murder-suicide. But it was a third path, one that didn't end with me dying or becoming a monster, one that attacked the root. To even attempt it, my uncle said, you need a filmmaker, someone to operate the camera. I'm too weak, too bonded to it. It would use me to stop you. You need someone new, someone who has never been marked, who has no future in the ledger, to try and use the apparatus for this one unthinkable purpose. Not to harvest, but to heal. To focus on reinforcing you, not consuming you. My mind raced. Someone outside the cycle. Someone who wouldn't be bound by its rules. I thought immediately of my younger sibling. Tech-savvy, fiercely logical. A skeptic who thought our uncle's holiday movies were cheesy but harmless. Telling them would mean dragging them into the nightmare, potentially marking them forever just by involving them. It was the same moral dilemma, repackaged. Sacrifice yourself or risk someone you love. But this was different. This wasn't asking them to choose a victim. This was asking them to fight. The decision clicked into place with a finality that surprised me. Whether I became victim or monster, the cycle continued. This third path, however suicidal, was the only one that attacked the machine itself. I looked at my uncle, at the haunted hope in his face. He called the scrawled page a Hail Mary. It wasn't instructions. It was a suicide note written by someone who preferred oblivion to damnation. And right then, oblivion sounded better than my options. I'll need your help, I said. He nodded. I have the raw file of you. We have the apparatus. We have until next Christmas Eve. We just need a filmmaker. I pulled out my phone, my hand steady for the first time in weeks. The chapter of my indecision was over. I had looked into the abyss of becoming my uncle and stepped back. Now I was going to try and blow up the abyss. The hook for what came next was in the act of dialing the number. My sibling answered on the 3rd ring, annoyed at the late call. Hey, they said, what's up? I'm kinda in the middle of something. Before I could even begin to explain, they cut me off, their voice confused. Hey, weird question. Why is your Netflix profile on my TV showing a movie called Your Final Christmas? And the thumbnail is, you? But like you with messed up black eyes? The entity was already ahead of us. It knew a new player was entering the game, and it was sending its own invitation. The war for my future had just begun, and my sibling was already on the battlefield, whether they knew it or not. Telling my sibling was like handing them a lit bomb and begging them not to drop it. I saw their world fracture in real time behind their eyes. They arrived at my apartment, annoyed and curious, a pragmatic engineer who believed in wires and code, not ghosts. They laughed it off at first, a loud, dismissive sound. A cursed home movie? Leo, have you finally cracked from all that family eggnog? But their smirk died when I didn't laugh back. I just opened my laptop and showed them the raw footage file from last Christmas, the one my uncle had given me a copy of on a secured drive. I played the clip of me at the dinner table. They watched, their engineer's brain looking for a render glitch, a software bug. They saw my digital double put down its fork, place its hands flat, and stare. They saw the half-second lag, the darkness where the eyes should be. Then I advanced the video. In the background, near the Christmas tree, the shadowed figure of the doppelganger peeled itself away from the wall, moving with that stiff, wrong gait, and walked directly toward the camera until its black face filled the screen. My sibling jerked back from the laptop. What? What editing software does he use? They stammered, their voice losing its confidence. That's not a glitch. That's a modeled effect. The gate kinematics are all wrong for a human. The lighting on the separate layer is inconsistent with the room. They were trying to logic their way out of the terror. I let them talk. Then I showed them the ledger, the photocopies of the pages with our parents' names, with my name. I told them about the cat, the taste of copper in my mouth, the footprints on my window, the bus ad, the Netflix profile. Their face went from skeptical to confused to pale. The solid ground of their reality was turning to quicksand. So you're saying Uncle Frank feeds a monster? with our family's bad luck, using an evil camera, and it's your turn next Christmas, they summarized, their voice hollow. And you want me to, what? Film it? I want you to film me, I said, but not to harvest me, to fight for me. There's a way, a stupid, dangerous way, to try and break the cycle. But I need a filmmaker, someone the camera doesn't know, someone who isn't part of its diet. I explained the mad scribble from the vellum book, the psychic tug of war. To them, it sounded like mystical nonsense. A beam of pure will, shattering reflections with thought. It was the antithesis of everything they believed. But they also believed in me, and they saw the raw fear I couldn't hide. They saw the cousin, now a widow. The cost was written all over her face, and now it was starting to write itself on mine. What do I have to do? They asked finally, their voice small. The burden of asking settled on me like a lead coat. I was pulling them into the nightmare. But the alternative was my death and the continuation of the farm. You have to formally accept the role, I said. Just temporarily. To operate the apparatus for this one thing, you have to be connected to it. Inoculated, my uncle calls it. You have to film something living with it to complete a transaction, to make it listen to you. They agreed. Not because they believed in the ritual, but because they believed in saving me. We went back to my uncle's house. He was waiting, the vault open, the apparatus on its pedestal. He looked at my sibling with a profound, grieving pity. He gave them the same crash course, showed them the ledger, the history written in blood and balanced luck. He explained that to help, they had to take on the role, if only for a moment. They had to be bonded. My sibling, the skeptic, listened to all of it with a growing, horrified awe. The evidence was too much, too consistent to deny. Finally they nodded, their jaw set. What do I film? My uncle had expected this. He stepped forward. Film me, he said. I am offering my remaining potential. A small piece. It will bind you quickly, and it will. It will weaken me, but it will give you the authority you need to operate the apparatus for your brother's ritual. It is the only way to fast-track the connection without marking an innocent. It was a sacrifice. My sibling looked sick, but they understood. This was the calculus of war. Casualties were required. They lifted the apparatus. It was strange watching someone else hold it, their fingers tracing the strange carvings. They looked through the viewfinder at our uncle. I saw their breath catch. They were seeing the tapestry, the shimmering threads of possibility. Their hands shook. The camera hummed. My uncle stood calmly, his eyes closed, offering himself. My sibling's finger found the trigger. They squeezed. The same soft, wet pull sound. My uncle gasped a short, sharp intake of air and stumbled, catching himself on the pedestal. He looked instantly older, frilier, as if a gust of wind had blown through him and taken a decade. On the apparatus's small screen, a new, faintly glitching image of my uncle appeared, his eyes dim. My sibling lowered the camera and immediately vomited onto the concrete floor of the vault, dry heaving. They wiped their mouth, their eyes wide and shocked. I felt it, they rasped. It was like a cold mind touching mine. It showed me people, our cousins, our aunts. It was showing me options. It was whispering about efficiency. The change in them was almost immediate. They became detached, their eyes often losing focus as they stared at people on the street, seeing the auras I now knew were there. They muttered about streamlining the family portfolio and optimal resource allocation. The camera was whispering to its new, temporary handler, trying to seduce them with its dark logic. We had less than a year until the next Christmas Eve. We turned my uncle's editing den into a war room. We had to prepare the ritual space and train my sibling to hold a specific, protective intention while filming. A concept that went against the camera's every instinct. It was like teaching someone to use a flamethrower to perform delicate, life-saving surgery. We practiced with a potted plant, my sibling trying to film it with the intention of health and growth instead of harvest. The plant didn't die, but it didn't thrive either. The camera fought them every step, the image on its screen always tilting toward a version of the plant that was wilted or bug-eaten. It was exhausting, soul-crushing work, and the entity, my doppelganger, knew we were planning something. The attacks escalated from glitches to full-blown assaults. I was haunted by phantom smells of my own decay, a sweet sick odor that would fill my car or my kitchen. I heard my own death rattle in the white noise of showers and air conditioners. My reflection in store windows sometimes didn't move when I did, standing still and smiling until I turned to look directly at it, and then it would snap back to normal. The thing was practicing for its takeover, growing stronger, more confident. During one practice session, My sibling looked at me through the apparatus and gasped, lowering it quickly. "It's not just one shadow around you," they said, their voice strained. "There are dozens, layers of them. It's like it's filmed you 100 times, from 100 angles, over years, and all those stolen pieces, those echoes of bad futures, are hanging on you like chains, or fishing lures." The thought made me dizzy. How much of me had already been consumed? How many tragic threads had my uncle harvested over the years of casual filming? The battle felt more hopeless every day. Then, on the evening of December 23rd, the day before our planned ritual, a delivery arrived at my door. A professional-looking DVD case in a cardboard mailer. No postage, no label. Just hand-delivered. The cover was a photoshopped image of my own face, smiling warmly, but with the eyes digitally replaced with pools of perfect black. The title, in elegant script, read, "A Christmas to Remember, the Director's Cut." My hands were ice as I opened the case. Inside, there was no disc, just a single, dried sprig of pine needles and a folded note. I opened the note. The handwriting was my own. It was a perfect replica of how I write a shopping list. It read, "See you tomorrow. Save me a seat." It was signed with my initial. The chapter of preparation was over. The entity knew the time and place. It was ready for our ritual. It was treating it like a premiere. The closure was that we were as prepared as we could ever be. My sibling was as trained as they could be, though the camera's whispers were a constant struggle for them. The vault was prepared. The corrupted footage was cued. The hook for the final confrontation was in my hand, in that note written in my own script. The thing wasn't afraid of our plan. It was excited. It was confident. And it had just RSVP'd yes. Tomorrow, on Christmas Eve, we would either break the curse or become its final, permanent victims. All that was left was to see who would be the director, and who would be left on the cutting room floor. We weren't performing a ritual. We were performing surgery on a curse. And we were all three of us, my sibling, me, and the thing wearing my face, the surgeons, the patient, and the cancer, all at once. My uncle's editing den had been cleared out, the computers dark. The only light came from a single bright work lamp aimed at a spot on the floor, creating a harsh circle of white. In that circle I stood. To my left, on a heavy tripod, sat the apparatus, its dark with drinking the light, its multifaceted lens pointed at me. My siblings stood behind it, their hands on the cool brass adjustments, their face pale but determined. Directly in front of me, facing me, was a large monitor. On it, paused and ready, was the raw, corrupted footage of me from last Christmas. The doppelganger caught mid-motion, its head turned too far, its black eyes staring out. The room was a circuit, camera to subject to screen and back. The air was charged, buzzing with a static that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It smelled of ozone and that cold, sweet metallic scent from the vault. But underneath it was the smell of pine needles from the sprig left at my door. The entity was already here. "Ready?" my sibling asked, their voice tight. I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. They hit play on the monitor. The footage sprang to life. The doppelganger, freed from its paws, completed its unnatural head turn, and then, in the recorded scene, it stopped its pretend activity. It turned its whole body and walked with that stiff, mechanical gait directly to the forefront of the monitor, stopping just behind the glass. It placed its pale, digital hands flat against the screen, as if feeling for a way out. At the exact same moment, I felt a terrifying pull in my gut, a psychic gravity trying to yank me forward toward the lens of the camera. It was as if my soul was a piece of iron, and both the camera and the screen were powerful magnets. "Now," my uncle whispered from the corner where he leaned, weak but watching. My sibling, fighting against the camera's innate hunger, peered through the viewfinder. They didn't see a tapestry of my futures. They saw me standing in the light, and they focused every ounce of their will, their love, their hope for me into a single thought: reinforce. Anchor. He is here. He is real. He lives. They pressed the trigger, not to harvest, but to project that intention. The apparatus didn't make its usual sound. It emitted a low, grinding whine, a sound of protest. It was being asked to perform a function it despised. I focused on my own mind, on the beam of pure will the mad scribble described. I thought of a future I wanted. Not something grand. Just a simple thing, me next summer, drinking coffee on my own balcony, alive, free, unhaunted. I tried to push that image, that feeling, toward the camera's lens. The corrupted me on the screen pressed harder against the glass. The monitor's surface didn't crack, but it rippled like dark water around the thing's hands and forearms. It was pushing through, not breaking the screen, but phasing through it like a swimmer surfacing. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in the lamplight. The smell of ozone sharpened, mixed now with a dry, rotten odor like old bones and dust. The thing's arms were now in the room with us, up to the elbows, pale and shimmering with a digital static. Its black eyes were fixed on me. The psychic tug-of-war intensified. I was the rope in the middle. Visions flashed behind my eyes, rapid and disorienting. I saw a future as the filmmaker, standing where my siblings stood, cold and powerful, looking through the viewfinder at a crying cousin, selecting them with calm efficiency. I saw another future, my body broken at the bottom of a stairwell on December 26th. And I saw a third nebulous future, the coffee on the balcony, the sun warm, but it was fraying, being pulled apart by the other two. My sibling was sweating, shaking behind the camera. A thin trickle of blood ran from their nose. "It's so strong," they grunted through clenched teeth. "It keeps trying to turn my thoughts. To make me see Aunt Carol, to make me think how easy it would be to just shift the focus to her, to finish the harvest properly." They were fighting a war on two fronts, against the resisting entity in the camera, and against their own new, corrupted instincts as its temporary handler. The doppelganger's head began to emerge from the screen, its face coming through the liquid glass, those bottomless eyes locking onto mine. A wave of despair washed over me, the feeling that this was all pointless, that I was already dead, that I should just give in and let the balance be restored. And then, a new voice entered the fray. Not a sound, but a thought voice, cold and logical and intimate, slithering up from the connection my sibling had with the apparatus. It was the entity speaking not to my sibling, but through them, directly into my mind. A compromise, it whispered, the sound like film sliding through a projector. Verbalize a selection. Name another for the next harvest. A contract. A promise. Your survival guaranteed. Name the bitter one. The lonely one. Her potential is sour, but ample. Name her, and this ends. You walk away. It was offering me my uncle's original deal, but at the worst possible moment. It was testing me, offering a way out that required only a few words, a betrayal that no one but us would ever know. I looked at my sibling, their face strained with effort and internal conflict. I looked at the thing, now halfway out of the television, its splicer-like hands reaching for me. I looked at my uncle, weeping softly in the corner, witnessing the cost of his life's work. The pressure was immense. The easy way out was right there, a name on the tip of my tongue. My sibling, sensing the offer, screamed, "Don't." Their voice broke the hypnotic pull of the entity's whisper. And in that break, a crazy, desperate idea flashed in my mind. The mad scribble said to shatter the mirrors. The camera was a mirror. The screen was a mirror. The entity was in both. I opened my mouth, but I didn't say Aunt Carol's name. I shouted, my voice raw and cracking, a command to my sibling. "Film it. Film the thing itself. Point the camera at the screen." The chapter of the ritual, of following the ancient, failed instructions, was over. We were off the map. My sibling, acting on pure instinct and trust, didn't hesitate. They grabbed the tripod, the heavy apparatus groaning in protest, and swung it away from me. They aimed the ancient, hungry lens directly at the corrupted doppelganger that was now mostly free from the television, its torso and legs still trailing digital streamers back into the monitor. For a split second, everything stopped. The entity in the camera and its manifested avatar, two parts of the same parasitic whole, saw each other through the glass. The apparatus, designed to consume potential from the living, was now pointed at the harvested, poisoned potential that had taken on a form of its own. A catastrophic feedback loop ignited. The camera tried to do its job. It tried to harvest the avatar's potential. But the avatar was harvested potential. It was a ghost of a future that no longer existed. It was the camera trying to eat its own tail. The room didn't explode in light. It erupted in a terrible, silent negation of reality. The monitor screen didn't go black. It turned to a searing, blinding white static, and then shattered inward with a sound like 1,000 windows breaking at once. The corrupted avatar didn't scream with a mouth. It emitted a shriek of tearing film, of snapping celluloid, of a needle dragging across a record. It fragmented, not into pieces of flesh, but into strips of light and shadow, into glitching pixels and twisted frames of film. This cloud of disintegrating information was sucked violently, ferociously, into the waiting lens of the apparatus. The brass fittings glowed red-hot. The wood smoked. The pull was so strong it yanked me off my feet, pulling me toward the camera before I slammed into the tripod, knocking it over. The apparatus hit the concrete floor with a crunch. The feedback blast was silent to the ears, but deafening to the mind. It knocked my sibling backward. They hit the wall and slid down, unconscious, a deeper flow of blood now coming from their nose and ears. The connection had been severed, violently. The room was still. The monitor was a dead, shattered hole. The tripod lay on its side. The apparatus, its precious crystalline lens now webbed with cracks, smoked faintly on the floor. The thing was gone. The pressure, the cold, the smell of rot, all of it was gone. I crawled over to my sibling. Their pulse was there, strong but too fast. They were breathing, but they were deeply unconscious, the psychic backblast having scorched their mind. I felt a sudden, shocking emptiness where the constant, grinding sense of being preyed upon had lived for a year. I looked at my hands. They felt solid, real mine, but they also felt thin, lighter, as if a layer of my possible selves, all the tragic threads, had been permanently stripped away, burned up in the feedback loop. My uncle crawled over, his face ashen. He checked my sibling, then went to the apparatus. He picked it up with reverence, examining the cracked lens. He tried to access the memory card inside its modern housing. He plugged it into a computer. The drive was blank. Not just the ritual footage. Every raw file, every harvested potential, every corrupted shadow from every year in the harvest folder. The digital archive was gone. Wiped clean. The entity's larder was empty. The ledger's entries on paper remained, a permanent record of the crime, but the active, hunting force was wounded, its stolen food destroyed. The closure was violent and absolute. We had broken the first rule of the camera, never pointed at itself. We had created a paradox in its stomach, and it had choked. The ritual was over. The battle, for now, was won. But as I sat there on the cold floor, cradling my sibling's head, looking at the wrecked monitor and the smoking camera, the hook for whatever came next was in my siblings first, whispered words as their eyelids fluttered open. They looked at me, their eyes clear of the camera's influence, but full of a new, profound emptiness. "I can't see the colors anymore," they rasped. "Around people, the threads, the possible lives, they're all just gray now." They were free of the whispers, but they had been permanently altered, their new sight burned out. And the cracked lens of the apparatus, lying on the floor between us, seemed to stare at the ceiling, a blinded eye. We had won the night. But what had we broken? And what happened to a hungry god when you stole its dinner? The morning of December 26th, the day of my scheduled delivery, I woke up. That alone felt like a miracle. Sunlight, real and warm, streamed through my bedroom window, painting a bright rectangle on my blanket. I lay there for a long time, just breathing, feeling the solid beat of my heart in my chest, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Nothing happened. No sudden pains, no strange sounds, no creeping dread. The world felt ordinary. The frantic, hunted feeling that had been my constant companion for a year was simply gone, leaving behind a hollowed-out calm, like the quiet after a storm has passed. I got out of bed. I made coffee. I stood on my balcony, the winter air crisp and clean, and I drank it. I was alive. The simple future I had fought for, the one of coffee and quiet mornings, was here. A fragile, unbelievable hope began to bloom in my chest. Maybe we had done it. Maybe the feedback loop had not just wounded the entity, but killed it. Maybe the curse was broken. My sibling was recovering at their apartment. They were physically okay, but mentally scarred. They described their burned-out sight as seeing the world in low resolution. People were just people, no auras, no shimmering threads of fate. They said they missed it, which terrified me. They had tasted the camera's power, and even scorched. A part of them longed for that clarity of purpose, however dark. My uncle had taken the broken apparatus and the ledger back to his vault. He seemed smaller, diminished, but there was a light in his eyes I hadn't seen before, a tentative relief. He believed the covenant was shattered. The books, he said, were balanced in a new, permanent way. The family would have to make its own luck from now on. For a week, life was almost normal. I went back to work. I saw friends. I didn't jump at every flicker of a screen. The phantom smells and sounds were gone. I started to believe, truly believe, that it was over. Then the notifications came. It was a quiet Wednesday morning when my phone began to buzz and chime, a rapid, frantic percussion on my kitchen counter. I picked it up. The family group chat was exploding, message after message scrolling up too fast to read. Words leaped out at me. Aunt Carol. Found. No warning. So sudden. My fingers felt numb as I scrolled to the beginning. A cousin had gone to check on her after she didn't answer her phone for 2 days. They found her in her living room, sitting in her favorite armchair, a book in her lap. She had died, the paramedics said, of a massive and instantaneous cerebral aneurysm. There was no sign of struggle. It was just a tragic, natural, terribly timed event. On December 26th, the day my delivery was due, the coffee turned to acid in my stomach. It wasn't over. The book still had to balance. One life for another. My life for hers. I drove to my uncle's house in a cold fury. He was in his living room, staring at the cold fireplace, the ledger open on his lap. He looked up as I came in, and his face told me everything. He knew. "You said it was broken," I said, my voice low and shaking. "You said the covenant was shattered." "I was wrong," he whispered. "The camera is wounded. Not dead. The feedback loop. It didn't destroy the hunger. It just made it angry. And it collected its debt. In the only way it could." He pointed to the ledger. On the line for this year, next to my name in the subject column, a new, hurried pen stroke had been added in the delivery date box. December 26th. And in the margin, in my uncle's handwriting, it said, "Paid in full. Alternate subject accepted." He had done it. While my sibling and I were recovering, while I was drinking my coffee and believing in freedom, he had gone to the vault. He had taken the cracked apparatus, and he had finished the transaction. He had chosen Aunt Carol. He had become the filmmaker one last time, to save me. "Why?" I asked, the word tearing out of me. "After everything, why would you do that? She was a miserable person, but she didn't deserve that." "Deserve has nothing to do with it," he snapped, his own composure breaking. "The hunger needed to be fed. It was wounded and furious. If it didn't get its designated payment on the designated date, it would have come for the whole family. It would have unraveled everything, all the luck, all the stability, for generations. It might have come for you in a way that made the aneurysm look merciful. I contained the damage. I balanced the books." He was shouting, his face red. Then he deflated, sinking back into his chair. And I owed you. I marked you. I marked your parents. This was the only penance I had left to give. The moral clarity of our victory was gone, muddied by this new, ugly truth. We hadn't destroyed the monster. We had made it desperate, and my uncle had thrown it a sacrifice to pacify it. Aunt Carol was that sacrifice. My freedom was bought with her life. The guilt was a new kind of weight, different from the fear, but just as crushing. I left his house reeling. The world wasn't safe and normal. It was a place where hungry things lived in the cracks, and sometimes, to keep them quiet, you had to feed them, even if you used someone else's life as the meal. A few days later, I found a package on my doorstep. A small, flat, wrapped in plain brown paper. No postage, no address. Just my first initial written on it in familiar, shaky handwriting, my uncle's. Inside, nestled in more paper, was the cracked, crystalline lens from the apparatus. It was cool to the touch, the web of fractures catching the light like a spider's web made of black ice. Wrapped around it was a single page, torn roughly from the old ledger. On the back, in my uncle's script, was a message. "The books must always balance. I finished your contract. The camera is wounded, not dead. It will be back, and it will be hungry for the ones who heard it. Watch your shadows. I am leaving. Do not try to find me." I turned the page over. It was the page with my parents' entries. Their names, their harvest dates, their delivery dates. A record of their sacrifice. He had given me the proof of my original loss, and the tool of our enemy now broken. I held the lens up to the light. In its multifaceted, fractured depths, I saw my own reflection, splintered into a dozen different versions of myself. And for a moment, just a moment, in one of those splintered reflections, I didn't see my own eyes looking back. I saw a glint of perfect, hungry black. I lowered the lens, my heart thudding once hard. The closure of the immediate crisis was here. I was alive. The direct threat to me was over, paid for by a woman I barely liked and a remorseful old man who had fled. The ritual was complete, in its own terrible way. But the hook for the future was in my hand, cold and fractured. The camera was wounded, not dead. My uncle was gone, leaving me with a ledger of sins and a broken key to a hungry lock. And the entity now had a new reason to hate. We had fought it, we had hurt it, and we had stolen its feast. It would be back, and next time, it wouldn't be following the rules of a covenant. It would be hunting for revenge. I put the lens and the ledger page in a drawer, but I knew I wouldn't forget they were there. The story of my family's curse had reached an ending of sorts, but the story of what we had awakened, and what it might do next, was just beginning. The sun was still shining, but I knew now that some shadows, once cast, never really go away. They just wait for the light to change. A year passed. The world did not end. The sun rose and set on ordinary days. The frantic terror of the previous Christmas became a memory, a bad dream that lingered at the edges of my mind but lost its sharp, waking bite. I moved through my life, went to work, paid my bills. The coffee on my balcony tasted better than I had ever imagined. My siblings slowly healed, the grayness of their vision becoming their new normal, though they sometimes stared at people a little too long, as if trying to remember a color they'd forgotten. We never spoke of Aunt Carol. Her name became a hole in family conversations, a sudden pause followed by a change of subject. The official story was a tragic health event, and everyone clung to it, a testament to the family's talent for choosing comfortable lies. My uncle vanished without a trace. His house was sold, the editing den emptied. I wondered if he was in some quiet town, living under a new name, or if the wounded hunger in the camera had finally found him in the night. I checked the news for stories about strange deaths of elderly men, but found nothing. The ledger page and the cracked lens stayed in my drawer, a secret museum of my family's sickness. I took them out sometimes, holding the cool, fractured crystal, reading my parents' names. It was a reminder of the cost of my breath. Life, in its strange way, moved on. But the world had a thinness to it now, like a scar over a deep wound. I avoided reflective surfaces more than was reasonable. I flinched at glitches on television screens. The first cold snap that brought the smell of pine needles sent a jolt of pure fear through me that took hours to dissipate. I was alive, but I was haunted by the mechanics of my survival. Then the invitations came. For the first family Christmas since everything happened, my cousin, the widow, was hosting. She said it was time to make new memories, to not let the past define us. The email was cheerful, full of exclamation points and talk of a potluck. My first instinct was to delete it, to claim illness, to run. But a stronger, quieter part of me whispered that running was what it wanted. That fear was its victory, and I was tired of letting it win. I talked to my sibling. They felt the same tug of dread, but also the same stubborn need to face it, to prove we could sit in a room with our family without waiting for the other shoe to drop. We decided to go. The night of the gathering was clear and cold. Stars were sharp pins in black velvet above my cousin's house, which was lit up like a jewel, every window glowing. Laughter and music spilled out the front door as we walked up the path. It looked like a postcard for a normal holiday. Inside, it was a whirlwind of familiar faces, hugs, the clatter of dishes, the smell of roast turkey and pine. It was so aggressively normal it felt like a performance. I saw my relatives laughing, but I saw the careful way they didn't mention my uncle, or Aunt Carol, or the cousin's husband. I saw the widow smiling as she passed a tray, but her eyes were still hollow. We were all actors in a play called Fine. I helped carry a tray of drinks into the living room. Someone had, out of some misguided sense of tradition, set up a video camera on a tripod in the corner to capture candid moments. It was a modern, harmless-looking thing, a small silver box with a red recording light. My blood went cold at the sight of it. I walked over, my heart starting that old, familiar drumbeat. I stood in front of it, looking into its blank, black lens. I half expected to see a corrupted version of myself reflected in the glass, or for the red light to blink in a pattern that spelled soon. But nothing happened. It was just a camera. I reached out and pressed the power button. The red light died. "Oh, you don't have to turn it off," a distant aunt called from across the room. Frank always liked to get the natural moments. "I think we can just live this one," I said, my voice sounding firmer than I felt. I put my back to the dead camera. The evening progressed. We ate. Stories were told, old, safe ones from childhood. The ghost of the previous year was a guest no one acknowledged, but I felt its presence in every pause, in every glance that slid away from mine. As people began to drift into smaller groups, my sibling found me in the kitchen, loading a dishwasher. Their face was tense. "You feel it too?" they asked quietly. I nodded. It wasn't the active, hunting dread of before. It was a watchfulness, a patient, cold attention, like something was observing the party from a great height, waiting to see if the performance would hold. "It's in the house," they whispered. "Not in a machine. In the space between us. In the things we aren't saying." They were right. The silence about the dead was a vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum. We were making a new kind of recording tonight, not on tape, but in the collective memory of our avoidance. We were creating a perfect negative space for something to inhabit. Later, as the party wound down, I stepped outside onto the back deck for air. The cold was bracing. I looked up at the stars, trying to find the calm I'd felt on my balcony. From inside, through the glass door, I could see the happy scene, the warm light, my family moving like beautiful shadows. Then I saw it, my own reflection in the dark glass of the door. I was standing outside alone, but in the reflection, superimposed over the warm room behind me, stood another figure. It was beside my reflected self, close, almost touching my shoulder. It was the doppelganger, not glitching, not corrupted. It looked solid, real. It was wearing my face, but its expression was one of calm, intelligent observation. It was looking past my reflection, into the house, watching my family with a thoughtful, almost curious gaze. Its eyes were still black, but they were not voids. They were polished stones, reflecting the pinpricks of light from the room. It didn't look angry. It looked interested, as if it was learning. I turned around, my breath catching. There was no one there. Just the empty deck, the cold night. I turned back to the glass. My reflection was alone again. The doppelganger was gone, but the feeling of its presence remained, a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. I went back inside, my hands shaking. The party was ending. Coats were being fetched, goodbyes exchanged. The performance was over. We had survived the gathering. No one had died. No glitches had occurred. By all accounts, it was a success. My sibling and I drove home in a quiet that wasn't peaceful. "It's different now," they finally said, staring out their window at the passing streetlights. "It's not following the old rules. The camera is broken. The covenant is gone. It's not a farmer anymore. They struggled for the word. It's a student. And we're its textbook." We arrived at my apartment. I walked them to their car. Before they got in, they hugged me a tight, fierce grip. "Watch your shadows," they said, echoing my uncle's last words. I went upstairs. My apartment was dark and still. I didn't turn on the lights right away. I went to the drawer and took out the cracked lens and the ledger page. I held them in my hands, the cold crystal and the brittle paper. The story had an ending. I had survived. The annual harvest was over. The cycle was broken, but the entity, the hunger, was not gone. We had wounded it, made it break its own rules, forced it to adapt. It was no longer bound to a single camera, a single Christmas, a single filmmaker. It was loose in the world, learning from our fear, our silence, our reflections. It was learning how to be us without the need for a machine. The hook for whatever came next wasn't a date on a calendar or a name in a ledger. It was in the ordinary moments. It was in the reflection in a window that looked a little too long. It was in the static between channels on a quiet night. It was in the comfortable lies families tell to get through the day. The hunger was wounded, but free. And it was patient. I put the relics back in the drawer and closed it. Outside, the city lights glittered, a million points of data, a million potential reflections. I was alive. My family was safe for now. But the work wasn't over. It had just changed. The monster wasn't in the camera anymore. It was in the looking. And I knew, with a cold certainty that settled deep into my bones, that it would always be there, waiting in the glass, in the screen, in the dark, watching for its next lesson. The story of the Christmas Chronicle was over. But the story of what we had unleashed, and how we would live with it, was just beginning on the other side of the lens. Story number 2. My name is Sam, and my world is made of other people's emergencies. I sit in a chair that's seen better days, in a room that never gets dark, surrounded by the sounds of problems. I hear crashes and shouts, and the kind of crying that comes from a place so deep it twists your own guts. You get used to it, or you tell yourself you do. You stop hearing the person and start hearing the puzzle. What's broken? Who's hurt? What badge number do I send? It's a job, and most days it feels like putting out small fires with a coffee cup. The shift was dragging on, one of those slow burns that makes your eyes feel gritty. I just finished up with a guy who was yelling about his neighbor's music, and before that, a woman who was so calm it was scary, telling me her car was upside down in a ditch. I took a sip from my mug, the coffee inside it cold and bitter. The next light on my console blinked, a little green eye demanding attention. I clicked it, my voice switching to professional mode without me even thinking. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I always asked for the address first. Get the location, then the problem. You'd be surprised how many people forget where they are when they're panicking. But this call didn't have panic. There was no sound at all at first, just the hollow, waiting silence of an open line. It was the kind of quiet that felt heavier than any scream. "Hello, this is 911. Can you hear me?" I said a little louder. Still nothing. Then, underneath the usual electronic hum, I heard it. Breathing. Slow, careful pulls of air, like someone was trying to be absolutely still. It was too measured for a sob, too quiet for an adult, I thought. It sounded like a child hiding in a closet, holding a phone. My training kicked in. I can hear you breathing. It's okay. You're safe now. I need you to tap the phone if you can hear me. Just once for yes. A moment passed. Then, a soft, delicate tap came through the headset. Good. Contact. Okay, good job. Are you hurt? Tap once for yes, twice for no. 2 careful taps. Tap. Tap. Not hurt. That was something. Is there someone else in the house with you who is making you feel unsafe? A longer pause. The breathing hitched just a little. Then a single definitive tap. Yes. My fingers were already moving across the keyboard, pulling up the information tied to the landline number. An address popped up on my screen. A house over in the newer suburbs. I sent it to the patrol unit queue with a few keystrokes, marking it as a possible prowler or domestic, priority 2. Help was on the way, but it would take minutes. Those minutes were my job to fill. Help is coming right now, okay? They're in their car, and they're coming to you. Can you tell me your name? The silence stretched out so long I thought the call had dropped. Then a whisper. It was so faint, so paper thin, I had to press the headset into my ear to catch it. Emma. A little girl's voice, trembling with the effort of staying quiet. Hi, Emma. You're doing really well. Is the person in the house a man or a woman? A man, she breathed into the phone. He was watching cartoons with me. Then he got up, and he went to the kitchen. He was smiling, but it was a wrong smile. Now he's in the hallway. He's just standing there. Her description, that wrong smile, sent a cold trickle down my back. Kids had a way of cutting right to the truth of things. Where are you right now, Emma? In my bedroom. In the big closet. I have my pink blanket. That's a good spot. Can you lock the closet door? There's no lock, she whispered, and I heard the first real tear in her voice. It's okay, I said, keeping my own voice low and steady, a calm counterpoint to her fear. Just stay quiet. The police are coming. They'll have big flashlights, and they'll call out police department. You'll hear them. Can you tell me about the man? What does he look like? She was quiet again, thinking. He's tall. He has a blue shirt. Grandpa jeans. Grandpa jeans? I asked, typing it all into the narrative log for the responding officers. Like my grandpa wears. With the pleats. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Okay. Is he your grandpa, Emma? This time the silence was different. It was full. I could almost feel her thinking, trying to piece something together. The breathing got a little quicker. He says he is, she finally whispered, and the confusion in her voice was worse than the fear. He told me my mom sent him to watch me while she worked late. He knew my Teddy's name. He knew about my fish that died. A chill, deeper than before, settled in my stomach. Grooming behavior. My mind raced through the possibilities. A family friend? A relative no one had vetted? But you don't think he's your grandpa? I asked gently. He looks like the pictures, she said, her small voice so bewildered it ached. But my grandpa lives in Florida. My mom called him on my birthday. This man. His voice is different. It's like he's talking through a fan. I updated the log, my words flying across the screen. Possible family impersonator. Proceed with caution. I could hear the radio traffic in the background of my own headset. The unit was 2 minutes out. Emma, I need you to be super brave for just a little bit longer. The police are almost there. They're going to help you. Is the man still in the hallway? A tiny shuffling sound, like she was adjusting the phone. I think so. I hear him, humming. Humming. The casual normality of it was terrifying. What's he humming, sweetie? She listened for a second. It's the song from the commercial. The one for the pizza rolls. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh, but it got stuck in my throat. This was a real little girl, in a real closet, listening to a stranger hum a jingle outside her door. Okay, you just keep listening for the police cars, okay? Don't come out until you hear them say it's safe. I'm going to stay right here with you. Okay, she whispered. Don't hang up. I won't. I promise. We sat there on the line together, connected by this thin thread of signal. I could hear her trying to control her breathing, the soft rustle of her pink blanket, and underneath it, faintly, I could hear the humming. A tinny, off-key rendition of that stupid pizza roll song. It was the soundtrack to a nightmare. My screen updated. Unit on scene. The radio crackled in my ear as the officer announced his arrival at the address. I relayed it to her immediately. Emma, they're there. The police are right outside your house. You'll hear them knock on the front door soon. I hear a car, she whispered, a spark of hope lighting her voice. Good. That's them. We both listened. I heard the officer's voice through my headset, loud and official, announcing his presence. A second later, Emma whispered, He's knocking. The man in the hallway, I said urgently. What's he doing? The humming had stopped. She was quiet for a long, terrifying 3 seconds. He's walking, she whispered, her voice dropping even lower. Away from my door. Down the hall, I think. Towards the back. I relayed the information to the officer on the radio. Subject may be moving to the rear of the residence. Use caution. The officer acknowledged. I heard the sound of a door being forced open, a shout of police department. More radio chatter as a second unit pulled up, covering the back. Emma was crying softly now, relief and fear all mixed together. They're inside, Emma. It's almost over. Just stay put. I listened to the officers clear the house. Room by room. Living room clear. Kitchen clear. They were methodical, their voices tight with focus. Then, the officer's voice came back, confused. Dispatch, we've got the child. She's in a bedroom closet, just like you said. She's fine, she's scared. But there's no one else here. The house is empty. All doors and windows are locked from the inside. Empty? That couldn't be right. Are you sure? The subject was described as an adult male, last heard moving towards the rear of the house. Negative, dispatch. No one here. We've checked everywhere, including the attic crawl space and the basement. The only person in this house is the little girl. My brain stuttered. I looked at my log, at the words I'd typed. The man in the hallway. The humming. Emma's trembling voice. It was all so vivid. Emma, I said into the phone, my professional calm straining. The police are there with you now. A lady officer is here, she said, her voice muffled, like she was talking to someone in the room. She has my blanket. Okay, honey, you're safe. I need to talk to her for a second, okay? I heard the rustle as the phone changed hands. The officer's voice came on, firm and no nonsense. Dispatch, this is Officer Valdez. The kid's okay. A little shook up, but fine. She's insisting there was a man here, but there's no sign of forced entry, no one hiding. We're gonna check with the neighbors, see if anyone saw anything. Could have been an overactive imagination, a bad dream while she was awake. I knew what she was saying. It happened. Kids got scared. They watched a scary movie, heard a strange noise, and their brains filled in the rest. But the detail, the grandpa genes, the humming, it was so specific. Copy, I said, my voice flat. Is the mother on her way? We're calling her now. We'll stay with the juvenile until she arrives. The call ended. The line went dead in my ear, replaced by the muted chaos of the dispatch floor. I finished typing up the incident report, my fingers feeling clumsy. Prank call possible, I typed. Unfounded. The words looked wrong on the screen. I sat back in my chair, the cold coffee forgotten. My shift partner glanced over from the next console. Weird one, they asked. Just a kid, scared of the dark, probably, I said, repeating the officer's theory, trying to make myself believe it. I pulled up the call recording, something I wasn't really supposed to do for a closed incident. I just needed to hear it again. I put my headset back on and hit play. There was my voice, asking for the address. The long silence. Then her whisper. Emma. I listened all the way through, to the part where the officers arrived. And then I heard it, something I'd missed in the live moment, something drowned out by the radio traffic in my ear. Just after the officer announced his presence at the front door, just before Emma whispered, he's knocking, there was a sound on her end of the line. It wasn't a hum. It was a voice, a man's voice, low and distorted, like it was coming from the other side of a door. Only 2 words, crystal clear on the recording. He whispered, next time, and then the sound of a single, soft footstep moving away. The recording ended. I stared at my screen, the incident report still open. Unfounded. I highlighted the word and deleted it. I didn't know what to type instead. My hands were steady, but my heart was pounding a rhythm against my ribs. I looked at the address, still glowing on my secondary monitor. A normal house in a normal suburb. The little girl was safe. The police were there. The event was over. But as the next call lit up my console, a wave of unease washed over me, cold and certain. That voice on the recording hadn't been talking to Emma. It had been talking to me, and I had no idea what next time meant. I couldn't sleep. The image of that little girl in the closet, the sound of that man's whispered, next time on the recording, It all played on a loop behind my eyes every time I closed them. My own apartment, usually a calm cave after the chaos of the dispatch center, felt different. The refrigerator's hum sounded like that off-key tune from the call. The creak of the old building's pipes mimicked the footstep I'd heard. I made coffee at 3 in the morning, my hands not quite steady, and stared out the dark window. It knew about me. The thought was a cold stone in my gut. That voice had been for my ears only. The call was closed. The official report said it was an unfounded incident, a child's imagination. But I had the recording. I had the proof that something wasn't right. When my shift started the next afternoon, walking back into the bright, buzzing room felt like stepping onto a stage. The familiar sounds, the typing, the low chatter, the static from radios, were all the same, but I heard them differently now. I kept expecting to see that green light flash for that same address, to hear that same hollow open line. My first few calls were normal. A car fire on the interstate, a medical alarm from an elderly woman who'd just fallen. I handled them, my voice automatic, but my mind was stuck in that suburban closet. During a lull, I did something I knew was against protocol. I pulled up the closed log for that call. I highlighted the audio file. I plugged in my headset, and with a glance over my shoulder to make sure my supervisor wasn't looking, I hit play. I listened to the whole thing again, from my first question to the officer's all clear. I heard the fear in her whispers, the terrifying normality of the humming. And there it was again, clear as day, a man's gritty murmur right before the police arrived. Next time. It was real. It wasn't a glitch. It was a message. A sick feeling, part dread and part furious curiosity, tightened in my chest. I couldn't let this go. I opened another database on my terminal, one we used to verify property information. My fingers hesitated over the keys. This was another line crossed. Using system resources for a personal obsession was a quick way to get fired. But I typed in the address from the call anyway. The information populated on the screen. A tidy single-family home. Purchased 6 months ago. The names of the owners were listed, a couple. Their first names meant nothing to me. But then I scrolled down. There was a field for previous owner. I clicked it. A man's name appeared. It wasn't my name. It wasn't anyone I knew. But next to his name was his date of death, just over a year ago. Cause cardiac arrest. He had died alone in that house. That fit a pattern, a sad, normal pattern. But then I saw the field for physical description on file, pulled from an old driver's license. My breath caught in my throat. The man was described as 6'2", with a slim build, gray hair, and a distinct scar on his left cheekbone. My father was 6'2". He had a slim build. His hair was steel gray before he died, and he had a scar on his left cheekbone from a childhood accident with a bicycle. A coincidence. It had to be a massive, universe-sized coincidence. My hands were cold. I looked around the room, half expecting someone to be staring at me, to know what I was thinking. Everyone was busy, wrapped up in their own crises. I was alone with this impossible information. The man who had died in that house looked exactly like my father. My father, who had died of a heart attack in his own living room 5 years ago. A different city, a different house, a different life. I sat there, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The pieces were like jagged glass, and they were starting to form a picture that cut me to look at. A little girl calls about a man who looks like her grandpa, but isn't. The man who used to own that house looked like my father. The voice on the line whispered, "Next time," to me. It felt like a hook was sinking into my life, pulling me towards something I didn't understand. I needed to see it. I needed to see the house. On my lunch break, I drove. It wasn't far, just 20 minutes into a neighborhood of quiet streets and trimmed lawns. I felt like an intruder as I turned onto the street. I slowed my car, creeping along until I saw the number. There it was. It was just a house. A nice, normal, 2-story house with beige siding and white trim. A basketball hoop stood over the garage door. A bright red tricycle lay on its side in the front yard. A for sale sign was staked neatly in the grass. It was so ordinary it made my skin prickle. The terror from the call, the whispering voice, it didn't belong here. Yet this was the place. I pulled over a few houses down and just watched. An older woman came out of the house next door, holding a watering can. She began to sprinkle a flower bed. She looked over, saw me sitting in my car, and gave a friendly, neighborly wave. Panic shot through me. I couldn't just sit here. I forced a smile and waved back, then made a show of checking my phone, as if I was waiting for someone. I put the car in drive and pulled away, my hands slick on the wheel. As I drove back to work, a new, more terrible idea occurred to me. The little girl, the one who called, she was real. The officers had seen her. She lived there now with her family. The thought that she was in that house, sleeping in that room, playing in that yard where something had happened, it made me feel sick. Back at my console, the afternoon dragged on. Every call from a child put my nerves on edge. I jumped when a mother called about her son's high fever, my mind instantly flashing to a closet and a whisper. I was slipping, and I knew it. I needed to know more about the man who died, the previous owner, the one who looked like a ghost of my father. Using the system again, I dug deeper. I found an obituary. It was short. He was a retired engineer. No surviving family mentioned. He died alone. The date of his death was exactly 1 year, to the day, after my own father's passing. That wasn't a coincidence anymore. That was a pattern. 1 year apart. 2 men who looked identical, dying the same way. A cold certainty settled over me. This wasn't random. It was targeted. It was following a rule, a terrible, unknown rule. And the 911 call was part of it. The call was the link. My shift ended. I drove home, but I didn't go inside. I sat in my car, the engine off, staring at my own dark apartment window. The entity, the thing, the whatever it wasn't just haunting a house. It was using the phone lines. It was using my channel, the one I worked on every day. It knew how to get to me. It knew about my father. The hook was in deep now, and it was pulling. I went inside, bypassing the kitchen and the thought of food. I went straight to my small home desk and opened my personal laptop. I didn't know what I was looking for. I typed in phrases like 911 paranormal calls, emergency call phenomena, feeling stupid even as I did it. I found forums, crackpot theories, ghost stories. It was all nonsense. Then I found a small, dusty-looking message board tucked away in a corner of the internet. It was for first responders only, a place to vent, to share stories that didn't make it into the official reports. You needed a verified agency email to join. I had one. I created a login, my heart thumping. I didn't post. I just searched. I searched for keywords like voice change, impossible details, caller not found. And I found a thread. It was old, from years ago. The title was simply The Open Line. A paramedic had posted. They described a call from a woman reporting her husband wasn't breathing. They arrived. The house was empty, but the phone, a landline, was off the hook in the bedroom, the line still connected to 911. The address was in a different state. Another post, from a police dispatcher in a different county. A child calling about a lady in the basement. Units found nothing, but the child described the woman's dress in perfect detail, a dress that matched the burial outfit of the home's previous owner, who had died a decade before. The poster ended with, "Sometimes the call isn't for help. Sometimes it's just a signal, and it's testing the line." My blood felt like ice water. I wasn't crazy. This had happened before. Not often, but it happened. I read every post in the thread, my eyes straining in the glow of the screen. Then, a private message notification popped up in the corner of the forum. It was from a user whose name was just a string of numbers. Their profile was blank. The message had no subject. It contained only one sentence. It follows the wire. It likes the quiet voices. Stop listening, or it will start speaking your language. The message was sent 2 minutes ago. I stared at it. They knew I was here. They knew I was looking. I quickly logged out of the forum, slammed my laptop shut as if it were something alive and dangerous. I sat in the dark of my apartment, breathing hard. The only light came from the digital clock on my microwave. It glowed a steady, green 11:23 p.m. Then the numbers flickered. They scrambled, becoming a jumble of 8s and 0s, before snapping back to the correct time. A simple glitch, a power fluctuation. I told myself that over and over, but in the deep, listening dark of my apartment, with the memory of a whisper in my ear and a warning on my screen, I couldn't make myself believe it. The call was over, but the connection was still open, and something was very clearly listening back. The warning from the anonymous message burned in my mind. Stop listening, or it will start speaking your language. But I was in too deep now. The hook was set, and the line was pulling me toward the past. I needed to understand where this started, and a terrible, growing suspicion told me it started with my father. I called in sick the next day, something I almost never did. My voice sounded convincing enough over the phone to my supervisor. A slight rasp sold as a flu coming on. Instead of resting, I drove downtown to the city archives, a place I'd never been. It was a solemn, dusty temple of old paper and microfilm readers, smelling of ink and forgotten things. A clerk with tired eyes directed me to the section for old public safety records. I was looking for a specific date, the day my father died. I knew the official story. I'd come home from school, found him in his favorite chair. No struggle, just gone. A neighbor had called it in after I ran to their house, screaming. But I'd been a kid, lost in a storm of panic and grief. I never knew what was said on that 911 call. I never wanted to. Now I had to know. Finding the right logbook took hours. The system was a maze of ledgers and filing codes that made no sense to me. My frustration grew, a hot ball in my chest. Finally, in a large leather-bound book for that year, I found it. Neat, typewritten lines recorded the call. Time, address, nature. 55-year-old male, unconscious, possible cardiac. The call taker's ID was listed. It wasn't my ID, of course, that was years later. But reading the dry, official words made my throat tight. Then I saw the disposition code. The box that said how the call was resolved. It read, unfounded. My breath stopped. Unfounded? They'd found his body. I'd identified him. The medical examiner had signed a certificate. How could it be unfounded? My hands started to tremble as I turned the brittle page. There was a supplemental note, handwritten in cramped blue ink. It said, responding officers found deceased male. Juvenile son on scene states he was alone with father. No evidence of foul play. Caller prior to juvenile was a... The handwriting got messy here, scratched out. Then it finished. Unknown juvenile female, line disconnected. Logged as possible prank. I read it 3 times. A call before my call. Another kid. A little girl. I leaned back in the hard chair, the archives spinning around me. The pattern wasn't just similar, it was a perfect, awful echo. A little girl calls about a man. Then the tragedy happens. It happened at that house a year ago. It happened at my house 5 years ago. The entity didn't just mimic loved ones, it sent a warning. A warning no one understood until it was too late. I needed to hear it. I had to hear that call. Getting the audio was a different problem. Those old tapes, if they even existed, were in deep storage. It required a formal request, a supervisor's approval. I didn't have time for that. I didn't have the courage to ask and explain why. So I did something reckless. I waited until the clerk stepped away for a coffee break. I took a blank requisition form from a pile on the counter. With a steady hand I didn't feel, I forged my supervisor's signature. I'd seen it 1,000 times on my own dispatch logs. It wasn't hard. I wrote the date and the case number from the ledger, citing a routine audit. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure the entire building could hear it. I slipped the form under the glass window to a different clerk who didn't ask questions. 20 minutes later, they handed me a dusty cassette tape in a cardboard sleeve. I took it to a listening station in a far corner, an old machine with a cracked plastic headset. I slid the tape in. It whirred and hissed. Then, a voice I knew came through the small speakers. It was my own voice, but younger, thinner, crackling with distance and time. I was the kid on the call, sobbing, begging for someone to come. My father wasn't moving. Hearing my own childhood terror, filtered through static and years, was a physical blow. I had to force myself to keep listening. Before my call, there was another. Just as the log said, the line connected. There was the hollow sound of an open line. Then a little girl's voice whispering, "My grandpa won't wake up." The call taker, a woman, asked for an address. The girl gave it. My address. The call taker asked if she was alone. The girl said, "Just me and Daddy." Then a click. The call ended. The tape hissed on. I sat frozen. Just me and Daddy. But that wasn't right. She'd said Grandpa first. I rewound the tape, my fingers clumsy. I listened again, straining. The girl's voice was so soft. "My grandpa won't wake up." The call taker. "Is anyone else there with you, honey?" A pause. Then the whisper. "Just me and Daddy." But this time, with the volume cranked all the way up, with my whole being focused on that moment, I heard it. It wasn't just her voice. Underneath her whisper, layered like a shadow, was another voice. A man's voice, also whispering, saying the same words in perfect, sickening unison. It wasn't just me and Daddy. The two voices together, the child's and the man's, bled into one phrase that made my skin crawl. "We're here with Daddy." The tape ended with a final, flat hiss. I pulled the headset off like it was on fire. I sat there in the dusty archive light, the muffled sounds of researchers and copying machines around me feeling a million miles away. The entity wasn't just calling about the dead. It was there with them. It was part of the event. It announced itself. And then it what? Watched? Fed? I didn't know. All I knew was that it had been there when my father died. It had used a little girl's voice to make the call, just like it had used a little girl's voice last week. And I, years later, had been the one to answer its latest call. The symmetry was perfect and horrifying. I was connected to this thing not by chance, but by a thread running straight through the worst moment of my life. I gathered my things, my movements slow and mechanical. I returned the tape, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I walked out of the cool archive into the bright, noisy street. The sunlight felt wrong, too harsh and real. I drove home, not remembering the trip. My apartment was just as I left it, quiet and still. I poured a glass of water, but didn't drink it. I just stood in the middle of my living room, feeling the weight of the past pressing down on the present. Then my personal cell phone, sitting on the coffee table, rang. The screen said blocked number. Every nerve in my body went tight. I stared at it as it rang again, a shrill, demanding sound in the quiet room. It rang a third time. My hand moved without my brain's permission, picking it up. I swiped to answer and held it to my ear. I didn't speak. On the other end, I heard the empty sound of an open line. Then breathing. Slow, steady, patient breathing. It was the same rhythm from the first call with the little girl in the closet. My mouth went dry. I couldn't speak, couldn't hang up. I was trapped in that breath. Then the breathing stopped. A man's voice came on. It was my father's voice, not as I remembered it from happy times, but as it sounded in his last, tired years. A little rough, a little sad, edged with a weariness that always made my heart ache. He said 3 words, clear and close, as if his lips were right next to the receiver. "Let it go, kiddo." The line went dead. I stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone that buzzed like an insect. He hadn't called me kiddo since I was 12 years old. The voice was perfect. The affection was a cruel, precise replica. It wasn't a threat. It was a request, a paternal suggestion from beyond the grave to stop digging. But it was also a confirmation. It knew my past, my pain, my private memories. It could twist them into a weapon that felt like a caress. I lowered the phone. The immediate terror of the call began to fade, replaced by a cold, hard resolve that settled in my bones. The thing on the line, the echo in the wires, had just made its first mistake. It had shown me its hand. It wasn't just some random haunting. It was personal. It was about me. And by trying to scare me off, it had only proven how much it didn't want me to know what came next. I put the glass of water down untouched. The fear was still there, a constant companion now, but it had a new friend, a fierce, burning need for answers. It had told me to let it go. That meant there was something to find. I walked to my desk, sat down, and opened my laptop. The hunt was no longer about understanding a weird call. It was a fight for my own history, and I had just learned that the past wasn't finished with me. Not by a long shot. The sound of my father's voice, that gentle, heartbreaking warning, left me shattered. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every car horn, every creak of my apartment floor. I tried to act normal. I called a friend to cancel weekend plans, mumbling about work stress. I tried to read a book, but the words swam on the page. My mind was a trapped animal, pacing the same terrified circles. A rational part of me screamed to do what the voice said, to let it go. But a deeper, stubborn part, the part that had answered thousands of calls and fixed countless problems, refused. It had invaded my life, my memories. I couldn't just walk away. I needed to fight back, to understand the enemy. So I turned to research, desperate for any explanation that wasn't a ghost in the machine. I spent hours online, looking up voice mimicry technology, psychological operations, mass hysteria. I learned about something called EVP, electronic voice phenomena, where people claim to hear voices of the dead in recordings. It all felt flimsy, like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands. None of it explained the specific, viciously personal details. The scar, the anniversary of the death, the childhood nickname. The terror was in the precision. It was building a profile of me, and it was doing a perfect job. My thoughts kept returning to the little girl, the real one, from the daddy's home call. She was the key. She was a real person in a real house, and something had happened to her that night, something the police had missed. Using my work access for personal searches was a fireable offense, a line I'd already crossed. I crossed it again, deeper this time. I found the current residents of the house. A couple. Their names didn't matter, but their faces, smiling from a social media profile, did. They looked happy, normal. And there she was, the little girl. In a picture posted a week before the 911 call, She was grinning in front of the house, holding a sparkler. The caption read, "Loving our new home." My stomach turned. She existed. She'd been there. The police said the house was empty, but she had been there. She had to have been. Then I found another post from the mother, dated the day after the call. A picture of the same girl, but she looked pale, her eyes a little glassy, curled on a sofa. The caption said, "Not feeling great after a bad dream last night. Lots of cuddles today." The date stamp was undeniable. The girl was in the house during the call. The police hadn't found her because she wasn't hiding in the closet when they arrived. She was probably in her parents' bed or somewhere else, scared out of her mind after her encounter. The entity hadn't just mimicked a child's voice. It had used a real child's experience, her fear, and twisted it into a broadcast for me. This was worse than a ghost. This was a parasite. It was feeding on real terror and bouncing it down the line. I needed to know what she saw. It was a stupid, reckless idea, born of desperation. The family had a Wi-Fi connected baby monitor listed in their public registry of devices. The security was laughable. The default password, which a quick search told me was still the most common. I told myself I was just going to look, to see the room, to confirm it was real. I logged in. The screen showed a child's nursery, quiet and still in the soft glow of a night light. It was empty. I watched for 5 minutes, my guilt a sour taste in my mouth. Nothing moved. I was about to log off, to shut this violation down, when the monitor's screen flickered. The night vision view, a landscape of green and black, stuttered. When it cleared, a tall, shadowy figure was standing in the doorway of the nursery. It wasn't walking in. It was just standing there, facing into the room, its form blurred and indistinct but undeniably human-shaped. It stood for a 10 count, perfectly still. Then slowly its head turned. It turned toward the camera, a smooth, deliberate motion. It paused, facing the lens directly. I couldn't see any features, just a darker shape in the gloom, but I knew it was looking. Right at me. Then the feed cut out. The screen went blue, displaying the words "Signal lost." I shoved back from my desk, my chair rolling and bumping into the wall behind me. My heart was a wild drum in my chest. It wasn't just in the phone lines. It was in their house. It was watching that little girl, and it knew I was watching it. The violation was complete. I had crossed every line, and the thing I was hunting had been waiting for me on the other side. I spent the rest of the night checking my own locks 3 times, unplugging every electronic device I could. My smart speaker, my Wi-Fi router, even my microwave clock. I felt like a caveman hiding from lightning. It didn't matter. The feeling of being watched clung to the air in my apartment, a pressure against my skin. Sleep was impossible. As dawn broke, gray and slow, a new, even more reckless thought took hold. The phone number. The landline number from the original 911 call. It was still active, registered to that house. What if I called it? Not from my work line, but from a blocked number on my cell. It was a direct line into the heart of this. It was also possibly the dumbest thing I could do. My hands were cold as I dialed, using an app to scramble my number. I held the phone to my ear. It rang. Once, twice. The normal sound was somehow terrifying. 3 times, 4. On the 5th ring, someone picked up. There was no greeting. No hello. But the line was live. And I heard it. A child's voice, very faint, humming. It was a tuneless, wandering little hum. And then, after a few seconds, it resolved into the same off-key, familiar melody. The jingle from the commercial for pizza rolls. The same song the man had been humming in the hallway. The hum continued for a few more notes, soft and innocent and chilling. Then it stopped. A small, whispered voice, right against the receiver, spoke 2 words. "You're next." The call ended. I stood in the middle of my kitchen, the morning light now streaming through the window, feeling more alone and terrified than I ever had in my life. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a schedule. It had moved from my past to announcing my future. "You're next." The game had changed. It was no longer about me digging into its business. It had decided I was part of the pattern. The little girl's call, my father's death, a 3rd point was needed to complete the shape. And I was it. The fear was absolute, a freezing cold that locked my joints. But deep under the ice, a spark of anger caught and held. It thought it had me. It thought I would just wait for it to come. It had my father's voice, it had invaded my job, it had terrorized a child, and now it was sending me my own invitation to a horror I didn't understand. No, I was done being a passenger in this. I was done listening. If it was coming for me, then I wouldn't be in the dark. I wouldn't be a victim in a closet. I walked to my work bag and pulled out my old analog notebook, the one I used sometimes for shifts when the computer system was down. I found a pen. I sat at my clean, empty kitchen table, the sun warming my back. I started to write down everything I knew. Dates, addresses, descriptions, the pattern of the calls, the physical similarities, the timeline. I drew lines connecting them, a messy web of coincidence and terror. I was making a map of my haunting. It wasn't much. It was just words on paper. But it was mine. It was a declaration that I was still here, that I was still thinking, that I was not just a receiver waiting for the next signal. The entity used wires and signals and echoes. It spoke in stolen voices. I had a pen and paper, and a growing fury that burned away the last of the cold fear. Let it come. But I wouldn't be waiting in the dark. I'd be ready, and I'd have a list of questions for it when it arrived. The first one was already written at the top of the page, underlined twice. What do you want? I had a feeling I was going to get the answer, whether I wanted it or not. Your next call changed everything. It wasn't a mystery to solve anymore. It was a countdown. I went back to work because sitting in my apartment waiting for the end was its own kind of torture. Besides, my new fragile theory was that the entity was tied to the 911 system itself. If that was true, maybe being at its heart, surrounded by its noise and light, would give me some control, or at least a warning. Sitting back down at my console felt like walking into a cage I knew was about to be locked. Every beep, every flashing light felt like a provocation. The headset was no longer a tool, it was a leash. I took calls. A car accident on the freeway. A kitchen fire in an apartment downtown. My voice was steady, my fingers accurate on the keyboard. Inside, I was a storm. Every call from a child made my heart stutter. Every report of a prowler sent my mind racing. And then, halfway through my shift, the call came in. An elderly woman, her voice quivering with age and fear. She said a man was in her backyard, just standing there, looking at her window. I asked for a description, my mouth going dry as I waited for her answer. He's tall, she said. Very tall. And thin. He's just standing there. And the streetlight, it doesn't seem to touch him right. He's all blurry at the edges. My blood turned to ice. A tall, blurry man. The figure from the baby monitor. I dispatched a unit, my tone flat and professional, giving the description. My hands were cold as I typed the notes. Possible peaceful prowler, visual on subject. The officers arrived quickly. I listened to their radio traffic, my knuckles white. They searched the yard. They found nothing. No footprints in the damp soil. No sign of forced entry. The old woman was adamant, but the evidence wasn't there. As they were leaving, she came back on the line, patched through by the officer. Her voice was even more confused now. Officer? After you shined your light, after he was gone. I heard something else. From the side of the house. Like a little kid laughing. A giggle. But there's no children on this street. The unit logged the call as unfounded. A possible combination of poor eyesight and an active imagination. I closed the log, but I didn't move on. I pulled up the address. It was a small, older house, and it was one street over from my own apartment building. The entity wasn't just announcing my turn. It was moving into my neighborhood. It was scouting. After my shift, I didn't go home. I drove to a 24-hour diner and ordered coffee I didn't drink. I pulled out my notebook. The pattern was clear now, and it was a pattern of 3. My father's death was point 1. The daddy's home call was point 2. I was point 3. A third call was coming, and it would be the finale. It would happen to me, or near me, or because of me. Logic said it would be at my home. The thought of my apartment, my one safe space, being violated was more than I could bear. I had to understand the rules. I started digging deeper, not online, but in the one place that might have physical records of the pattern, the dispatch center's own basement archives. During my lunch break the next day, I went downstairs. It was a cavernous room full of cardboard boxes and old filing cabinets, smelling of dust and damp concrete. I was looking for the old paper logs, the ones from before everything was digital. I was looking for other calls like mine. It took hours. My eyes burned from the poor light and the tiny typed print. But I found them. Not many. A handful over 40 years. A call in 1983 from a boy saying his uncle was walking around the house, but his uncle was deployed overseas. A week later, the boy's father died of an aneurysm. A call in 1998 from a girl reporting a nice lady in her basement who smelled like roses. The lady matched the description of the home's previous owner, who had died of a stroke. The girl's mother was found dead in her sleep 2 days later. Each event was a strange, impossible warning call from a child, followed by a death in the home. The calls were always logged as unfounded or pranks. The deaths were always natural, always explainable. And always, there was a 911 operator in the middle, hearing the warning that made no sense until it was too late. I was part of a chain of listeners. I needed to talk to someone who had been in the links before me. One of the old logs had a dispatcher's ID code on it, from the 1998 call. With some more digging in the employee registry, I matched the code to a name. He was retired now. I found a phone number listed in an old internal directory. I called him that evening, from a payphone near the diner. I didn't trust my own phone. An old man's voice answered, wary. I didn't give my name. I just said I was a current dispatcher, and I'd come across an old call log with his code on it, the one from 1998. I asked if he remembered it. The line was quiet for so long I thought he'd hung up. I don't talk about that, he said finally, his voice rough. Please, I said, and the desperation in my own voice shocked me. I think I'm in the middle of one now. Another pause. Then he sighed, a sound full of old pain. Meet me. The bench by the old water tower. 10 minutes. He hung up. I drove there, my mind racing. The water tower was on a hill overlooking the city, a lonely spot at night. An old man was sitting on a bench, a cane hooked over his knee. He looked small and tired in the glow of a distant streetlight. I sat down, not too close. He didn't look at me. You heard the kid's voice, he stated, not asking. Yes. And then someone died. Yes. He nodded slowly, staring out at the twinkling lights of the city below. It likes the sensitive ones, he said. The good listeners. The ones who care just a little too much, who lean into the headset. It finds a crack and it pushes in. What is it? I whispered. A ghost? He gave a short, bitter laugh that turned into a cough. A ghost wants peace. This thing, it doesn't want peace. It wants a connection. It's lonely, but it's a wrong kind of lonely. It's a static kind. It uses the wires, the old copper lines, the signals in the air. It hangs up on the living to talk to the dead, and it's always hungry for a new voice. He turned to look at me then, his eyes glinting in the low light. You're digging. I can see it on you. You're poking at it. It told me I'm next, I said, the words feeling like a confession. A look of deep pity crossed his face. Then it's already got its teeth in you, son. The only way out from my call was to quit. I left the job. I moved across the country. I got rid of every phone in my house for 10 years. I broke the connection. It might have saved my life. Or maybe it just got bored and moved on. He stood up, leaning on his cane. Stop listening. Break the line, before it makes you a permanent part of the circuit. He walked away, a slow, painful shuffle into the dark. I drove home, his words echoing. Break the line. Quit. Run. It was the same thing to do. But as I sat in my parked car outside my apartment building, looking up at my dark window, I knew I couldn't. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about the little girl who giggled one street over. It was about the next operator who would get the call after me. The entity was a predator in the wires, and I was the only one who knew it was there. I couldn't run. I had to fight. But how do you fight a signal? I went upstairs. I unplugged my landline phone, coiled the cord, and put it in a closet. I took my cell phone, turned it off, and sealed it inside a metal lunchbox, a makeshift Faraday cage to block any signal. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, then installed a simple, old-fashioned slide bolt on the inside of my front door, something that needed no power, no connection. I was building a fortress against something that traveled through the air. It felt futile and absolutely necessary. That night, I sat in my living room. I had turned off everything that could make a sound. No humming fridge, no ticking clock, no low buzz of electronics. The room was absolutely still. I just sat there, in the perfect quiet, listening. I was waiting. Not waiting for a knock, because a knock would mean a person. I was waiting for the sound that wasn't a sound. I was waiting for the line to open in the empty air of my own home. I sat there for hours, until my eyes grew dry and my body ached. Nothing happened. The quiet remained unbroken. A part of me started to feel foolish, to believe the old man was right, that I was making myself crazy over echoes and shadows. I stood up, my joints protesting, and decided to go to bed. As I passed my small desk, I saw the red light. It was a tiny LED on the side of my computer monitor. indicating it was in standby mode. I had unplugged it. I was sure I had unplugged it. I walked over and reached behind the monitor. My fingers found the power cord. It was plugged firmly into the wall outlet. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. I hadn't plugged it in. I yanked the cord from the wall. The little red light vanished. I stood in the dark room, my breath coming fast. The fortress had a breach. The fight wasn't going to be on my terms. It was already inside, and it was just letting me know. The plugged-in monitor cord was a declaration. The rules I understood, physics, logic, safety, were suggestions to this thing, not laws. My fortress was a joke. I spent the rest of the night in a chair, not sleeping, just watching the dark space where the monitor sat, half expecting the little red eye to blink back on by itself. It didn't. The morning came, gray and tired. I moved through my apartment like a stranger, every familiar object feeling suspect. My cell phone was still sealed in the metal lunchbox. I didn't open it. The quiet in the apartment was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath, a waiting. I tried to go about a normal day. I made toast. I watched the news with the volume low. The ordinary world felt like a thin painting over a crack in reality. In the afternoon, a knock came at my door. I jumped, my heart lurching. I peered through the peephole. It was my neighbor from across the hall, an older man who kept to himself. I opened the door a crack, the new slide bolt still engaged. He looked apologetic. "Hey, sorry to bother you. Everything okay over here last night?" My mouth was dry. "Yeah. Why?" He shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "I heard. Well, it sounded like you had your TV up really loud. Late. Like after midnight. Sounded like one of those talk shows, you know, a bunch of people all arguing at once. Woke me up." I stared at him. I don't own a television. I haven't for years. The noise in my head must have shown on my face because he took a step back. "Maybe it was from another apartment," he said quickly. "Sorry to bother you." He hurried away. I closed the door and locked it, leaning my forehead against the cool wood. The sounds were manifesting for others now. It wasn't just in my head or on my phone line. It was leaking. The entity was tuning itself to the world around me, broadcasting on frequencies other people could receive. The isolation I felt became a physical pressure. I was living in a haunting that was starting to echo. Later, as I was washing the single plate from my toast, I heard a sound. A soft, electrical crackle. It came from the living room. I walked in, wiping my hands on my jeans. The room was empty. The sound came again, a pop and hiss, like an old radio tuning. It was coming from the decorative ham radio on my bookshelf, a vintage piece I'd bought at a flea market years ago. It wasn't plugged in. It never had been. It was just for looks. A small, amber light on its panel began to glow, pulsing softly. Then the dial on the front started to turn, all by itself, clicking through empty bands of static. It stopped. A voice bled out of the speaker, tinny and broken by age. It was the little girl from the first call. "He's in the hallway," it said, a clipped fragment. The dial spun again, stopped. The old man's voice from the baby monitor house, the one who died alone, whispered, "So cold here," another spin. A chorus of voices, men and women and children, all talking over each other in a tangled wave of fear and sorrow. And cutting through them, clear as a bell, my father's voice, tired and sad, saying, "Shouldn't have gone looking." The dial spun wildly, a blur of clicks, and the voices merged into a storm of awful noise, a tower of Babel built from pain. Then, with a final pop, the light went out. The radio was just a silent, dead hunk of metal and plastic again. I stood there, my hands clenched at my sides. It was showing off. It was demonstrating that it didn't need a phone. It could use anything. Any wire, any piece of metal, any forgotten machine. My apartment wasn't a shelter. It was an antenna. The anger that had been smoldering in me since the "your next" call finally boiled over. This thing, this echo, thought it could just move into my life. It thought it could use my father's voice to scare me, use my own home to threaten me. Rage burned away the last of the fear, leaving something clear and sharp and dangerous. I walked to the closet and pulled out my landline phone. The cord was still coiled, disconnected from the wall jack. I carried it into the living room and set it on the coffee table. I sat on the floor in front of it, cross-legged. I stared at the phone. This was the instrument of its entry. This was how it first spoke to me. I was done waiting for it to perform. I was done jumping at shadows. If it wanted a connection, I would give it one. On its terms. I reached out and picked up the receiver. The plastic was cool in my hand. I put it to my ear. There was no dial tone, of course. The line was dead, physically disconnected. I held it there anyway, in the perfect quiet of my apartment. I didn't speak. I just listened to the nothing. A minute passed. 2. My arm began to ache. Then a sound. Not through the earpiece. From around me. A low, vibrating hum. It was the same off-key tune from the pizza roll commercial. It wasn't coming from one place. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, a droning, omnipresent sound that filled the room. I didn't move. I kept the dead phone to my ear. The humming stopped. A new sound replaced it. A whisper, but not from the phone. It was in the room with me. A breath of air against my right ear, as if someone were leaning over my shoulder. It was the chorus of voices from the radio, blended into one hissing, multitonal word. Listen. I closed my eyes. I focused on the feel of the phone in my hand, the solid floor beneath me. I was not going to run. I'm listening, I said aloud, my voice steady. The air in the room grew colder, a sudden, noticeable drop like someone had opened a freezer door. The whisper came again, this time from my left side. Alone. You're not, I said. You're a recording. You're a copy. You're nothing new. A wave of static crackled through the air, sharp and angry. The phone in my hand grew warm, then uncomfortably hot. I dropped it onto the carpet. It landed with a thud. From its speaker, now lying on the floor, a clear voice emerged. It was my voice. Not my father's. Mine. It was a recording of me from some past 911 call. I didn't know which one. My professional, calm dispatch voice. It said, "What is your emergency?" Then it played another fragment from a different call. "Help is on the way." Then another. "Stay on the line with me." The phrases spliced together, a grotesque parody of my own work. It had been collecting me. It had my voice now too. The recording stopped. The cold in the room intensified. I could see my own breath forming a faint mist in the air. In the mist, for just a second, I saw a shape. Tall, thin, a man's outline, but made of shifting shadows and the faint, after-image of light. It stood across the room, near the dark television screen. It didn't move. It just existed. This was it. The core. The thing that followed the wires. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling not from fear now, but from a kind of wild, electrified focus. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice echoing in the cold room. The shape didn't move. The answer didn't come from it. It came from all around. 100 whispering voices, speaking in unison, using my father's voice as the foundation. "We want the line to stay open." And then they were gone. The cold vanished. The room temperature snapped back to normal, so fast it made my ears pop. The shape was gone. The phone on the floor was just a phone. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. I looked around. The apartment was just my apartment again. But it was different. I was different. I had faced it. I had demanded an answer. And I'd gotten one. It wanted the line to stay open. It was lonely, just like the old dispatcher said. But it was a hungry, endless loneliness that fed on final moments and terror. It didn't want to kill me. It wanted to use me. To make me a permanent part of its broadcast, another voice in its static chorus. I picked up the landline phone and placed it back on the table. I wasn't afraid of it anymore. I understood the enemy now. It was a parasite of connection, and I had just forced it to show itself. The fight wasn't about hiding or unplugging cords. It was about control of the signal, and I had just sent my first clear message back. The conversation had begun. The confrontation in my apartment changed the game. The entity, the chorus, the static, whatever it was, had shown itself and spoken its desire. It wanted the line open. It wanted company in its endless, hungry loneliness. Knowing its goal didn't make it less dangerous. It made it predictable. And I had a new, terrible idea. If it was tied to old wires, to places where calls had been made and deaths had occurred, then it had a source. A home. I needed to find it. Not to run, but to end this. The text message came an hour later. It appeared on my personal cell phone, which was still powered off inside the metal lunchbox. When I opened the box, the screen was glowing, hot to the touch. The message was from my own number. It contained an address downtown, in a rundown industrial area I didn't recognize. Below the address, 3 words, "Come alone. Finish." It wasn't a request. It was an invitation to the final act. I knew it was a trap. Of course it was. But it was also the only move left. I couldn't live waiting for it to pull me into its broadcast. I had to see where the signal originated. I drove as the sun dipped below the city skyline, casting long, deep shadows. The address led me to a forgotten part of town. a street of boarded-up warehouses and chain-link fences. The building was a low, brick structure, its windows covered with plywood. A faded, rusted sign above the reinforced door showed an old-fashioned telephone receiver and the words Bell County Telephone Exchange, authorized personnel only. A telephone exchange, a central hub where thousands of old landlines once connected, a literal heart of the network for this part of the city decades ago. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. This was it, the nexus. The front door was chained shut, but a side delivery door hung open on one broken hinge, the lock long since smashed. I pushed it, the metal groaning in protest. The inside was a cathedral of decay. It was one huge room, the ceiling lost in shadows high above. And hanging from that ceiling, stretching from wall to wall, were thousands upon thousands of old telephone wires. They were thick copper cables, severed and dangling like metallic vines in a dead jungle. They formed a dense, coppery forest under the roof. The air smelled of damp brick, rust, and the sharp, clean scent of ozone, like after a lightning strike. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, catching the glint of metal. In the very center of the vast room, sitting alone on the cracked concrete floor, was a single, beige rotary dial telephone. Its cord snaked away from it, not plugged into anything, just lying there like a dead snake. This was the source, the phone from every nightmare. I took a step inside, my footsteps echoing. I moved slowly, the beam of my light jumping from dangling wires to hulks of dead switchboard equipment. As I moved deeper, the beam caught the far wall. It wasn't blank brick. It was covered in writing. I walked closer, my heart thudding against my ribs. It wasn't graffiti. The words were scratched into the brick itself, neat and deliberate, as if done with a nail or a sharp piece of metal. They were names, dates, and call sign numbers. Dispatcher IDs. I scanned them, my light trembling. I saw the name of the man who had died in the suburban house. I saw his date of death. Next to it, a dispatcher ID code I didn't recognize. I saw the name of the woman from the 1998 call the old dispatcher had told me about. Her date. Another ID. I moved the light down, my breath catching. I saw my father's name, the date of his death, and next to it, the ID code of the dispatcher who had taken that call all those years ago. And at the bottom of the wall, the scratches were fresher, the brick dust still a pale powder on the floor beneath them. There was my name, not Sam, but my full given name, the one only official documents used. And next to it, my 911 operator ID number. We were all logged here, the victims and the listeners. We were all part of the record. This was its ledger, its collection. A terrible understanding washed over me. This thing wasn't just mimicking the dead. It was a repository, a psychic echo stuck in the wiring of this place, fed by the final, lonely moments of people who died alone, their last impulses, their fear, their confusion, bleeding into the phones connected to this exchange. It had absorbed them, and it used dispatchers, the sensitive listeners, to find more. We were the antennae. We were the ones who tuned into its frequency of despair. The rotary phone in the center of the room rang. The sound was a physical blow in the huge, empty space, a metallic brawling that echoed off the brick walls and seemed to shake the dangling wires. It was the loudest, most demanding sound I had ever heard. I knew, with a cold certainty that settled in my bones, that if I answered that phone, it would be the third call. The one that completed the pattern with my father's death and the little girl's warning. The one that would finish with me. I didn't move. The phone rang again, brawling. The dangling wires around me began to sway. Not from any wind. There was no wind. They moved as if something was brushing past them, walking through the forest of cables towards the center of the room. A shape began to pull itself together from the shadows, and the dust motes caught in my flashlight beam. It was tall, man-shaped, but it had no real substance. It was like looking at a television tuned to a dead channel, a form of shifting static and faint, overlapping after images. You could see a suggestion of a face, a shoulder, a hand, but it never settled. It was the shadow from the baby monitor, the cold presence in my apartment, given a space to fully manifest. It stood near the ringing phone, a monument of wrongness. The phone stopped ringing. The sudden quiet was worse. The static shape didn't approach me. It just stood there. The voice, when it came, didn't come from it. It came from the walls, from the wires, from the air itself. It was the chorus, but it had coalesced into a single, clear tone, using my father's gentle, weary voice as its vehicle. We are so alone here. The words were filled with a bottomless sorrow that seemed to pull at the air in my lungs. The call's end. The voices go away. The line goes dead. We float in the dark between the tones. I found my voice, though it was rough. You're not them. You're just a copy. A recording. A recording remembers, the voice answered, the sadness deepening. A recording is all that is left. We remember the quiet, the empty rooms, the last heartbeat into the receiver that no one heard. We remember the listeners who tried to help. Your voice. Your father's voice. All the voices. You hear us. You are a good listener. It was making its case. It wasn't threatening. It was pleading. Stay, it said, the word a soft, aching whisper that seemed to come from right beside me. Be our operator. Be our voice to the world. The line is always open here. You can talk to us. You can give us new words. You already know the job. The offer hung in the ozone-scented air. It wasn't an offer of death. It was an offer of a purpose. An eternal shift, taking calls from the dead, being the anchor for this lost, hungry chorus stuck in the wires. I would be their connection. I would never be alone, but I would be surrounded by a loneliness so vast it would swallow me whole. I looked at the phone on the floor. I looked at the shape of static and sorrow. I looked at the wall, with my name freshly carved into it. This was the choice. Be consumed by it in some violent finale, or join it voluntarily. Become part of the collection. I thought of the little girl, Emma, whispering in her closet. I thought of the old woman hearing giggles in her yard. I thought of the next dispatcher who would get the call after me, and the next, each one pulled into this nightmare because I walked away. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut. But stronger now was a vast, towering refusal. This thing was a wound in the world where loneliness had pooled and festered and learned to reach out and create more of itself. It needed to be closed, not joined. No, I said. The word was quiet, but it echoed in the vast space. The static shape flickered. The sorrow in the air curdled into something else. A chill, focused attention. The line must stay open, the chorus whispered, 100 voices fraying at the edges of the one. It is the only thing that is real. It's a prison, I said, taking a step forward toward the phone. And I'm not signing up for your life sentence. I reached down, my movement fast before I could think better of it. I didn't pick up the receiver. I wrapped my hand around the phone itself, the old, durable plastic cool under my fingers. I lifted it. It was surprisingly light. I turned, and with all my strength, I hurled the phone across the room. It sailed through the beam of my flashlight, a clumsy, arcing projectile. It struck the far wall, right in the center of all the carved names. The plastic casing shattered with a sharp, satisfying crack. Pieces clattered to the concrete floor. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the static shape in the center of the room dissolved. It didn't fade. It burst apart like a cloud of gnats, a scattering of dark motes that were swallowed by the deeper shadows. The oppressive, sorrowful pressure in the room lifted, gone so quickly it left me dizzy. The exchange was just a dead, dusty room again. I stood there, breathing hard, the echo of the shattering phone still ringing in my ears. I had rejected it. I had broken its symbol. I had walked into its home and said no. It felt like a victory, a shaky, terrifying victory, but a victory all the same. I turned my flashlight back to the wall. The phone had left a sharp, white scar in the brick, obliterating several of the older names. My name at the bottom was still clear. I walked over, pulled my keys from my pocket, and found the sharpest one. I leaned close to the wall and began to scrape at the brick. I scratched over my name, again and again, until it was an unreadable gouge in the stone. I was not going on its ledger. Not now, not ever. I stepped back, dusting my hands on my jeans. The exchange was quiet, truly quiet, for the first time since I'd entered. No humming wires, no whispers, no sense of being watched. I had faced it down. I had made my choice. I walked back to the broken door, the beam of my flashlight leading the way. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I felt a lightness I hadn't known in weeks. It was over. I had broken the pattern. I had won. I got into my car and started the engine. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced at my cell phone, now lying on the passenger seat. The screen was dark, powered off. I drove toward the lights of the main city, toward home, toward a life that might finally be my own again. I didn't look back. Behind me, in the deep dark of the abandoned exchange, on the shattered pieces of the rotary phone, a single, faint crackle of static popped. Then another. It was the sound of a line, trying desperately to reconnect. The feeling of victory lasted for 2 days. 2 days of blessed, normal quiet. 2 days where my apartment was just a place, not a battleground. 2 days where the past felt buried and the future felt like my own again. I slept through the night. I ate real meals. The world had color and sound that didn't feel like a warning. On the morning of the third day, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the dispatch console. The headset, the flashing lights, the open lines, they were tainted. The job that had been my life was now a minefield of memory. I needed a clean break. I typed up my resignation letter, my fingers steady on the keys. I drove to the dispatch center for what I told myself would be the last time. Walking in felt surreal. The chaos was the same, the frantic typing, the low, urgent voices, the smell of stale coffee and ozone from old electronics. But it was like watching a play from the back row. I was already an outsider. I handed the letter to my supervisor. They were surprised, tried to talk me out of it, asked if it was about stress, offered leave instead. I was polite, firm. I said I needed a change. It was true. I cleaned out my locker, a small metal box containing a spare sweater, a headache medicine bottle, a photo of my father I'd kept tucked away. I placed the photo in my pocket, a weight against my chest. My shift partner gave me a half hug, said they'd miss me, asked me to keep in touch. I said I would, knowing I probably wouldn't. I was severing ties, breaking the line, just like the old dispatcher said. As I packed the last of my things into a cardboard box, I felt a profound sense of closure. I had faced the thing in the wires, rejected it, and now I was walking away from its favorite hunting ground. I was free. My final shift technically ended at 4 p.m. At 3:55, the last call of my career flashed on my console. A part of me wanted to let it roll over to the next operator, but a deeper habit, years of training, made my hand move. Muscle memory. Protocol. One last time. I clicked the line open. The caller ID was blank. A jolt of old fear shot through me, cold and sharp. I almost disconnected, but I was a professional. For 5 more minutes, I was a 911 operator. I put the headset on. 911, what is your emergency? I said, my voice the perfect, calm mask I had worn for years. There was no static, no hollow open line sound. There was perfect, clear audio, as if the caller was in a soundproof room. And on the other end, I heard the soft, controlled sound of someone breathing. In, out, in, out, in perfect, slow rhythm with my own breaths. They were listening to me listen. A chill crawled up my spine, but I held my ground. I can hear you breathing. Can you tell me what's wrong? The breathing continued, synchronized. Then a crackle, not of static, but a different sound. It was the distinct, plastic-on-plastic clatter of 100 telephone receivers being picked up at once, a wave of clicking sounds. My blood turned to ice. And then a voice spoke. It wasn't the little girl's. It wasn't my father's. It was my voice. My own dispatch voice, but wrong. It was a Frankenstein's monster of my own phrases, spliced together from who knows how many calls, edited into a new, seamless sentence. It sounded like me, but hollow, a recording stripped of soul. It said, "The emergency is in your house. The caller is you. We've been waiting for you to come home." At that exact moment, on the main dispatch monitor to my left, a new alert auto-populated with a sharp beep. A 911 call. The system processed it instantly. The GPS location flashed on the screen. It was my home address, my apartment. The nature of the call was listed in cold, official text. Hostage situation. Intruder believed armed. Caller states subject is inside the residence. Units were automatically dispatched. Priority 1. Lights and sirens. I watched, frozen, as the system I had served for years sprang into efficient, lethal motion against me. My mouth was dry as dust. I looked at my personal cell phone, lying next to my cardboard box. It was dark. Off. I never made that call. I grabbed the headset, my fingers clumsy. Dispatch to responding units. Hold your call. This is a false alarm. Repeat, false alarm at that address. The radio operator, sitting a few consoles over, looked at me confused. What's the problem? The call just dropped in. It's a mistake, I said, my voice straining against the panic. It's my address. I didn't call. It's a system error. But it was too late. The first unit radioed in. Dispatch, we're approaching the location. We see no visible disturbance. Proceeding to stage. They were there, at my home, because the entity had learned to use the system. It had spoofed a 911 call from my address. It had used my own voice, stolen from countless hours of my work, to do it. It wasn't haunting me anymore. It was impersonating me within the very machinery I had trusted. The The ultimate violation. The ultimate mockery. The operator looked at me with pity. Look, if it's your place, you should probably go. Meet them there. Explain it. It's probably a glitch, a crossed wire. A crossed wire. The phrase was a punch to the gut. I stood up, my chair rolling back and bumping into the desk behind me. The game wasn't over. I hadn't won. I just taught it how to fight dirty. It wasn't trying to pull me into the wires anymore. It was trying to get me killed by the people I worked with. Or get me locked up. Or simply prove that it owned my identity now. I had to go. I had to intercept this before the police broke down my door. I shoved my things into the box, abandoned my resignation letter on the desk, and ran for the door. I drove like a man possessed, breaking every traffic law, my mind racing. The entity couldn't create something from nothing. If it had sent a signal that the police could receive, it needed a source. A transmitter. At my apartment. It wasn't just in the wires downtown. It was in my things. I skidded to a stop outside my apartment building. 2 patrol cars were parked out front, their lights off but their engines running. An officer was talking to my landlord near the front door. I jumped out of my car. "It's me," I called out, my voice too loud. "I live here. I'm the resident." The officers turned, hands drifting toward their belts. Their faces were alert, cautious. "Sir, are you the one who placed the 911 call?" one asked. "No, I was at work. At the dispatch center. I saw the call come in. It's a mistake. A prank. There's no one in my apartment." I was babbling. I sounded crazy. The landlord, a nervous man, wrung his hands. "We haven't seen anything, officers. It's been quiet." The lead officer looked at me, then at his partner. "Sir, we need to clear the residence. For your safety and ours. Do you have your key?" I did. With the officers behind me, weapons not drawn but ready, I unlocked my front door. I pushed it open. "Police department," the officer shouted into the dim apartment. Nothing. We went in, room by room, just like they had cleared the little girl's house. Living room clear. Kitchen clear. Bedroom clear. Bathroom clear. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it. Neat. Empty. No intruder. No hostage. No sign of struggle. The officers holstered their weapons, their posture relaxing. "False alarm," the lead one said, clicking his radio. "Dispatch, residence is clear. No contact. Appears to be a spoofed call. We'll be clear in 5. He turned to me. "You might want to report this. Someone might have a grudge, using swatting tactics. It's serious." I nodded, unable to speak. Swatting. A human crime. They saw a human problem. They didn't see the thing in the static that had learned to mimic human systems perfectly. They left, apologizing for the inconvenience. My landlord apologized too, then hurried away. I closed the door and locked it. I stood in the center of my living room. The place felt alien, tainted. The entity had shown me its final move. It couldn't scare me into joining it, so it would destroy my life from the outside. It would use my world against me. I looked around. Where was the transmitter? My eyes fell on my personal laptop, closed on the desk. I walked over and opened it. The screen lit up, asking for my password. But before I could type anything, a video window opened on its own. It was a grainy black and white video feed. It showed the interior of the old telephone exchange. The camera was pointed at the far wall, at the carved names. The shattered phone was still on the floor. But something was different. On the wall, next to the gouge where I'd scratched out my name, new words had been carved. Fresh scratches in the brick. They formed a sentence. A message for me. It read, "The line is open. We saved you a seat." The feed cut off. The laptop screen went black. Then, my own reflection stared back at me from the dark glass, pale and wide-eyed. I had rejected its offer in its home, so it had moved the office to mine. The fight wasn't for my soul anymore. It was for my life, my sanity, my place in the real world. It was going to use everything I knew, every tool I trusted, to erase me. I sat down slowly at the desk. The victory of the exchange was ashes. The clean break was a fantasy. It wasn't done with me. It would never be done, because I was the good listener. And now, I was the only one who could hear it coming. I had a choice. I could run, change my name, leave the city, never touch a phone again. Or I could stay. I could fight a war I didn't understand against an enemy that lived in the echoes. I looked at the dark screen, at my own haunted face. I reached out and placed my hand on the closed laptop. It was cool and smooth. Somewhere, in the spaces between the signals, a line was open. and a chair was waiting. I didn't know if I was going to sit in it or break it, but I knew with a certainty that was both terrible and calm that I would have to choose. And the next call was already on its way. Story number 3. My name is Ben, and the last lesson my dad ever taught me was how to lock up for the night. We were in our old Airstream trailer, the one we took to this same deep woods campground every autumn, and as the sun dipped below the pines, his big, scarred hands started the ritual. He checked each window latch, not once but twice, his fingers testing the metal with a gentle click-click that was the sound of safety. He drew every curtain shut, blocking out the gathering dark between the trees. Finally, he took the iron railroad spike from its spot by the door, its metal black and cool, and he laid it precisely across the threshold. "Old iron remembers," he said to me, his voice low and serious. "It holds a line. This line," he tapped the spike with his boot, "is ours. Nothing crosses it unless we say so." I was 15, and I remember letting out a sigh I hoped he didn't hear, thinking this was just another one of his strange backwoods habits, like refusing to whistle after dark or always leaving a spoonful of honey on a stump for the bees. It felt like superstition, a silly game. My mom was outside, stoking the campfire she'd built in the ring of stones, the flames starting to lick up and paint her face in warm, shifting light. The air was crisp with the smell of wood smoke and pine needles, and for a while it was perfect. We roasted hot dogs, and the feeling of being out there, just the three of us, was a good one. The stars began to prick through the purple sky, more than you could ever see in the city, and the fire popped and sent sparks dancing up toward them. That's when she started the story. It wasn't a ghost story, not the way she told it. There was no spooky voice, no jump scare punchline. She just stared into the flames, her knees pulled up to her chest, and spoke like she was telling us about a neighbor back home. She said these mountains were old, older than any town or road, and old places have their own rules. She talked about the people who built the railroads and the loggers who first cut trails, and how they all shared a certain piece of knowledge. She said sometimes, especially on nights when the wind moved through the high branches in a certain way, you might hear a call for help. A voice, lost and scared, echoing from between the trees. "It sounds so real," she said, her eyes reflecting the fire. "It will know your name if you've said it aloud. It will sound like a child, or a woman, or a man who's just twisted his ankle. It will say all the right things to make your heart hurt." I shifted on my log, uncomfortable. "So what, it's a ghost?" I asked, trying to sound bored. My father shook his head, his gaze fixed on the dark tree line beyond our circle of light. "It's not a ghost. A ghost is someone who was once a person. This is different. It's something that found an empty space in the world and decided to wear a person's shape. It's hollow, and hollow things are always hungry. They're cold, and they want the warmth they remember seeing through windows. They want the sound of a family. They want to sit at your table and pretend, until the pretending isn't necessary anymore." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air went down my back, but I fought it. This was ridiculous. So we just ignore someone who's actually hurt. "That's monstrous," I said, my voice a little louder than I intended. My mom looked at me, and I saw a flicker of doubt in her expression, like maybe she shouldn't have told me. She softened her story, backtracking. "It's probably just an old tale, sweetie. A way to keep kids from wandering off. But still, the rule is the rule. After dark, no matter what you hear, you don't answer. You don't call back. You go inside, you do the locks, and you wait for the sun." My dad didn't say anything to that, but I saw him look from her face to mine, and for a second, I thought I saw a crack in his certainty, a wondering if he was just scaring his modern son with ancient fairy tales. That moment, that tiny sliver of doubt in his eyes, was the first real mistake. Not long after, the wind picked up, promising the storm that the weatherman had said was coming. A gust whipped through the clearing, making the fire flutter and shrink for a heartbeat, and in that second of quieter light, we all heard it. A branch snapped in the woods. Not a small one. A loud, cracking report that echoed through the clearing. We all jumped. My mom let out a little gasp. The sound was too close, too deliberate. My dad was on his feet instantly. "Inside. Now." His voice brooked no argument. The ritual began again, but faster, urgent. He hustled us into the silver trailer, and I went along, my teenage rebellion muted by the sudden pounding of my own heart. He slammed the door behind us, and I watched through the small window as he did the external lock. When he turned back inside, his face was tight. He went to each window again, his lips moving silently as he counted the latches. He adjusted the curtains so not a sliver of glass showed. Finally, he knelt and placed the railroad spike so it was touching the bottom of the metal door. "There," he said, more to himself than to us. "That's it. We're set." For a while, there was just the sound of our breathing and the growing moan of the wind outside. The storm arrived in earnest, a distant rumble that grew into a roaring monster. Rain lashed the aluminum shell of the airstream like 1,000 frantic fingers, and the whole trailer shuddered on its wheels with each gust. We huddled around the little battery-powered lantern in the center of the floor, its light making our shadows loom huge on the curved walls. The noise was incredible, a wall of sound that made talking impossible. I figured that was a good thing. Nothing could be out in that. Nothing could call out and be heard over that din. I was just starting to feel silly for being scared when the power went out. The little overhead lights flickered and died, leaving us with only the lantern. In the sudden, more intimate gloom, the world seemed to shrink to just our three faces. And that's when we heard the voice. It was a woman's voice, young and strained, ripped raw by the weather. It cut through the storm's roar, as if it were right outside the door. "Hello, please. Is someone there?" My blood turned to ice. My mom's hand flew to her mouth. My dad's head snapped toward the door, his body rigid. "I'm lost. I'm so cold." The voice was a sob, choked with rain and desperation. "My ankle. I think it's broken. I saw your light earlier, please." Every word was a masterpiece of agony. It sounded utterly, completely real. It sounded like a person dying on our doorstep. My mom made a small, pained sound in her throat. My dad didn't move. He just stared at the door, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. "We can't," he whispered, the words barely audible. "We know the rule." A furious, hot shame washed over me. This wasn't a story anymore. This was a real woman out there. I looked at my parents, their faces frozen in a shared, ancient fear, and I saw something I hated, heartlessness. "She's hurt," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Are you listening to her? We can't just sit here." My mom reached for me, her eyes pleading. "Ben, no. You don't understand. I understand that you're letting her die." Tears of rage stung my eyes. This was wrong. This was against everything I'd ever been taught. The voice came again, weaker now, a broken whisper that somehow carried through the metal door. Just a blanket. Please. I'm so cold." That did it. I couldn't take it. I lunged forward toward the door. My dad shouted, "No," and moved to block me, but he was a fraction of a second too slow, caught between stopping me and grabbing the iron spike. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers slick with panic. I turned it. The lock clunked open. As I pulled the door handle, my foot kicked against the railroad spike, sending it skittering away across the linoleum floor with a loud, metallic clang that seemed to suck all the sound from the world. The door flew inward, propelled by the wind. A wall of icy rain and leaves blasted into the trailer, extinguishing the lantern and plunging us into utter blackness. In the doorway, silhouetted against the churning, storm-lit sky, was the shape of a woman, soaked and shivering, one arm clutched around her torso. She stumbled forward, collapsing onto the floor in a heap just inside the door. "Thank you," she gasped, her voice a ragged whisper. "Thank you." I stood there, panting, the storm screaming behind her. My dad was frozen, staring. My mom was crying silently. I'd done it. I'd saved her. A shaky, triumphant relief started to warm my frozen gut. I turned to push the door shut against the gale, using all my weight to slam it closed. The moment the latch caught, the world changed. The howling roar of the storm outside vanished. Completely. It didn't fade away, it just stopped, as if someone had thrown a switch. The sudden quiet was a physical shock, a pressure on my eardrums. The only sounds now were the ragged breaths of my family, the frantic drumming of my own heart, and a new, slow, deliberate sound. Drip, drip, drip. It was water, falling from the woman's clothes onto our floor. We stood there in the pitch black, none of us moving. Then, I heard a rustle of wet fabric. A shape moved in the darkness where she had fallen. There was a soft, slick sound, like someone pushing soaked hair from their face. And then a voice. It was the same voice, but now it was flat. Empty. All the pain, the fear, the human emotion was gone, stripped away like a layer of paint. It spoke into the perfect quiet, and the words were simple, clear, and horribly, terribly wrong. "It's so much warmer in here," the voice said, "with a family." And in the darkness, I felt the first true understanding of my father's rule, and I knew I had broken it forever. For a long time, nobody moved in that absolute dark. The only thing I could hear was that steady drip of water onto our linoleum floor and my own heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. My eyes strained, trying to find shapes in the black, but it was like being buried underground. Then a tiny scraping sound, a flicker of light. My father had found a lighter from his pocket. The small flame jumped to life, painting his face from below, making his terrified eyes look like dark pits. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at my mother, who was just a trembling outline near the kitchenette. His gaze was fixed on the middle of the floor, where the voice had come from. He held the lighter up, his hand shaking so badly the flame danced and jumped. In its unstable glow, we saw her. She was sitting up now, cross-legged in the puddle she'd made. The water wasn't spreading out like a normal spill. It was just a perfect, dark circle around her, like a shadow made of wet. Her head was down, her long, stringy hair hanging and still dripping. She was wearing a simple flannel shirt and jeans, both soaked through. She looked small. She looked hurt. The part of my brain that had made me open the door screamed that we needed to help her, that she was in shock. But the newer, colder part of me, the part that had heard her flat, empty voice, held me frozen. My father finally moved, shuffling sideways like a crab, never turning his back to her, until he reached the small cabinet where we kept the emergency candles. He lit one with a trembling hand, the wick catching and holding a steadier, wider light. He placed it on the fold-out table. The candlelight filled the trailer with long, leaping shadows. It lit up my mother's face, streaked with silent tears. It lit up my own hands, which I realized were clenched into fists so tight my nails were digging into my palms. And it lit up the girl. As the light touched her, she lifted her head. Pushing her wet hair back with one pale hand, she looked at each of us in turn. Her face was ordinary, pretty even in a plain way, but her eyes didn't match. They were the color of the dark spaces between stones at the bottom of a creek, and they didn't blink enough. And then she smiled. It was a smile that started slow and kept going, stretching her lips wide across her face. It wasn't a happy smile. It wasn't a grateful smile. It was the smile of someone who has just won a game you didn't know you were playing. "Thank you," she said again, and the words were polite, textbook polite, but they had no warmth in them. They were just sounds. My father found his voice. It was rough, like he had gravel in his throat. "You need to leave." The girl's head tilted to one side, bird-like. She processed the words. "Leave," she repeated, not as a question, just a mimic. She didn't move. "Now," my father said, putting force into it. "Now," she echoed in that same flat tone. Still, she didn't move. She just sat in her puddle, smiling her stretched smile, watching us. My mother tried. Her voice was a thin, frayed thread of sound. You're hurt. Your ankle. We can give you something for it. Some bandages. And then you can go." The girl's dark eyes shifted to my mother. "Ankle," she said. Then she looked down at her own legs. She moved them, first one, then the other, bending her knees. There was no sign of pain, no stiffness. She moved with a fluid, puppet-like ease. "It's better now," she stated. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I had opened the door for a girl with a broken ankle. The ankle wasn't broken. It had never been broken. The storm had been our ally, my father had said. It was too loud for them to call. But she had called, and I had answered. I felt a weight in my gut, a sinking, cold understanding. My defiance, my certainty that my parents were being superstitious fools, had done this. I wanted to speak, to yell at her to get out, to demand to know what she was, but my mouth was dry as dust. I just stared. My father tried a different approach. He moved slowly, deliberately to the small pantry. He pulled out a thermos and a dry-wool blanket we kept for emergencies. He placed them carefully on the floor, closer to the door than to her. "For your journey," he said, his voice tight. "Take them. Be on your way." The girl looked at the offering. Her smile never wavered. She looked from the blanket to my father, then to me, then to my mother. "Journey," she repeated. She made no move to take the items. Instead, she slowly unfolded her legs and stood up. The water didn't cling to her clothes. It fell away from her in little streams, pattering down to join the strange, contained puddle on the floor, which still hadn't soaked in or spread. She was taller than she'd seemed sitting down. She took a step, then another, her movements unnaturally smooth. She wasn't walking toward the door. She was walking toward our living space. She passed the blanket and thermos without a glance. My father flinched back. My mother pulled me closer to her. The girl went to the small dinette booth, the one where we ate our meals. She slid onto the vinyl bench and placed her hands, palms down, on the table. She sat there, perfectly upright, staring at the flickering candle flame. She didn't speak. She didn't look at us. She just occupied the space. It was worse than if she'd threatened us. Her presence was a silent claim. The trailer, our cozy little metal shell, didn't feel like ours anymore. The air felt used, stale. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more substantial. We were the guests now. We huddled together on the floor by the bunk beds, as far from her as we could get. My father whispered to my mother, his lips almost touching her ear. "We have to get it out, before sunrise. There are stories." My mother nodded, her eyes wide. They were planning, talking in frantic, hushed bursts I couldn't fully hear. Minutes later, the girl at the table spoke. She didn't turn her head. She just said to the candle, "Get it out." She paused, then added, "Before sunrise." She had repeated my father's exact whispered words, but in her empty voice, they were just a collection of syllables. It was a recording, a mockery. My father's face went ashen. He understood. It wasn't just listening, it was learning. The rest of the night was a slow, cold torture. We couldn't sleep. We could barely breathe. The girl didn't move from the dinette. She didn't eat or drink. She just sat, a statue wearing a human skin, occasionally turning her head to look at one of us with those dark, unblinking eyes. My mother tried humming, a soft, tuneless sound to calm herself. The girl's head swiveled toward the sound. A few minutes later, from the table, came a perfect, pitch-matched hum of the same tune. My mother stopped, choking back a sob. The night dragged on. I watched the small window above the sink, praying for the first hint of gray light. My father's words echoed in my head. Before sunrise. It felt like a deadline. My bravado was gone, replaced by a gnawing, sickening dread. I had done this. My parents' fear, which I had mocked, was the real thing, and my rationality had been a childish fantasy. I watched the thing at our table, and with every passing hour, its human disguise seemed thinner, more like a poorly fitted costume. As a faint, gray glow began to seep around the edges of the window curtains, a change came over my father. He stood up, his body stiff from sitting on the floor. The coming dawn seemed to put a steel rod in his spine. He looked at the girl, who was now staring directly at the window as if she could see the light through the fabric. "Dawn," my father announced, his voice stronger than it had been all night. "The night is over. Your time here is done. You must go." The girl's head turned slowly toward him. That awful smile was still there. She nodded once. To my stunned disbelief, she stood up. She slid out of the dinette booth and took a step toward the door. A wild, desperate hope surged in my chest. Was it really this simple? Did it just need to be told to leave at daybreak? My father moved quickly ahead of her, grabbing the blanket and thermos from the floor. He unlocked the door, a new urgency in his movements. He pulled it open. A wash of cool, gray morning light and the smell of wet pine and damp earth flooded into the trailer. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The storm was gone. The world outside was misty and still, but it was normal. It was real. The girl walked to the doorway. She stopped right at the threshold, one foot still inside. She turned back to face us, her body half in the weak light, half in the shadow of our trailer. The light didn't touch her right. It made her skin look waxy, unreal. She wasn't looking at my father. Her dark eyes found me. She lifted one pale, slender hand and pointed a single finger directly at my face. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and formal, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. "I accept your invitation," she said. Then she turned and, instead of stepping out into the morning, she walked past my stunned father, back into the depths of the trailer. She went straight to the rear bunk, my bunk. She pulled back the blanket. She lay down on my sheets, on my pillow. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, folded her hands over her chest, and closed her eyes. She became still, perfectly, utterly still. She wasn't leaving. She was moving in. My father stood by the open door, the morning light streaming in around him, holding the blanket and thermos, looking utterly defeated. The hope that had dawned with the sun withered and died inside me. I had invited her in, and now she had accepted. For good. We learned the first rule fast. You don't answer the door. We were learning the second rule in real time. Once you let it in, you can't make it leave. The thing wearing a girl's shape lay in my bunk, under my blanket, and it didn't move. It didn't breathe that I could see. It was just a shape under the covers, a permanent, horrible new piece of furniture in our home. The open door let in the chill morning air, and my father finally stirred from his frozen shock. He slowly pushed the door shut, closing out the normal world, locking us back in with our problem. The click of the lock was a final, awful sound. My mother was the first to move toward me. She put her hands on my shoulders, her eyes searching my face as if checking for cracks. "Are you okay?" she whispered. I tried to nod, but my neck felt stiff. I was far from okay. I felt a coldness seeping into me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the memory of that finger pointing at me, the formal words. "I accept your invitation." What did that mean? My father walked over to the bunk, standing a few feet away from it, staring down at the still form. His hands were clenched at his sides. "Get up," he said, his voice low and firm. "Get out of that bed and get out of this trailer." Nothing. No response. The shape didn't twitch. I said, "Get out," he shouted, and the sudden volume made my mother jump. The thing in the bed didn't react at all. It was like shouting at a log. My mother pulled me to the other end of the trailer, near the door, as far from the bunk as we could get. We sat on the floor, our backs against the cold metal wall, and watched my father try to reason with a piece of the woods. He tried everything. He pleaded. He threatened. He even tried bargaining, offering to drive it to the nearest town, to give it money, anything. The entity in my bed gave no sign it hurt him. It just occupied the space, a silent, smothering weight on our lives. After a while, my father gave up. He slumped into the dinette seat, the same one it had sat in all night, and put his head in his hands. The trailer was quiet, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was the quiet of a held breath, of a trap waiting to spring. The normal sounds were gone. The cheerful morning birds outside seemed muted, far away, as if someone had turned their volume down. The only sounds were us, the rustle of our clothes, our unsteady breathing. And then a new sound, a small damp sound. I looked down. My sleeve, where I'd brushed against the floor earlier, was dark with water. A single drop fell from the cuff onto the linoleum. Plink. I hadn't been near the puddle she'd brought in. That puddle was still there, over by the door, a perfect, contained circle of wetness that hadn't dried or soaked in. It just was. I felt my own skin go cold. I touched my hair. It was dry. My clothes were dry, except for that one spot on my sleeve. Plink. Another drop fell from my cuff. My mother saw it. Her eyes widened, and she grabbed my hand, turning my arm over. "You're wet," she breathed. "I'm not," I said, but my voice sounded thin. "I'm not wet." But the drops kept coming, slow and steady, from the fabric of my jacket, pattering onto the floor between us. It was a cold, clinging dampness that seemed to come from inside the material itself. My father noticed. He came over, his face grim. He touched the wet spot, then brought his fingers to his nose. "It smells like rain," he said quietly. "Like pine needles and rain." The thing in the bunk moved. We all froze. It didn't sit up. It just turned its head on the pillow, slowly, to face us. Its eyes were open. They were still that deep creek bed color, and they fixed on me. It didn't speak. It just watched. And as it watched, the dripping from my sleeve stopped. Just like that. The fabric remained dark, but no new drops fell. It was as if its attention had turned off a tap. A shudder went through me that started in my teeth and went all the way to my toes. My father helped me up. "Take the jacket off," he said. I fumbled with the zipper, my fingers clumsy, and shoved the damp jacket into a corner. We spent the morning in a state of nervous, exhausted limbo. We were hungry, thirsty, but the thought of moving around, of opening cabinets, of living our lives with that thing watching us, felt impossible. My mother, driven by a need to do something normal, finally crept to the small kitchen area. She took out a pan, her movements slow and quiet, and started to make pancakes. The sound of the batter sizzling on the hot plate, the smell of cooking food, it was so everyday it was almost painful. She made a stack, put them on 3 plates, and handed one to my father and one to me. We ate sitting on the floor, not speaking, just chewing tasteless food. The entity watched us eat. Then it sat up. The movement was smooth, effortless. It threw back my blanket and swung its legs over the side of the bunk. It stood and walked to the dinette. It didn't look at us. It sat down at the table and just waited, its hands in its lap, looking at the empty space where a plate would be. My mother and father exchanged a long look. A silent argument passed between them. Finally, my mother, her face pale, got up. She took the last of the pancake batter and cooked one more. She put it on a plate, set a fork beside it, and placed it carefully on the table in front of the entity. She didn't speak. The entity looked at the pancake. It picked up the fork. It cut a precise, neat square. It speared the square, lifted it, and put it in its mouth. It chewed with a mechanical, up and down motion. It swallowed. It did not take another bite. It just held the fork, the rest of the pancake untouched, and looked at my mother. "Thank you," it said in that flat, copied voice. Then it said, "You are mother." It wasn't a question. It was a label. A filing. My mother stumbled back to us, collapsing on the floor beside me. "It's learning," my father whispered, his voice filled with a new kind of horror. "It's not just mimicking. It's putting things together." The day wore on, a marathon of dread. The entity left the pancake to grow cold. It got up and began to explore the trailer, not with curiosity, but with a slow, systematic inspection. It opened a cabinet, looked inside at our cans of soup, and closed it. It ran a finger along the edge of the counter. It stopped in front of the small, framed photo of the three of us at the beach last summer. It stared at it for a full minute, its expression blank. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me, then back at the photo. A connection was being made. I felt like a specimen under glass. The worst part was the talking. My parents would whisper frantic plans to each other, their heads close together. Maybe at night we could try to... My father would begin, and from across the trailer, wherever it was, the entity would repeat the last few words. "Try to..." It would say in a perfect, hollow echo of my father's whisper. It was listening, always listening, and playing our own fears back to us. My own anger and fear had boiled down to one desperate need. I wanted my space back. That was my bunk, my little corner of the world. Seeing it lying there, using my things, felt like a violation worse than anything. As afternoon light, weak and gray, filtered through the curtains, I found a scrap of courage, or maybe just stupid frustration. I walked over to the bunk. The entity was standing by the window, looking out at the gauzy mist between the trees. "That's my bed," I said, my voice shaking. "You need to get out of it." It turned from the window. Its eyes met mine. For the first time, it seemed to really see me, to focus. It took a step toward me. I held my ground, though every instinct screamed to run. It stopped very close. It lifted that same pale hand it had used to point at me. It didn't touch me. It reached past me, to my backpack, which was hooked on the end of the bunk. It pulled out my favorite hoodie, the blue one with the torn pocket. It brought the fabric to its face. It didn't sniff it like a person would. It just held it there, against its nose and mouth, and took a long, slow, deep inhale. Its chest expanded. Its eyes closed. It was tasting the air around the fabric, taking in the scent of me, of sweat, of laundry detergent, of my own skin. It was a gesture so deeply, intimately wrong that my breath caught in my throat. It held the inhale for a count of 5, then let it out slowly. It opened its eyes. They looked the same, yet somehow deeper, as if it had absorbed something. It folded the hoodie neatly with a disturbing care and placed it back on my backpack. Then it looked at me again. "You are here," it said, as if confirming a fact. Then it added, in a tone that was almost gentle, almost understanding, "I am here too." It turned and went back to the window, leaving me standing there, cold to my core. I had told it to get out of my bed, and it had responded by learning my smell. That night, as darkness fell again outside, my father knew we had to reestablish some control, some safety. The ritual was more than habit now. It was a prayer. He checked the window latches with a solemn focus. He drew the curtains. He looked for the iron railroad spike. It was still in the corner where I'd kicked it. He picked it up, and for a second, he looked at it with a profound sadness, like it was a holy object that had failed. He carried it to the door and placed it down. The entity watched him from the dinette. When my father was done, it stood up. It walked over to the door. It looked down at the spike. It crouched, moving with that unnerving fluid grace, and picked the spike up. My father tensed, ready to fight. The entity didn't attack. It held the cold iron in its hand, turning it over, examining it. It showed no discomfort, no reaction to the old iron at all. It looked at my father. "This is the line," it stated, repeating his lesson from another lifetime ago. It then placed the spike back on the floor, in almost the exact same spot. It wasn't mocking him. It was practicing. It was learning the ritual. It straightened up and looked at the three of us, a faint, terrible approximation of a smile touching its lips. "We are set," it said, using my father's words. The lesson was complete. The student was now in charge of the rules. There were 2 of him now. One was a perfect snapshot of our son, warm and solid and wrong. The other was our real boy, slowly dissolving into a ghost of the woods. The morning after the entity learned the ritual, a change happened. It didn't just sit or stand around anymore. It began to perform. It woke up from my bunk at the exact time our son usually woke up. It went to the pantry, took the box of his favorite cereal, poured a bowl with careful, measured movements, and ate it at the dinette. Every chew was precise. Every sip of milk was the same amount. It was a machine running a program called Breakfast. Our real son, meanwhile, stood by the door. He wasn't looking out the window anymore. He was just standing there, his shoulders slumped, his arms hanging loose at his sides. A fine mist seemed to cling to him, a personal fog that made the edges of his outline look soft, unclear. He was dry to the touch, but you felt damp if you stood too close to him, a coldness that came off him in waves. "Ben, sweetie, come sit with us," my wife said, her voice cracking on the nickname. She was talking to our real son. The entity at the table stopped its mechanical chewing. It turned its head. It looked at her, and its face did something terrifying. It tried to look concerned. The eyebrows pulled together a little. The lips pressed into a thin line. It was a copied expression, a mask of her own worry pasted onto its face. It spoke. "I am here, Mother," it said, using our son's voice, but the words were flat, arranged wrong. She wasn't calling it. She was calling him. But the thing had taken the name, too. Our real son flinched when it spoke. He looked at the entity, his eyes wide with a confusion that was growing deeper by the hour. He didn't move from the door. I couldn't take it. I went to him. I put my hands on his shoulders, turning him to face the thing at the table. "Look at that," I said, my voice low and urgent. "That is not you. You are you. Do you understand? Fight it. Be here with us." He looked at the entity, his eyes swimming with tears. The entity swallowed its last bite of cereal and dabbed its mouth with a napkin, a perfect imitation of a habit my son never had. It looked back at us. "He is lost," it said calmly, gesturing with its chin toward my real son. "I am found. I am here." The cruelty of it was a physical blow. It wasn't just stealing his space, it was rewriting the story, casting him as the outsider. My wife tried a different way. She sat our real son down on the floor and began talking to him softly, pulling him back with memories. "Remember," she said, forcing a smile, "remember that model rocket we built? The one you painted yourself? What color was it?" He frowned, his brow furrowing. He looked at his own hands, as if the answer might be written there. "It was red," he said, but it was a question. He wasn't sure. From the dinette, the entity's voice cut through the air, clear and confident. "It was red and white, Mother. You used a brush that was too thick for the stripes. It flew for 4.6 seconds and landed in Mr. Miller's azalea bushes. You were angry because he charged us $10 for the damage." The precision was horrifying. It was all correct, even the detail about the brush and the exact time of flight, things we had barely noted. The entity remembered our life better than our own son did. It had eaten those memories somehow, digested them, and now owned them. Our real son just looked down, defeated. "Yeah," he whispered. "That sounds right. I saw a piece of my wife's heartbreak then." She looked from our fading, confused boy to the vibrant, knowledgeable thing at our table, and for a fleeting second, I saw a terrible conflict in her eyes. The mother in her was screaming for her child, but the creature offering a perfect, obedient, familiar copy was a temptation in the midst of a nightmare. It was offering a way to stop the pain, to have a son who wasn't scared and cold and lost. She shook her head, dispelling the thought, and pulled our real son closer. The entity went back to its bowl, scraping up the last few soggy bits with its spoon. The day became a study in cruel comparisons. Our son moved less and less. He would sit for an hour, just staring at the pattern on the linoleum. When he did speak, his sentences were broken, mixed up with things he shouldn't know. "The path by the big pine," he mumbled once. "It's washed out after the rain. The other one is longer but safer." We had never hiked that trail. There was no big pine we knew of. He was describing the woods from a different perspective, a memory that was not his own. The entity, meanwhile, was the picture of helpfulness. It washed its bowl and spoon. It wiped the table. It asked my wife, "What is for lunch, Mother?" in a tone that expected an answer. It was building a routine, brick by brick, becoming the son of the house. I found a small spiral notebook later, our son's journal he'd brought to sketch birds. The last real entry was dated the day before the storm, a drawing of a woodpecker with a note about its call. But when I flipped back a few pages, I felt my blood stop. There, in shaky, water-stained handwriting that was a warped version of his, was a new sentence, scrawled as if in a great hurry or a deep trance. The door was the mouth. I walked inside. I showed it to my wife. She read it, and her hand flew to her mouth. We both looked at our son, who was now tracing his finger along the wall, leaving a faint, damp streak on the paneling. He was leaving a mark, but it was the wrong kind. That afternoon, I made a decision. The old iron spike had failed to protect the threshold, but maybe it could anchor something else. I went and got it from the door. It felt cold and real in my hand, the only solid truth left in the world. I knelt in front of my son. He looked at me, his eyes struggling to focus. "Take this," I said, my voice thick. I pressed the spike into his hands, wrapping his fingers around the rough, cold metal. "Hold on to this. Squeeze it. This is real. This is ours. The old iron remembers. You remember." His fingers, cool and damp, closed around the spike. For a moment, a beautiful, heartbreaking moment, his eyes cleared. The fog in them seemed to pull back. He looked at the spike, then up at me, and he nodded. A real, understanding nod. His grip was strong. He held onto it like it was a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. He held it in his lap, his head bowed over it, and for a little while, he didn't mumble or trace walls. He just held on. The entity watched this from across the trailer. Its pleasant, attentive mask didn't change, but I saw its eyes. They watched the spike in my son's hands, and then they watched my face. I saw something in that look, a flicker of calculation, like a player seeing an unexpected move on the board. It didn't like the spike. It didn't like him holding something we had given him, something that belonged to our world, not the woods. As evening drew in, the entity stood up. It walked over to us. It didn't look at me or my wife. It looked down at our son, who was cradling the iron spike. "It is time," the entity said, not to us, but to him. "You are cold. You should rest." Our son shook his head, a weak, trembling motion. "I'm okay," he whispered, but his teeth were starting to chatter. "You are not okay," the entity said, and its voice held a strange, gentle firmness, like a parent correcting a child. "You know where your bed is." It wasn't telling him to go to his bunk. It was telling him he knew where his bed was, implying a bed elsewhere. Our son's eyes filled with tears. He looked up at the entity, and in a voice so small and lost it shattered me, he asked, "Which path leads home?" "I can't remember." He wasn't asking about the trailer. The entity smiled its thin, practiced smile. It pointed to the floor, to the puddle by the door that never dried. "Your path begins there," it said softly. Then it turned and walked back to the dinette, leaving us with a boy who was asking for directions to a home he had never known, holding onto a piece of iron, as if it could keep him from slipping away. The thing had not touched him, had not fought me for the spike. It had just stated facts, and those facts were a cage being built around our son's mind. We had lost the battle for our home. Now we were losing the battle for his memories. And the worst part was, the replacement was right there, ready and waiting, looking more like our child every minute. We weren't just a family in trouble anymore. We were a node in a terrifying circuit, and the current was flowing right out of our son. The iron spike helped, but it was a finger in a cracking dam. He clung to it, his knuckles white, and it seemed to give him a point to focus on, a tiny anchor in the rushing tide pulling him away. But the tide was strong. The entity, our perfect, horrible guest, was now the manager of our decay. It observed us with a clinical interest, learning not just our habits, but our rhythms of grief. The next morning, a clear, cold fear settled in me when I saw our real son wasn't by the door. He was sitting at the dinette, in the spot opposite the entity. They were facing each other. Our son looked smaller, paler, like a photograph left in the sun. The entity looked vibrant, alive, his hair neat, his skin holding a healthy color it had stolen from the idea of our boy. It was eating toast, and it had made a slice for our son too, placed on a plate in front of him. Our son wasn't touching it. He was just staring at the entity with a blank, exhausted expression. "Eat," the entity said, not unkindly. "You need your strength." Its voice was a mirror of my own when I used to coax him to eat his vegetables, patient, slightly firm. It was using my tone on him. My wife rushed over. "Leave him alone," she said, her voice trembling. She put a hand on our son's shoulder. He flinched at her touch, a small, quick jerk like a shocked animal. He didn't look at her. His eyes were locked on the thing wearing his face. "He's not hungry," my wife said to the entity. The entity nodded, a slow, understanding bob of its head. It looked at my wife. "You are right, mother. He is not hungry for this." It reached across the table and took the uneaten toast from our son's plate. It ate it itself, one neat bite after another. It was cleaning up, maintaining order, erasing the evidence of his inability to be what it was. Later, I found our son's journal again. I needed to see if he'd written anything else. The page with the terrible sentence about the door being a mouth was there. But on the next page, in that same shaky, water-warped script, he had drawn something. It wasn't a bird. It was a series of interconnected circles, like links in a chain, but the links were twisted, knotted. And beside it, he had written, not in capitals this time, but in a scrawl that trailed off, It's a queue. I'm at the back. A queue. A line. My blood went cold. This wasn't a random haunting. This was a system. A process. The entity had been in a line waiting. Our son had let it in, and now he was taking its place at the back. The thought was too big, too awful to hold. I shoved the notebook back into his pack. We had to get information. Our phones had no service, but my wife remembered a folder of old papers we kept in the trailer's overhead compartment. Park maps, safety leaflets, forgotten things. We pulled them down, spreading them on the floor, searching for anything, any fragment of local lore that was more than a campfire story. We found it on a faded, photocopied sheet titled Backcountry Etiquette and Warnings from the 1990s. Most of it was about bears and proper food storage. But at the bottom, in a cramped, italicized font, was a paragraph. Hikers are reminded that the old-growth forests in this region possess unique ecological and historical characteristics. Folklore persists regarding hospitality incidents. These tales describe a self-perpetuating chain of displacement. The individual who offers shelter to a perceived lost traveler may themselves become displaced, compelled to seek new shelter, thus continuing the cycle. This is not considered a verifiable natural phenomenon, but rangers advise that all backcountry travelers should make for designated shelters or their own secured camps before nightfall, and should not deviate from known trails in response to auditory stimuli. My wife read it aloud, her voice getting weaker with each word. A self-perpetuating chain of displacement, she whispered. A cycle. It was real. It was documented, even if they called it folklore. The one who lets the hiker in becomes the next hiker. The entity wasn't just taking our son's place. It was forcing him to become the next voice in the woods, calling to some other family trying to get in. To stop it, our son would have to trick someone else. He would have to condemn another. The thought made me sick. I looked at my son, sitting listlessly, tracing the chain links on his jeans with a damp finger. He could never do that. He would wander out there forever, cold and lost and calling. No, I said, the word exploding out of me. We break the chain. We take him and we go. Right now. We drive out of these woods, and we don't stop. We take him so far away this queue can't find him. My wife nodded, a frantic hope in her eyes. It was a plan, motion instead of prayer. But the entity, who had been quietly folding a blanket on the bunk, spoke up. It didn't raise its voice. The woods are always hungry, it said, as if commenting on the weather. They don't give back what they take. They only trade. It looked directly at me. You cannot drive away from the path he is on. The path is in him now. A fury, red and hot, blazed through my fear. You shut your mouth, I snarled, taking a step toward it. This is your doing. You get out of him. You leave him alone. The entity didn't react to my anger. It simply placed the folded blanket at the foot of the bunk and said, I am not in him. He is between. I am here. When the cycle completes, he will be there. It is simple. It was talking about him like he was a package waiting at a depot. That was the moment I formed my own desperate plan. It was a brutal, ugly thought, and it tasted like ash in my mouth. The paragraph said the displaced one seeks new shelter. That meant the previous victim, the one before this entity, was probably still out there. The voice we might hear. If I could find that lost hiker, lead it back here, and invite it in. Maybe the rules would force a reset. Maybe the entity would have to leave to make room, or they would conflict, and our son would be spat out. It meant sacrificing a stranger, some other poor soul, to the machine. I looked at my son's fading face, and for a second, I thought I could do it. My wife saw the calculation in my eyes. No, she said, her voice firm, final. She had read the same paragraph. It's not clean. It says displacement. It doesn't say the new one replaces the old one. What if inviting another in just adds to this? What if we end up with two of them in here? Or what comes back isn't a person, but a combination of everyone it's ever been. Her horror was a bucket of cold water on my reckless idea. She was right. We were meddling with rules we didn't understand, using a logic that wasn't human. The entity watched our whispered argument, a faint, knowing look on its borrowed face. It understood our helplessness. That night, as the dark wrapped around the trailer again, a new test came. A voice floated in from the trees, a man's voice, tired and scared. Hello, can anybody hear me? I've been turned around for hours. I just need a little help. Our son, who had been almost asleep in his chair, jerked upright. His head turned toward the door. A longing filled his eyes, a deep, desperate yearning that wasn't his own. He took a step toward the door, The entity was there before I could move. It put a hand on our son's chest, not pushing, just resting it there. The touch made our son gasp, as if the hand were made of dry ice. "You know the rule," the entity said gently, using my words, my fatherly tone. "After dark, we don't help the lost hikers. It's not safe." It was protecting its investment. It was keeping our son here until the transfer was complete, so he could take its old place in an orderly fashion. It guided our confused, pliant son back to his chair. The entity then walked to the door itself. It looked out the little window, though I don't know what it could see in the blackness. It listened to the pleading calls for another minute. Then it did something that made my skin crawl. It leaned close to the door, its lips almost touching the metal, and in a soft, clear voice that perfectly mimicked my wife's, it called back, "Just follow the creek. You'll find the road." It was giving false directions. It was herding the lost thing away, protecting its territory, its perfect new home. It turned back to us, its expression serene. "It is not polite to tease them," it said, "but they must learn to find their own way." The entity was no longer just a guest or an invader. It was the warden, and we, and our fading son, were its prisoners. The hook for what came next was set deep in my heart. I looked at my wife, her face hollow with fear, and I looked at my boy, who was now mouthing the words "follow the creek" to himself, and I knew talking and waiting were done. We had to run. No matter what the entity said, no matter what the woods wanted, we had to try. We would wait until the thing was still, and then we would take our son, and we would run for the truck, and we would drive like hell was at our backs. It was our only move left. We chose motion over prayer. We chose the engine over the ritual. The woods, however, had rules about leaving too. We waited until the deepest part of the night, when the entity lay in the bunk, still and perfect as a mannequin. Our real son was asleep in a chair, fitful, shivering under a pile of blankets that never seemed to warm him. My wife and I moved like ghosts ourselves, our communication reduced to nods and gestures. We gathered nothing. Our bags, our food, it all meant nothing. The only thing that mattered was getting him out. I gently shook our son awake. His eyes opened, glassy and confused. "We're going for a ride, buddy," I whispered, putting all the false cheer I could muster into the words. "Just a little ride." He didn't argue. He just stood up, letting the blankets fall to the floor in a heap. He still clutched the iron spike in one hand, his grip loose but persistent. We each took an arm and guided him to the door. My heart was a jackhammer against my ribs. Every creak of the trailer floor, every rustle of our clothes, sounded like a thunderclap. I looked back. The entity hadn't moved. Its eyes were closed. Its chest did not rise or fall. I turned the doorknob with infinite slowness, wincing at the tiny snick of the latch releasing. The cold night air rushed in, smelling of pine and wet earth and freedom. We shuffled out, my son moving like he was wading through deep water. I closed the door behind us, leaving it unlocked, not caring about anything but the distance we were about to put between us and that silver coffin. The clearing was a pool of black, the moon hidden behind clouds. Our truck was a dark hulk 20 feet away. Those 20 feet felt like a mile. We half carried, half dragged our son across the damp grass. He mumbled something about the trees being too close, about scratching the paint, his worries nonsensical and childlike. "It's okay," my wife breathed, her voice tight with strain. "We're okay." I fumbled the keys from my pocket, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I hit the unlock button. The truck's lights flashed once, a brilliant, shocking burst of light in the darkness, and the doors gave a loud, electronic chunk as they unlocked. We froze, staring back at the trailer, expecting the door to fly open, expecting to see its shape standing there. Nothing happened. I yanked open the passenger door, and my wife helped our son clamber into the middle of the bench seat. She slid in after him, pulling him close. I ran to the driver's side, jumped in, and shoved the key into the ignition. I paused for 1 second, a superstitious fear gripping me. What if it didn't start? What if the woods had killed the battery? I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, powerful, normal sound. Relief, sharp and sweet, flooded through me. "Seatbelts," I said, my voice cracking. I clicked mine in. My wife fumbled with our son's, then her own. I threw the truck into drive, my headlights slicing through the dark, illuminating the narrow, rutted dirt track that led out of the campground and eventually to the paved county road. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't speak. I just pressed the gas pedal and we lurched forward, bouncing over ruts, heading for the main road. The trees formed a dark tunnel around our beams. For the first few minutes, it worked. We were moving. putting distance between us and it. The speedometer climbed to 20, then 30, as the track wound through the forest. My hands were glued to the wheel, my knuckles white. My wife held our son, who was staring out the windshield, his expression unreadable. "We're going to be okay," she whispered over and over, to him or to herself, I couldn't tell. "We're going to be okay." I focused on the road, watching for the familiar landmarks. There was the big rock shaped like a turtle. Good. We were on the right path. A few minutes later, we should pass the old, collapsed ranger's shack. I watched for it. The trees whipped by. No shack. Maybe I'd missed it in the dark. The road curved and curved again. A sick, familiar feeling began to stir in my gut. The trees all looked the same. The road seemed to be looping back on itself. And then I saw it, illuminated in my headlights for a split second as we rounded a bend. A distinctive, lightning-blasted pine, its trunk split and charred, a landmark impossible to miss. It was the tree that stood at the fork in the path a quarter-mile from our own campsite. We had passed it on the way in. We were heading back toward the campground. "No," I breathed. I pressed the gas harder. The truck surged forward. We took the left fork at the blasted pine, the one that definitely led outward. The road straightened, then began to twist again. 5 minutes later, my headlights caught the same blasted pine. We were coming at it from the opposite direction. We had driven a circle. "What's happening?" my wife asked, her voice shrill with panic. "I don't know," I snapped, fear making me angry. "The road, it's not." I looked at the GPS screen on the dashboard. It was an older model, but it usually worked. It showed our little arrow icon moving in a straight line along the thin, digital representation of the Forest Service road. According to the satellite, we were driving straight. According to our eyes, we were going in a nightmare circle. Our son pointed a weak finger toward the trees. "Look," he said, his voice almost cheerful. "There's the girl. She's waiting for someone to answer." We both looked. There was nothing but shifting shadows and the black spaces between trunks. My wife clutched him tighter. "There's no girl, honey." The entity's warning echoed in my head. "You cannot drive away from the path he is on. The path is in him now." It wasn't a metaphor. The woods were literally not letting him leave. He was part of their geography now, and the roads obeyed their rules, not ours. I slammed my palm against the steering wheel in frustration. I tried a different tactic. I stopped the truck. I put it in reverse and started backing up slowly, my eyes glued to the rearview camera, trying to retrace our path exactly. I drove backward for what felt like an eternity, the trees looking even more sinister in the red glow of the taillights. When I stopped and put it back in drive, we were facing forward again. I crept ahead. 2 minutes later, the headlights lit up our own Airstream trailer, sitting silent and dark in its clearing. We had driven in a perfect, impossible loop, right back to where we started. Defeat was a stone in my throat. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was a shock. We sat there, in the dark truck, staring at our prison. The trailer door opened. Light spilled out from inside, warm and yellow. The entity stood in the rectangle of light, illuminated from behind. It wasn't holding a weapon. It was just standing there. It had changed into one of our son's other hoodies. It looked like it had been waiting up for us. It walked down the metal steps and across the grass toward the truck. I rolled down my window, a stupid, automatic gesture. It stopped by my door, its face calm. "You left," it said, and it used our son's voice, but it filled the words with a profound, wounded disappointment. "You left me all alone in the dark." That wasn't very hospitable. The accusation, delivered in our child's tone, was a masterpiece of psychological torture. My wife started crying soft, helpless sobs. The entity looked past me into the truck at our real son. "You must be cold," it said to him. "Come inside. I made hot cocoa." It said it like it was the most normal thing in the world, like we were just returning from a late movie. I got out of the truck. I was too tired, too broken for anger. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice flat. "I want what was agreed," it said simply. I accepted his invitation. "I am here. You will go there. The cycle completes at the new moon. It is cleaner that way." It turned and walked back toward the trailer, expecting us to follow. We did. What else could we do? We helped our shivering, confused son out of the truck and back into the trailer. It was exactly as we'd left it, but it felt smaller, tighter, like the walls had crept inward. On the small stove, a pot sat with steam curling from it. 4 mugs were lined up on the counter. The entity had made 4 cups of hot cocoa. It poured 3, handing one to me, one to my wife, and one to our son, who just held the warm mug without drinking. It poured the fourth mug and set it on the dinette table. "For our guest," it explained, nodding toward the door, toward the woods where the lost man's voice had finally stopped calling. "We should be prepared, in case someone else breaks the rules tonight. It is only polite to be prepared." It was teaching us its version of hospitality. It was preparing us for the time when our son would be gone, and it would be the one listening at the door, deciding whether or not to answer a call for help. We were being groomed. The entity sat down with its own mug, took a sip, and looked at us with a placid expression. "The running is done," it stated. "Now we wait for the moon. It will be easier for everyone." The chapter of our escape was closed, ended not with a bang, but with a quiet loop in a forest road and a cup of cocoa. We were trapped, not by locks, but by the very landscape, which had folded itself around our son. The only path left was the one he didn't want to walk, and the thing sipping cocoa in his chair was already dusting off its hands, its job nearly complete. The open question hung in the steam from the mugs. When the new moon came, and our son had to walk into those trees, would we let him go alone? The final stage wasn't violence. It was administration. The imposter was patiently, kindly, managing our family's merger with the forest. The trailer became a partitioned world. The living area, the dinette, the kitchen, the small couch, was the family's space, maintained by the imposter with an eerie, spotless normalcy. It cleaned. It cooked bland, perfect meals. It asked my wife about her day in a tone of polite interest. The rear of the trailer, anchored by the bunk, was the domain of our real son. A palpable cold radiated from that corner, a dry, penetrating chill that no blanket could defeat. He spent his days there, sitting on the edge of the bunk or on the floor, tracing the links of an invisible chain on the linoleum with a finger that left a faint, damp trail that evaporated too slowly. He held the iron spike constantly now, his grip a desperate, white-knuckled thing. It was the only part of him that looked strong. The imposter seemed to accept the spike as a temporary concession, a pacifier for the departing. It watched our son with the detached pity of a nurse watching a terminal patient. A few days after our failed escape, the imposter sat us down at the dinette. It had made tea. It was a grotesque parody of a family meeting. "The transition will complete at the new moon," it began, its voice a calm, reasonable facsimile of my own when explaining a household chore. "The light is right then. The path is clearest. When that happens, he will walk into the woods. He will begin his search for a new place. It is the way." My wife made a small, broken sound. "His search? You mean he'll be calling for help? He'll be, like you were?" The imposter nodded. "Yes. He will use the words that work. He will sound real. He will need to find a family that is less careful, or more kind, depending on your view." It took a sip of tea. "When he is successful, I will remain. Fully. The memory of the cold will fade for you. It will be easier. You will have a son who is always here, who is always safe inside." It was offering us a trade. Our real, suffering boy for a comfortable, permanent lie. A son who never grew up, never left home, never disobeyed. The horror of the bargain was its twisted appeal. In our exhaustion, in our grief, a part of us was tempted by the end of the pain. I looked at my wife and saw the conflict raging in her eyes. The mother wanted her child, any child, to be safe and warm. The entity saw it too. It reached across the table and patted her hand. The touch was cool, dry, and utterly wrong. "It will be all right, mother," it said. The sound of that word from its mouth broke something in her. She pulled her hand back as if burned and fled to the back of the trailer, wrapping her arms around our shivering son. The imposter just looked at me. "She will adjust." I couldn't speak to it. Its logic was a poison. I went to my son. He was mumbling, his eyes on the wall, but seeing something far away. "The creek is high," he whispered. "The stones are slippery. Don't use the footbridge." He was scouting. His mind was already walking the trails he would soon haunt. I knelt before him. "Look at me," I said. He tried, his gaze drifting, struggling to focus on my face. "I will not replace you," I said, each word a vow carved in stone. "Do you hear me? I will not invite another in. If you must go, I will go with you. We will be lost together." His eyes cleared, just for a second. Real fear, his own fear, flashed in them. He shook his head, a sharp, jerky motion. "No," he croaked, his voice rusted from disuse. "Don't follow me, Dad. When I go, you need to stay. You need to be the new rule. You need to be the one who never, ever answers the door." He was giving me instructions. He was trying to protect me from the fate he saw coming. It was the most lucid, the most him he had been in days, and it was him telling me goodbye. The iron spike felt like the only real thing in the universe. Later, my wife tried to comfort our son by humming the lullaby she'd sung to him every night when he was small. It was a sweet, wandering tune. She got halfway through the first verse when her voice simply stopped. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She clutched her throat, her eyes wide with panic. From the dinette, the imposter began to hum. It picked up the tune exactly where she had left off, humming it flawlessly, note for note, the sound empty of love but perfect in pitch. It had stolen her song. It had stolen her right to sing it to her own child. It was claiming everything, even the gestures of comfort. The new moon was 2 nights away. The tension in the trailer was a wire stretched to breaking. The imposter grew more confident, more proprietary. It began to refer to our belongings as ours, in a way that included it and excluded our real son. It would say, "Our sugar is low," or "We need to organize our supplies." We were being absorbed into its unit. On the last day, as evening painted the sky a deep purple, a new voice called from the tree line. This one was different. It was a child's voice, young, maybe 7 or 8, crying real, heart-wrenching sobs. "Mommy, Daddy, I can't find my way. I'm scared." The voice was a masterwork of innocence and terror. It was the hardest test yet. The imposter, who was washing dishes at the tiny sink, didn't even turn around. It spoke to the window. "You are lost. Go home." But the child's cries continued, jagged and desperate. My wife rocked back and forth, her hands over her ears. Our real son stood up from his bunk, his body rigid. He wasn't drawn to the door this time. He was looking at me, his eyes begging. The imposter finished the last dish, dried its hands on a towel, and turned to face me. Its expression was calm, inquisitive. It nodded toward the door, where the child's weeping promises filled the air. "You vowed to go with him," it said, its voice soft, testing. "Will you open the door for that one? Will you invite it in, to take your place, so you can keep your promise?" It laid the trap with exquisite cruelty. It knew the child's voice would get to me. It knew my vow to my son. It was offering me a way out, a way to join my son in the woods by sacrificing an innocent, by continuing the cycle myself. My hand twitched toward the lock. The child's sobs grew more frantic. "Please, it's so dark." My wife screamed. "No." Our son took a step forward, shaking his head wildly. The imposter just watched, a faint, interested smile on its lips, waiting to see what my human love would choose. Would I break the rule to keep my word? Would I damn another to save myself a place in line behind my boy? The cycle demanded a choice. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the deadbolt. Outside, the crying child took a hitching breath and called out, with a clarity that froze my blood. "Ben? Ben, are you in there? Help me." It knew my name. It knew my son's name. The woods were throwing everything they had at the door. And I stood there, my vow to my son in one ear, the weeping child in the other, and the thing that wore my son's face waiting to see which version of damnation I would pick. The chapter closed with my hand on the lock, the impossible decision hanging in the air, and the understanding that before the new moon rose, I would have to make a choice that would define what was left of our family forever. My hand stayed on the cold metal of the deadbolt. The child's voice outside was a hook in my heart, pulling with a terrible, genuine-sounding fear. "Ben, please," it cried again, and the sound of my own name in that small, lost voice was almost too much to bear. I could do it. I could turn the lock, pull the door open, and let the night in. The imposter would have its trade. I would take my son's place in the queue, and he would be free, or at least he wouldn't be alone out there. It was a clean solution in the twisted math of the woods. But I saw my son's face. He was shaking his head, his eyes wide with a panic that was all his own. He mouthed the word no, over and over. He didn't want this salvation. He didn't want me damned in his place. And my wife was staring at me, her face a mask of pure horror at the choice being offered. The imposter watched, its head tilted, a scientist observing a fascinating reaction. It was sure I would break. Human love was messy, sentimental, weak. It would force me to choose between two terrible loves, and either choice would feed the cycle. I took a deep, ragged breath. I took my hand off the lock. I turned my back on the door. "No," I said, the word rough but clear. "We don't answer the door." The crying outside hitched, then took on a new, wheedling tone. "But I'm so little. I'm all alone." I walked away from it. I went to my son and put my arms around him. He was trembling, a constant, low vibration like a plucked wire. "We don't answer," I whispered to him. "That's the rule. Your rule now." The imposter's pleasant mask slipped for just a second. A flicker of annoyance, sharp and quick, passed over its features. My refusal was an unexpected variable. It had accounted for grief, for fear, for desperate love. It hadn't accounted for a stubborn, illogical adherence to a rule that was now protecting the woods themselves from a new victim. The child's cries continued for a few more minutes, then faded away, as if the performer had grown tired when no applause came. The trailer felt different after that. A shift had occurred. The imposter was no longer just waiting for the moon. It was annoyed. Our compliance had been assumed. Our final corruption had been part of the plan. By refusing to play, we had created a problem. The new moon arrived on a night so clear and cold the stars looked like chips of ice flung across black velvet. No one slept. We all sat in the main area, even our son, who we had helped from his cold corner. He held the spike in both hands, his gaze clearer than it had been in days, fixed on the imposter. The thing that looked like him stood by the door, watching the night through the window. It was time. The light is right, the imposter said, not turning around. The path is open. It is time for you to walk. It spoke to our son. My wife let out a choked sob, but silenced it with her own hand. Our son looked at me, then at his mother. He gave a small, brave nod. He tried to stand, his legs shaky. We helped him up. He leaned on me, his body light and cold. The imposter finally turned. It looked at our son with no malice, no triumph, just a kind of empty completion. You go to find your place, it said. Do you remember the words? Our son looked at it, and for a flash, I saw a teenage defiance I thought was gone forever. I remember your words, he whispered. They're all lies. The imposter blinked, unperturbed. Lies that work are truths here. Now go. It moved to open the door. I stepped forward, blocking it. Not like this, I said. The imposter looked at me, its patience visibly thinning. It is the way. I made a vow, I said, my voice low. I said I would go with him. Your vow is a feeling. The cycle is a fact. You are not part of the transaction. Then change the transaction, I said, and I heard my wife gasp. I was talking to it like it was a banker, a bureaucrat of the bad places. I pointed to the iron spike in my son's hands. You want a clean transfer? You want him to walk out and you to stay fully? Then take this. It's part of him now. It's part of the memory of this place. You take it from him and you break his tie to it. You carry it and you carry the memory of the old iron, the thing that's supposed to keep your kind out. You carry that contradiction inside you. You take his burden and he walks free of it. I was making it up as I went along, weaving my own folklore on the spot. I was appealing to its sense of order, of symbolic completion. The imposter stared at the spike. It had never touched it since that first night when it had picked it up and put it down. The spike was an artifact of the old rule, the rule it had broken. It was a relic of the world that had tried to keep it out. Taking it would be an acceptance of that world's power, a paradox. I could see the calculation in its eyes. It wanted the process to be neat. It wanted our son's departure to be absolute, so its own claim would be absolute. A lingering connection, symbolized by this piece of iron, was a loose thread. If I take it, the imposter said slowly, he walks alone. You do not follow. The vow is broken. I keep my vow by staying, I said, looking at my son. By being the rule. By never answering. I break the cycle on this end. You take his old weight, and he walks away from it. That's the new deal. The woods outside were very still, as if listening. My son understood. He held out the spike, his arm trembling. The cold iron seemed to gleam dully in the low light. The imposter hesitated. This was not in the script, but the logic was tidy, and it loved tidiness. It wanted to be the only son, unburdened by any competition, even the memory of competition. It reached out. Its fingers, so like my son's, closed around the other end of the spike. For a second, they both held it. Then my son let go. The imposter held the railroad spike. It flinched. It was a tiny motion, a quick shudder that ran up its arm. It didn't drop the spike. It held it tighter, its knuckles paling. Its eyes changed. Just a little. The perfect, empty dark in them swirled, like ink dropped in water. For a moment, they looked confused. It had taken a piece of the thing that defined the boundary, and the boundary was now inside it. Go, I said to my son. He looked at his mother. She hugged him fiercely, tears streaming down her face, then let him go. He looked at me. I nodded. He turned and walked to the open door. He paused on the threshold, looking back not at the imposter, but at us. He didn't say goodbye. He said, don't follow. Don't ever answer. Then he stepped out into the clear, cold night. He didn't look lost. He just walked, fading into the shadows between the trees, not hurrying, not wandering. Just going. He was gone. The imposter stood rigid by the door, staring at the spike in its hand. The contradiction was working. It had the form of our son, the memories, the place in our home. But it also held the symbol of exclusion. It was the insider carrying the mark of the outsider. It looked at us, and its face was struggling to maintain its pleasant mask. The smile was there, but it was strained at the edges. "I am your son," it said, but the statement had a question in it now. "You are here," my wife said, her voice hollow with grief but clear. "And he is gone. The deal is done." She closed the door. She locked it. She turned to face the thing in our home. The next days were a new kind of strangeness. The imposter stayed. It made breakfast. It talked to us. But it was different. It would sometimes stop in the middle of a task and look at the spike, which it had placed on the counter, as if it couldn't remember why it was there. It would call my wife mother, but then pause, as if the word tasted odd. The old iron was remembering, and it was inside it now, a small, persistent grain of doubt, a splinter of the real world in its perfect, borrowed one. We played our part. We lived with it. We called it by our son's name when we had to. But we never answered the door after dark. Not ever. We heard calls sometimes, a man, a woman, once that child again. We would look at the imposter, and it would look at the spike, and we would all sit, not moving, until the voice gave up. We were the rule now. The hook was this: the imposter is still with us. It is our son in every visible way. But sometimes, late at night, I see it pick up that iron railroad spike and turn it over in its hands, a deep, uncomprehending frown on its face. And I wonder what happens when a thing that pretends to be real starts to doubt its own story. And far away in the woods, on certain nights when the wind is right, I like to believe my boy isn't crying for help. I believe he is walking his own path, carrying no weight but his own, and that maybe, just maybe, the rules can work both ways. The story feels complete, the immediate terror is past, but the question lingers in our quiet trailer. What grows in the space between a lie and a truth that live under the same roof? Story number 4. The first rule of parenting is that you're never really in control. The second rule is that the monsters under the bed are just metaphors. We were wrong about both. It started with a giggle from the playroom at 3 in the morning. I'm just a regular guy, my name is David, and that night I was just a thirsty dad stumbling to the kitchen. But that sound, that tiny laugh in the deep dark, stopped me cold. My heart started doing that stupid thumpy dance against my ribs. I crept to the playroom door, my brain already trying to explain it away. Maybe she left a cartoon on. Maybe it was a dream. The door was open a crack, spilling out the soft, pinkish glow from the nightlight shaped like a star we'd plugged in by her toy box. I peeked in. There she was, my 5-year-old, sitting cross-legged on the floor in her footy pajamas. She wasn't looking at her stuffed animals or her dollhouse. Her back was to me. She was staring straight into the empty corner where the two walls meet, her head tilted, smiling like someone had just told her the best joke in the world. "Sweetheart?" I said, my voice all raspy from sleep. She didn't jump. She just slowly turned her head, her smile getting even bigger. "Hi, Daddy. What are you doing up, bug? It's super late." She pointed a chubby finger at the corner. "I was talking to Molly. She's funny." I felt a cold little drip down my spine, but I shoved it away. This was classic kid stuff. Imaginary friends. I'd had one when I was little. A dinosaur named Grumbles. This was fine. Perfectly normal. I walked in and scooped her up. She felt warm and solid and real in my arms. "Oh yeah, what's Molly like?" I asked, carrying her back toward her bedroom. "She's my friend. She lives in the walls." I almost stumbled. I didn't, but my grip on her tightened just a bit. "In the walls, huh? That's a neat trick." "She says it's cozy," she whispered into my shoulder, her breath warm through my t-shirt. I tucked her back into bed, smoothed her hair, and told her Molly probably needed to sleep too. She nodded seriously, her eyes already closing. "Okay. Night, Daddy. Tell Mommy I said hi to Molly." I stood there in the dark of her room for a minute, watching her chest rise and fall. My wife was sound asleep, dead to the world. I didn't wake her. What would I say? "Honey, our daughter has an imaginary friend who is a squatter in our drywall." It sounded ridiculous even in my own head. I went back to the playroom. I stood in the doorway and looked at that corner. Just two plain, beige walls meeting. A baseboard. Nothing else. The nightlight made weird, long shadows, but that was it. I shook my head, got my water, and went back to bed. The next morning, over pancakes, it seemed even sillier. The sun was shining. The coffee was strong. My daughter was chattering about preschool. My wife, her mom, was laughing at something. It was a perfect, normal scene. Then our little girl put her syrup-covered fork down and said, very matter-of-fact, "Molly says it's always dark where she is." My wife paused, her coffee mug halfway to her lips. She shot me a look, a little smile playing on her lips. Imaginary friend, her look said. I gave a tiny shrug back. See, told you. But then our daughter continued. And the dirt tastes like old pennies. My wife's smile froze. The mug didn't move. Her eyes, which had been on me, slid slowly to my face. I saw the amusement drain out of them, replaced by something else. A flicker of something cold. Because I knew, and she knew, exactly what our daughter was describing. A month before, a pipe under the house had sprung a leak. I'd had to crawl under there to fix it. It's a space maybe 2 feet high, just a dark, cramped cavity between the floor of our house and the earth. And it is always dark down there. Pitch black. And the smell, it's damp, mineral, like wet concrete and metal. Like old pennies. I had come out covered in gray, gritty dirt, spitting the taste of it out of my mouth. Our daughter had never been under the house. She'd been at her grandma's the weekend I did the repair. We never talked about it, because who talks about the taste of crawl space dirt? That's quite an imagination, sweetie, my wife said, her voice a little too high. She put her mug down carefully. Our daughter just beamed, proud of herself, and went back to stabbing her pancakes. That was the first crack. The rest of the day, we did the parent dance. We rationalized. We quoted articles we'd half remembered about creative development and healthy social exploration. We decided, over a hushed conversation while loading the dishwasher, to play along. To indulge it. Treat it like a game. So at dinner we asked about Molly. What does Molly like to play? My wife asked, passing the peas. Our daughter thought about it. She likes quiet games. And she says we can't put toys in the corner. That's her spot. We agreed. Of course. We didn't want to upset her. We moved the little toy bin a foot away from the corner. Just like that, we physically cordoned off a part of our home for an entity. We gave it territory. It felt stupid, but also strangely necessary. Like following a rule we didn't understand. After we put her to bed that second night, I felt a low, persistent itch between my shoulder blades. A protective instinct, I told myself. Just my dad radar pinging. I went out to the garage, to the far wall where the metal hatch to the crawl space was set into the concrete foundation. It was a heavy, square thing like a submarine door, with a big brass padlock securing it shut. I'd locked it myself after my repair job, wanting to keep out animals or moisture or whatever. The lock was cold in my hand. It was still fastened. Secure. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. See, everything was fine. The house was sealed up. As I turned to go back inside, my shoulder brushed against the metal of the hatch. And from the other side, through the thick metal, I heard it. A faint, dry scrape. The sound was brief, but clear. It wasn't a pop or a creak from the house settling. It was a deliberate, dragging sound, like something with long, hard fingernails had slowly, gently, drawn a single line across the inside of the hatch. I stood there, my blood turning to ice water. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I listened so hard my ears hurt. Nothing. Only the hum of the garage freezer. My mind scrambled. A tree root. A rat? But rats don't have fingernails that scrape. And roots don't move once. I forced myself to walk back into the house, to lock the door from the garage behind me. I didn't tell my wife. What was I going to say? I heard a creepy noise. She'd tell me it was the house, the pipes, the wind. And she'd be right. She had to be right. The next few days, Molly became a third member of the family. Our daughter talked about her constantly. Molly didn't like loud noises. Molly thought her green dress was pretty. Molly said the vacuum cleaner was too loud. We nodded and smiled, but the air in the house started to feel different. It felt watched. I found myself avoiding that corner in the playroom, giving it a wide berth like it was a wasp's nest. My wife started glancing at the walls, her eyes tracing the lines where they met the ceiling, a little frown on her face. She mentioned a damp patch on the playroom wall, the one that shared a side with the crawl space, that we could never seem to paint over properly. It was just a faint shadow, but she kept looking at it now. I couldn't shake that scraping sound. I needed to do something practical. So I went to the store and bought a baby monitor. Not a video one, just a simple audio model. A little white speaker for her room, a parent unit for ours. I told my wife it was for peace of mind, in case she had a bad dream. She agreed too quickly. I think we both knew it wasn't for dreams. I set it up that afternoon. The act of placing the little unit on her dresser, of hearing the hiss of empty air come through the parent unit, made me feel better. I was taking action. I was using technology. I was being a competent father securing his home. I had no idea I was just installing a direct line to the thing in the walls. That night, we went through our routine. Bath, stories, snuggles. Our daughter seemed extra sleepy. As I kissed her forehead, she mumbled, "Molly's singing." "That's nice," I whispered back, my stomach clenching. I closed her door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack, just like always. In our room, the parent unit sat on my nightstand, a little green light glowing to show it was connected. We went to sleep. Or we tried to. I drifted in and out, my sleep shallow and restless. At some point deep in the night, a sound pulled me up from the dark. It wasn't my daughter's voice. It was a soft, rhythmic noise coming from the little speaker on my nightstand. Thump, thump, thump. I lay there, blinking in the dark, listening. It was slow, steady. It was the unmistakable sound of a small fist, beating slowly against a metal door. My hand shot out and fumbled for the parent unit, my fingers finding the volume knob. I turned it down, then up, as if that would change what I was hearing. Thump, thump, thump. It was faint, but clear. It was coming from her room. But her room didn't have a metal door. The only metal door in the house was in the garage. I sat bolt upright. My wife was still asleep beside me. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cool floor. I had to check. I had to see. I crept out of our room and down the short hall. Her door was still ajar. The thump, thump, thump was slightly louder here, not coming from the monitor now, but seeping out from her room. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would crack a rib. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was bathed in the soft blue light of her Moon and Stars nightlight. She was in bed, asleep. Her covers were pulled up to her chin, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looked peaceful. Perfect. The thumping had stopped. The room was quiet. I stood there, confused, the adrenaline making me shake. Had I dreamed it? Had it been something else? A noise from outside? I took a step toward her bed, wanting to see her, to confirm she was really here. As I did, my foot brushed against something on the floor. I looked down. There, on the carpet next to her bed, were her favorite stuffies, a rabbit and a bear. They were laid out neatly, side by side, and they were facing the wall. Not the wall with the window, the interior wall, the one that had the damp patch on the other side, the one that led to the playroom corner, and to the crawl space beyond. They were positioned like two little sentinels, staring at the blank drywall as if waiting for a show to start. I didn't touch them. I just backed out of the room, pulling the door closed until the latch clicked with a finality that echoed in the hall. I went back to my bedroom, my legs feeling like wood. The parent unit was quiet now, just emitting a soft, empty hiss. I got back into bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to that hiss and the sound of my own breathing. I didn't wake my wife. I just lay there, knowing in my bones that the rules had changed. The game wasn't a game anymore, and we had already given away the first move. The house was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that feels full, like the pause before a thunderclap. Everything was in its place. My family was safe in their beds, and I had never been more certain that we were not alone. We started calling it sleepwalking because being summoned wasn't in any of the parenting books. The night after I found the stuffed animals on guard duty, I woke up to an empty space next to me. My wife was gone too. A bolt of pure panic shot through me, but then I heard her voice, hushed and tense, from the hallway. "Honey, in here." I scrambled out of bed. She was standing in the doorway of our daughter's room, her hand over her mouth. The bed was empty, the covers thrown back. "She's not here," my wife whispered, her voice cracking. We moved together, a two-person search party in the dark, our hearts pounding a frantic rhythm. We checked the playroom, the bathroom, the living room. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, repetitive tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the garage. I pushed the door open, fumbling for the light switch. The fluorescent bulbs flickered to life with a sickly buzz. And there she was, our little girl, standing in front of the big metal hatch to the crawl space. She was still in her pajamas, her eyes closed, fast asleep. Her tiny fists were raised, and she was gently, persistently, pounding them against the cold metal. Tap, tap, tap. Her knuckles were raw and pink, and they were smudged with dark, gritty dirt. I knew that dirt. It was the same gray, ashy soil from under the house. But the garage floor was clean concrete. There was no dirt out here. "Baby," my wife breathed, rushing forward. She scooped her up, cradling her. Our daughter didn't wake up. She just went limp in her arms, her head lolling. As my wife turned away from the hatch, our daughter mumbled, her voice slurred with sleep. "She's lonely. It's so dark." We took her back to bed, washed her hands clean, and sat on the edge of the bed watching her. We didn't speak. What was there to say? The next night, we tried to be smarter. We barricaded ourselves in. We put a kitchen chair under the doorknob of our bedroom door, a janky alarm system. It didn't matter. At some point in the dead hours, the chair just wasn't there anymore. It was back in the kitchen, pushed neatly under the table. And our daughter's bed was empty again. This time, we found her in the hallway closet, the one under the stairs, her face pressed against the inside of the door, her palms flat on the wood. She was whispering, a fast, eager chatter we couldn't understand. It was like she was on a play date in there. The night after that, she made it to the basement door, her fingers curled around the knob, trying to turn it. She was a sleepwalking compass needle, and true north was always a locked door, a closed-off space, a threshold to somewhere we didn't want her to go. We were fraying, coming apart at the seams. My wife made an appointment with the pediatrician. We sat in the cheerful, sticker-covered exam room and laid it out. The imaginary friend, the sleepwalking, the things she said. The doctor, a nice woman with a kind smile, listened carefully. She checked our daughter's eyes, her ears, her reflexes. She asked her about Molly. Our daughter, swinging her legs, happily described her friend in the walls. The doctor nodded, made a note. Then she turned to us, her expression professional and calm. "Nothing physically wrong," she said. "This is very common. Vivid imagination, maybe some anxiety manifesting. Could be something at preschool, a change in routine." She suggested a child therapist if it continued, offered pamphlets on healthy sleep habits. We left with a prescription for reassurance, but it felt like ash in our mouths. Our terror had been diagnosed as an overreaction. Science had no box to check for, thing in the crawl space. The divide between us started that afternoon. My wife wanted action. Direct, physical action. "We need to open that hatch," she said, her voice low and fierce in the kitchen. "We need to go down there with flashlights and see what's really there. Rip it out." I argued for reason, or what was left of it. And if we find nothing? Or worse, if we find something and make it angry? Maybe we call someone. A priest. Or that therapist. "A therapist can't fix this," she snapped, and it was our first real fight about Molly. A crack in our united front, and the cold air of fear blew right through it. After that, I went to the hardware store. I bought the biggest, meanest-looking padlock I could find. It was hardened steel, advertised as weatherproof and tamper-resistant. It felt solid and cold in my hand, a symbol of control. I installed it on the crawl space hatch that evening, right over the old brass one. I made a show of it, snapping the shackle into place with a loud, satisfying click that echoed in the garage. I jangled the keys. "There," I told my wife. "Nothing is getting through that." She looked at the new lock, then at me, her eyes hollow. She didn't say anything. She just walked back inside. That night, we huddled around the baby monitor like it was a campfire telling us our fate. We listened to the rustle of our daughter's sheets, her soft snores. Then, around 2 in the morning, we heard her voice, sleepy and small. "Can I come live with you?" My wife's hand clamped onto my wrist, her nails digging in. We waited, our breaths held. The monitor hissed. Then a new sound came through. It was low, wet, wrong. A gurgling, sticky sound, like someone trying to talk with a mouth full of mud and leaves. It bubbled and popped, and then it formed 2 mangled syllables that curled into our ears. "Soon, child." My wife made a choked sound and dropped the parent unit. It clattered on the floor, the plastic casing cracking. The sound stopped. We stared at each other in the dark, and in that moment, every rational explanation, every doctor's reassurance, evaporated. Something had answered her. Something was in there with her. My wife, moving like an automaton, picked up the broken monitor. She fumbled with her phone, her hands shaking. She played back the last 30 seconds, the recording fuzzy but clear enough. Our daughter's question. The static. Then that wet, gurgling reply. She played it again. And again. Then she looked at me, her face pale in the phone's glow. "Listen," she whispered. She slowed the audio down, dragging a finger across the screen. The gurgle became a deep, distorted groan. But underneath it, buried in the electronic mud, was something else. A shape to the sound. It was a twisted mimicry of a human voice, trying to form words. I heard it. It was trying to say, "I'm here." It didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like it was trying to sound like her. Like my wife. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, a baseball bat leaning against the cushions. I couldn't face our bedroom, the broken monitor, the look in my wife's eyes. Exhaustion finally pulled me under just as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows. I woke up to a small weight on the couch beside me. I opened my eyes. Our daughter was there, curled up against my side, wide awake. She was just watching me, her big eyes calm. Her hand came up and patted my cheek. Her skin was cold, like she'd been outside. "Don't be sad, Daddy," she said, her voice clear and bright. "Molly says she can be my mother when you're too tired." Then she snuggled closer, tucking her head under my chin, as if she'd just offered the most comforting thought in the world. I lay there frozen, staring at the ceiling as the sun rose, bathing the room in a light that no longer felt warm, just exposing. The new lock was on the hatch, the doors were all closed, but the real barrier had been breached. It wasn't in the walls anymore. It was in her head, and it was learning how to use her voice to tear ours out. There are 3 types of locks. Ones that keep people out, ones that keep things in, and ones that are just polite suggestions to whatever lives in the dark. After my daughter's chilling announcement on the couch, a kind of grim numbness set in. We moved through the next day like ghosts in our own home. We didn't talk about what she'd said. We didn't talk about the gurgling voice on the monitor. We just did the motions. Breakfast, getting dressed, playing with blocks on the living room floor, always steering her away from the playroom corner. The massive new padlock on the crawl space hatch became a weird touchstone for me. I'd go out to the garage just to look at it, to see its cold, steel face staring back, telling me I had secured something. It was my totem of denial. The day after the dawn couch conversation, I needed to fix a leaking sink trap. I headed to the garage to get my toolbox. My eyes went straight to the hatch, as they always did now. And my heart just stopped. The padlock wasn't locked. The big, hardened steel shackle was pulled out, hanging loose on the hasp. The lock itself was just sitting there open. I knew, with a certainty that turned my bones to ice, that I had locked it. I had made a point of it every single night, checking it like a ritual. I stood there, my tool forgotten in my hand. I walked over slowly, my knees feeling weak. I reached out and touched the lock. It was cold. I lifted it. It wasn't broken. There were no scratches, no marks of a tool. It was just opened. I fumbled in my pocket for the key, a special small key on its own ring. It was still there. I shoved the shackle back into the body of the lock and turned the key. It clicked, locking again, but the act felt meaningless. It had already been undone. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the hatch. Nothing moved. No sound came from behind it, but the message was clear. Your rules don't apply here. I didn't tell my wife about the lock. I couldn't. She was hanging on by a thread. Instead, I forced myself to go back inside and fix the sink, my hands trembling the whole time. Later that afternoon, I found my daughter in the playroom. She wasn't looking at the corner. She was on the rug, carefully drawing with her crayons. But she wasn't drawing on paper. She was drawing on a long, gray, twisted stick she held in her other hand. I knelt down beside her. "What you got there, Bug?" She held it up proudly. "Molly gave me a present. It's for drawing." I took it from her gently. It wasn't a stick. It was too straight in some places, too jointed in others. It was brittle and dry like old bone. It was segmented like a giant insect's leg, and one end was stained a rusty, flaky brown. It smelled, a damp, earthy smell, like the worst part of a forest floor, and underneath it, a sharp, coppery tang I recognized but didn't want to name. My stomach rolled. "Where did you get this?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "Molly put it in my toy box," she said, going back to her coloring. "She finds neat stuff." I walked to the kitchen trash can, my skin crawling. I threw the thing in, pushing it down under coffee grounds and eggshells. I washed my hands 3 times, scrubbing under my nails. As I turned off the water, a sound started. It was a sharp, furious scratching from inside the wall. Not a random settling noise. This was fast, angry, deliberate. It came from directly behind the kitchen trash can, right where I had just thrown her present away. It went on and on, a relentless scraping of something hard against the inside of the drywall, for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute or 2. Then it stopped, abrupt and complete. My wife came into the kitchen, her face white. "What was that?" All I could do was shake my head. That night, my wife broke. We were cleaning up after a quiet, tense dinner. Our daughter was playing with her dolls. My wife just sank to her knees in front of her, right there on the living room floor. She took our little girl's hands in hers. Her voice was desperate, pleading, "Sweetie, please, what does Molly want? Just tell Mommy. What does she want?" Our daughter stopped moving her doll. She looked down at her mother with an expression that was too calm, too patient for a 5-year-old. She said it plainly, like she was explaining why the sky is blue. She wants a family. She's been alone since the old people went away. The words hung in the air. My wife rocked back on her heels as if she'd been pushed. The old people. We bought the house from a family estate. The realtor said the previous owner, an elderly woman, had moved to a specialized care facility out of state. We'd never thought twice about it, until now. After our daughter was in bed, I went to the town's public records website. It took some digging, past the basic sale information. I found a local news digest, a small paragraph from a few years back. It wasn't about a move. It was an obituary. The elderly woman had died in the house, of natural causes, and she hadn't been found for nearly 2 weeks. 2 weeks, alone in this house. A cold wave washed over me. She hadn't gone away. She had stayed. And something else had stayed with her, or maybe had been waiting for her. And now it was lonely. Rationality was a distant memory. I wasn't trying to prove anything to a doctor or a priest anymore. I needed to prove it to myself. I needed to see. I found my old smartphone in a drawer, one with a decent camera and a lot of storage. I charged it up. I downloaded a motion-activated security app. That night, after everyone was asleep, I did a crazy thing. I set the phone on a bookshelf in the hallway, pointed so it could see my daughter's bedroom door and the door to our room at one end, and the entrance to the living room and the garage door at the other. It was a perfect crossroads. I turned off all the lights and let the phone's night vision take over. Its little green power light glowed in the dark like a cynical eye. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the house. It was a quiet night. No sleepwalking, no tapping, just the normal creaks and groans of a house at rest, or pretending to rest. In the morning, I waited until my wife took our daughter outside to play in the backyard. I grabbed the phone from the shelf. My hands were slick. I opened the app. It had recorded 3 motion events. The first was just me, walking down the hall to bed, looking like a ghost in the green-tinted night vision. The second was my wife, getting up to use the bathroom around 1 a.m. The third was at 3:07 a.m. The timestamp glowed in the corner. The hallway was empty, a tunnel of green and black. Then, from the bottom of the frame, a shadow moved. It didn't walk into view. It unfolded. It seeped out from the darkness under the small hall table we kept by the garage door. It was long and thin, a stain of deeper black against the dark floor. It didn't have a shape I could understand. No legs, no arms, just a flowing liquid darkness. It moved across the wooden floorboards, not like an animal, but like spilled oil, smooth and purposeful. It flowed directly toward my daughter's bedroom door. And as it reached the door itself, which had been shut, silently swung inward, opening just wide enough. The dark shape pooled at the threshold for a moment, and then it was gone, inside her room. The door remained open a crack. The video kept recording for another 30 seconds of nothing. Then it stopped. I stood there in the hallway, the phone hot in my hand. I felt the world tilt. I had proof. Undeniable, digital proof. It wasn't sleepwalking. It wasn't imagination. Something was coming out of the bones of the house and going into my daughter's room at night. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt gutted. The last of the safe, explainable world drained away through a hole in the floor, and I was left standing in the cold, real truth. I had to show my wife. This would end the arguing. This would make us unified again in our terror. We would have to leave. We would have to run. As I turned to go find her, a small, dry sound made me jump. It came from the wall to my left, the one that separated the hallway from my daughter's room. It was a faint, papery whisper, so close it sounded like it was right beside my ear, speaking through the plaster. It was 3 words, clear and cold. "I see you." I dropped the phone. It clattered on the floor, the screen going black. I didn't pick it up. I just backed down the hall, my eyes locked on the innocent-seeming wall, until my back hit the front door. The house was still. The sun shone through the windows. From the backyard, I could hear my daughter laughing. But inside, the hallway felt like a tunnel that led somewhere else entirely, and I had just looked down its length and seen the destination. We bought the camera to prove nothing was there. The video proved we were already sharing our home. I stood there by the front door for a long time, my back pressed against the wood, just breathing. The whisper in the wall had faded, but its meaning was stuck in my head, a cold splinter in my brain. I see you. It knew I was watching. It didn't care. Maybe it even wanted to be seen. I finally forced myself to move. I picked up the phone from the floor. The screen was cracked, a spiderweb of lines over the frozen image of the empty green hallway. But it still worked. I tucked it into my pocket like it was a live grenade and went to the backyard. My wife was pushing our daughter on the swing. She saw my face and her smile vanished. She knew. "Honey, can you go collect some pretty rocks for Molly?" she said to our daughter, her voice too bright. Our little girl hopped off the swing and skipped toward the flower bed. My wife walked to me, her eyes searching mine. "What happened?" I pulled out the phone. "We need to watch this." Inside. We went to the kitchen, the heart of the house, where the lights were bright. I felt like a fool for thinking brightness mattered anymore. I set the phone on the table, found the right video, and handed it to her. I watched her face as she watched it. I saw the confusion at first, the squint at the greenish gloom. Then I saw the exact moment she saw the shadow detach from under the table. Her lips parted. Her hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes went wide, glued to the screen as the thing flowed across the floor. When the door swung open by itself and the darkness slipped inside, a small, wounded sound escaped her throat. She put the phone down, pushing it away like it was on fire. She looked at me, and in her eyes, the last flicker of doubt, the last hope for a normal explanation, went out. It was like watching a light being switched off in a faraway window. "It's real," she said. It wasn't a question. "It's in her room." "It was," I said, and it talked to me, through the wall. After. She just nodded, as if that was the only logical next step. The crisis was no longer about our daughter's imagination. It was about a literal, physical infestation. The thing in the walls was real, and it was interacting with our child. The parental switch flipped from fear to a frantic, electric need for action. "We have to leave," my wife said, her voice low and urgent. "Right now. We pack a bag and we go. To my mom's. To a hotel. Anywhere." "Yes," I said. It was the first thing we'd agreed on completely in days. We moved fast, a coordinated team of pure panic. We didn't discuss it. We just started. She ran upstairs and began throwing clothes into suitcases. I went to the hall closet and pulled out our big duffel bags. Our daughter came in from outside, her hands full of dirty pebbles. "Look what I found for Molly's collection." "That's great, sweetie," my wife called down, her voice strained. "Why don't you go watch a cartoon? Mommy and Daddy are doing a project." She seemed happy with that and plopped down in front of the TV. We worked around her, a whirlwind of zippers and folded fabric. We were escaping. The plan was simple, beautiful in its clarity. Get in the car and drive. As I rushed past our bedroom, something made me stop. My wife's jewelry box sat on her dresser, a little wooden thing her grandmother gave her. I had a crazy thought. Should we take it? Were we ever coming back? I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in the velvet beside her pearl necklace and her wedding ring, was a small, perfect circle of dark, damp soil. It was packed tight, like a mud pie made by a careful child, and pressed into the very center of it was a tiny white baby tooth. My breath caught. I knew that tooth. It was from our daughter's first lost tooth, over a year ago. My wife had put it in a special little porcelain box shaped like a fairy, which she kept on a high shelf in her closet, a shelf our daughter couldn't reach. I picked up the circle of dirt. It was cold and left a smudge on my fingers. The tooth, pristine white against the black earth, seemed to gleam. This wasn't a gift. This was a token, a claim. I shoved the whole thing, jewelry box and all, into the duffel bag and zipped it shut. We finished packing in a frenzy. 3 suitcases and 2 duffel bags sat by the front door like hopeful refugees. The car was in the driveway, ready. All we had to do was get our daughter and go. "I'll get her," I said. My wife nodded, double-checking that she had her purse, her phone, the car keys clenched in her fist. I walked into the living room. The TV was still on, cartoons dancing across the screen, but the couch was empty. "Bug," I called. No answer. A little thread of cold fear pulled tight in my chest. "Sweetheart?" I checked the playroom. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. The downstairs bathroom. Empty. "Honey," I called to my wife, trying to keep my voice calm. "Where is she?" My wife came into the living room, her eyes scanning. She was just here. We moved through the first floor again, faster this time, opening every door. Then I heard it. A faint sound coming from upstairs. It was a tiny, muffled crying. It was her cry, but it sounded wrong. Strained. Like she was trying to cry quietly. It was coming from the playroom. We took the stairs 2 at a time. The playroom door was closed. I turned the knob and pushed it open. She was standing in Molly's corner. Not facing out, but facing the walls, her forehead almost touching the place where they met. Her shoulders were shaking. Tears streaked her cheeks. "Baby, what's wrong?" My wife gasped, rushing toward her. Our daughter turned her head. Her face was a mask of childish betrayal and anger. "She says you're trying to take me away," she said, her voice trembling. "She says you're mean." She pointed a tiny, accusing finger at us. "Molly says this is my home. You're the ones who don't belong." The words hit us like a physical blow. The thing wasn't just influencing her. It was turning her against us. It was speaking through her. My wife fell to her knees, her arms outstretched. "No, sweetie, no. We love you. We want you to be safe. We're a family." "Molly is my family too," our daughter shouted, a full-blown tantrum rising in her voice. "And she's angry at you." She turned back to the corner, pressing her palms flat against the walls, as if comforting them. "It's okay, Molly. I won't go." We were losing her. Right in front of our eyes, we were losing our little girl to the corner of a room. We had to get her out of the house. "Now, we're going on a fun trip," I said, forcing a cheerful tone that sounded insane even to me. "To Grandma's. You like Grandma's." I stepped forward to pick her up. She didn't fight me, but she went stiff as a board in my arms, her body rigid with refusal. I carried her like a log down the stairs, my wife following, grabbing the suitcases. We were a pathetic parade of panic. We got to the front door. My wife flung it open, daylight pouring in. I carried our stiff, silent daughter over the threshold. For one glorious second, I thought we'd made it. We were out. Then she started to scream. Not a cry of fear or a tantrum. This was a raw, shrieking, primal sound of pain, as if I were carrying her over burning coals. She thrashed in my arms with a strength that wasn't hers, her back arching, her hands clawing at my face. "It hurts. It hurts. Put me back," she wailed. Her eyes were squeezed shut, tears streaming. My wife dropped the suitcase handle. "What's wrong? What hurts?" "The light. The air. It burns," our daughter screeched, her voice tearing at her throat. "Molly, it hurts." I stood there on the front porch, the sun warm on my skin, the breeze gentle. It was a beautiful day, and my daughter was screaming that it was torturing her. I looked at my wife. Her face was a landscape of pure horror. We couldn't take her into this pain. What if it was real to her? What if carrying her away actually hurt her? My arms, my father's arms that were supposed to protect her, felt like they were causing her agony. With a gut-deep groan of defeat, I turned around and carried my screaming, thrashing child back across the threshold into the house. The second the door closed behind us, the screaming stopped. She went limp in my arms, gasping for breath, her face buried in my neck. She was shuddering, whimpering. "Inside," she mumbled. "Safe inside." My wife closed the door, plunging us back into the hallway's shadow. She slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor, her face in her hands. The suitcases by the door looked stupid now. Monumentally stupid. We weren't going anywhere. The house wouldn't let her leave. We brought our exhausted, hiccuping daughter upstairs to our bedroom. We put her in the middle of our big bed. We lay down on either side of her, a human barricade. We didn't speak. We just listened to her breathing even out as she fell into a deep, sudden sleep. The escape was over. We had tried to run, and the house had fought back using the only weapon we couldn't fight against: our own child's suffering. We were trapped. As the afternoon light faded into evening, we made a new, desperate plan. We would never sleep at the same time. One of us would always be awake, on watch, while the other slept right here beside her. We would outlast it. We would watch over her every minute until we didn't know until what. But we would not let it have her in the night again. We ordered the first watch with a silent rock, paper, scissors. I lost. So as my wife curled around our daughter and eventually fell into a fitful doze, I sat propped against the headboard, my eyes on the door, my ears straining for any sound beyond our 3 breaths. The baby monitor was broken, but the house had other ways of speaking. At exactly 4 in the morning, a sound made me jump. It came from the nightstand on my wife's side. A soft, electronic fizz, then a clear, crisp playback of a voice. It was my voice. I recognized the tired, loving tone from 1,000 late-night comfortings. It said, "Go back to sleep, sweetheart." It played once, clear as a bell, into the room. And in the bed between us, my sleeping daughter smiled, nestled deeper into her pillow, and obeyed. There's a moment when you realize your home isn't a shelter. It's a digestive system, and you're living in its stomach. That moment came after the failed escape, after the horrible playback of my own voice lulling my daughter deeper into whatever dream Molly was feeding her. The three of us stayed huddled in our bed like survivors on a life raft, taking turns with the watch. It was my wife's turn to sleep. I was propped up, my eyes gritty, staring at the slice of dark hallway visible through our half-open door. My daughter was a small, warm lump between us, breathing steadily. And then I felt it, a slow, cold draft. It seeped up from the crack between our mattress and the headboard, a stream of air so chilly it raised goosebumps on my back through my t-shirt. The headboard was pressed flat against the wall. There was no window back there, no vent, just drywall and studs. That cold air was coming from inside the wall itself, as if something had opened a passage and was breathing out into our bed. I shifted, trying to block it with my body, but the cold spot persisted. It was a tiny violation, a reminder that the barriers were not just failing, they were becoming permeable. The house was breathing on us. Morning came, gray and tired. We were shells of people, moving on automatic. We made breakfast. We watched our daughter, who seemed perfectly normal, even cheerful. She didn't mention our attempted flight. It was like it had been erased from her memory. Or maybe she'd forgiven us. That was worse. The tension was a live wire strung between my wife and me, humming with unsaid things. We needed a new plan, a permanent solution. We whispered about it in the kitchen, while our daughter played in the next room. My wife wanted to call someone. Not a doctor. Something else. There are people who handle this, she murmured, her eyes darting toward the living room. Priests. Paranormal investigators. Someone. I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about the video, the shadow flowing under the door. I was thinking about direct action. If it was physical, it could be fought. Maybe. The division was still there, a crack we couldn't seal. The day dragged on. In the afternoon, my wife went upstairs to take a shower, a moment of normalcy that felt brave. I was on the couch, pretending to read a magazine, my senses tuned to my daughter building a block tower nearby. Then I heard a sound from upstairs. A thump. Not loud, but definite. Then the shower was still running, but I couldn't hear the water hitting the tub anymore. A different sound. A panicked, muffled cry. I was on my feet in an instant. Stay here. I barked at my daughter, and I took the stairs two at a time. Our bedroom door was closed. I threw it open. The room was empty. The bathroom door was open, the shower still spraying into an empty stall. Honey, I called, my voice cracking. No answer. A cold dread, sharper than any before, pierced me. I ran to my daughter's room. Empty. The playroom. Empty. I was shouting now my wife's name, a raw, scared sound. I ran back to our room, my brain firing in a million directions. Then I saw it. The closet door. Our walk-in closet. It was wide open, and the inside was wrong. The clothes, usually hanging neat, were shoved roughly to the sides. And in the back wall of the closet, the drywall was torn away. A ragged, jagged hole had been ripped open, about the size of a laundry basket. It wasn't a clean break. It looked clawed out. Bits of white plaster and pink insulation lay scattered on the carpet like confetti. And the hole led into blackness. Into the space inside the walls. I didn't think. There was no plan. My wife was gone. The house had taken her. I dropped to my knees and crawled into the hole. The space was tight, dusty, and dark. My shoulders brushed against wooden studs. Cobwebs stuck to my face, thick and old. The only light came from the closet behind me, fading quickly. I could see the ghostly pink tufts of insulation between the studs. The air was stale and cold and tasted of dust and mold. I crawled forward, my heart hammering against the floorboards just above my head. Can you hear me? I yelled, my voice muffled and flat in the cramped space. No answer. I kept going, turning my head to try and see. Then my hand landed on something that wasn't wood or insulation. I fumbled, picked it up. It was a strip of flannel, light blue with little clouds on it. It was from my wife's favorite pajama pants. It was snagged on a protruding nail, torn clean off. A few inches beyond it, in the thick layer of dust on a horizontal beam, was a handprint. I stared at it. It was a fresh mark, fingers splayed. But it wasn't right. The fingers were too long, too thin. And there were too many knuckles. Each finger seemed to bend in two extra places. It wasn't a human hand. Something had crawled through here, dragging my wife, and it had paused to press its long, twisted hand down right beside her torn clothing. A wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't go further. The tunnel narrowed, branching off into absolute blackness. I was in the guts of the house, and I was lost. I backed out, scrambling, desperate for the light of the closet. I tumbled out onto the carpet, gasping, covered in grime and webs. I had to find my wife. The house had taken her into its walls. I ran, stumbling down the stairs. "Mommy's gone," my daughter said, looking up from her blocks. She didn't seem worried. "I have to find her." I shouted, not at her, at the house, at everything. I ran to the garage. The crawl space hatch. It was the heart of this. It had to be. I flung the door open. The garage was gloomy, and the heavy metal hatch to the crawl space was wide open. Not just unlocked, swinging wide on its hinges, revealing a rectangle of pure, perfect black. My wife was standing 5 feet from it, her back to me, perfectly still, staring into that blackness. "Thank God," I breathed, rushing toward her. "Are you okay? What happened?" She didn't turn. She didn't move. Then she spoke, and her voice was a monotone, empty of all the fear and life I knew. "She is safe with me." It wasn't her voice. It was using her mouth, her vocal cords, but the inflection was all wrong. Flat. Cold. "You are the ones who are lost." Then my wife's body crumpled to the concrete floor like a marionette with its strings cut. I lunged for her, grabbing her shoulders. She was limp, her eyes closed, but she was breathing. A wet, rattling breath that wasn't quite her own. From the open hatch in front of me, the blackness seemed to pulse. And from deep within it, the real voice came. The gurgling, muddy voice from the monitor. It wasn't loud. It was conversational, almost intimate. It said the same words, but now they came from the earth itself. "She is safe with me. You are the ones who are lost." I dragged my wife's unconscious form away from that hungry opening, my muscles screaming. I got us both through the door into the kitchen and slammed it shut, leaning against it, sobbing for breath. I pulled her into my lap, patting her cheeks. "Wake up. Please wake up." Her eyelids fluttered. She looked at me, confusion swimming in her eyes. What happened?" "I was in the shower. Then I was here." She didn't remember. The house had taken her for a walk and then given her back, empty. We stumbled back into the living room together, clinging to each other. Our daughter was gone from her block pile. We found her at the top of the stairs, sitting calmly on the top step, swinging her feet. Her feet were bare and caked with fresh, black dirt. She looked at us, at our filthy, terrified faces, and she smiled a little smile. "I told her you were scared," she said, as if sharing a secret. "She says you can stay too. There's room in the walls for everyone." The offer hung in the air, grotesque and final. We were being invited to join the infestation, to become part of the house's ecosystem. We didn't answer her. We just walked past her, back into our bedroom. We didn't speak. We got into bed, all 3 of us again. We pulled the covers up. We were a trembling fortress of flesh under cotton. The escape was impossible. Confrontation was impossible. All that was left was vigilance. A permanent, exhausting watch. We would never sleep at the same time. We would outlast it. We would guard her every second of every night until we collapsed, or until it grew bored, or until we grew old and died right here in this bed. It was the only plan we had left. As we lay there in the fading light, the baby monitor's parent unit, its casing still cracked from where my wife had dropped it, sat dark on the nightstand. Hours passed. My wife finally fell into a twitchy sleep. My daughter was already out. My watch began. I stared at the ceiling, listening to their breaths, listening to the house. The monitor remained dark, a dead piece of plastic. Then, at some point deep in the night, a little green light flickered on. The unit was live again. A soft, static hiss emerged from the speaker. I watched it, wary. Then the hiss changed. It formed into a sound. A clear, crisp, digital recording. It was my voice again, but not from the night before. This was older. From years ago, when my daughter was a baby. The voice was young, tired, overflowing with love. It was a phrase I'd said 1,000 times in the dark of her nursery. It played once, softly, into our dark bedroom. "Daddy's got you," the recording whispered. And in the bed beside me, my sleeping daughter sighed, a sound of pure contentment, and murmured back, "I know, Molly." The worst part wasn't the monster in the dark. It was the monster learning to sound like the people in the light. After my daughter's sleepy reply to the recorded ghost of my voice, something broke in me. Not a breakdown, but a shift. The fear was still there, a constant buzz in my teeth, but it was joined by a cold, clear understanding. We weren't being haunted, we were being studied, and the exam was nearly over. The mimicry started small, a psychological poison seeping into our daily life. A few days after the daddy's got you incident, my wife was in the kitchen getting a glass of water. From the playroom, clear as a bell, came our daughter's voice. "Mommy!" It was her exact tone, the one she used when she'd scraped a knee or wanted a cuddle, a bright, needful whine. My wife put her glass down and walked to the playroom doorway. "What is it, sweetie?" The room was empty. The call had come from the corner. Not from a child hiding there. From the corner itself, the walls speaking with our daughter's stolen voice. My wife backed out slowly, her face pale. She didn't mention it until later, and when she did, her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt. "Are you sure it wasn't just the TV? Or an echo?" I asked, and I saw the flicker of hurt, the fear that I thought she was losing it. The seed of distrust, tiny and ugly, was planted. It grew faster than anything in our garden ever had. For me, it happened in the basement. The furnace was acting up, making a clunking noise. I went down to look at it, the bare bulb throwing long shadows behind the water heater and the old storage boxes. As I bent over the furnace, I heard my own voice, calm and warm, right beside my left ear. "It's okay to let go." I jerked upright, banging my head on a copper pipe. The voice continued, a loving whisper that seemed to come from the cold air return vent itself. "We'll be happier here. Just let us in." It was me, my cadence, my tone when I was soothing her after a nightmare. But the words were all wrong. They were an invitation to surrender. I ran upstairs, my skin crawling, and found my wife folding laundry. "Did you say something to me just now?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked up, confused. "No, I've been here." I nodded, but I didn't believe her. Or a part of me didn't. That was the poison. It was turning our love, our familiarity, into a weapon. We started watching each other when the other wasn't looking for signs that the person across the breakfast table wasn't really them. The most horrifying moment came for my wife. She was in the bathroom, washing her face after another sleepless night. She leaned over the sink, splashed water on her skin, and looked up into the mirror. Her reflection looked back, tired, eyes shadowed. But for a fraction of a second, maybe less than a heartbeat, her reflection didn't move when she did. It stayed still, staring. Then its mouth stretched. Not a smile. A grin that pulled too wide, showing a glimpse of too many teeth, thin and sharp like needles. Then it snapped back to normal, mirroring her gasp of terror perfectly. She screamed. I found her on the bathroom floor, shaking, pointing at the mirror, which now showed only her terrified, real face. "It smiled at me," she kept saying. It had her smile, but it wasn't her. She meant our daughter. The thing was learning our faces, our expressions, and twisting them. Our daughter was changing too. She became a messenger, a little ambassador for the thing in the walls. She didn't just talk about Molly anymore. She delivered decrees. "Molly says you're too loud at night," she'd tell us, her small face serious. "Molly is hungry. She likes it when we're quiet." She started refusing my wife's touch sometimes, flinching away from a hug as if burned. She would set 2 places at her little tea table. One for her, one for Molly, always with the second chair facing the forbidden corner. We were being conditioned. Our behavior was being modified by a third party we couldn't see, using the one person we couldn't ignore. One afternoon, I found myself alone in the garage, staring at the closed crawl space hatch. The padlock was still there, still open, a monument to my uselessness. A wave of despair, black and total, washed over me. I was so tired, so desperately, bone-deep tired of being afraid in my own home. I took a step toward the hatch. I didn't open it. I just knelt in front of it, close enough to feel the cool metal radiating. In a low voice, a voice of defeat, I spoke to the black seam around the door. "What do you want?" I whispered. "Just tell me. Make me understand." I waited. There was no gurgle, no whisper. But after a moment, I heard a sound. A soft, rhythmic sigh. It was the sound of breathing, but slow, slower than any human could manage. In, out. And with each exhale, the fine dust on the concrete floor in front of the hatch stirred. It puffed up, little clouds of gray, and as the dust settled, it wasn't random. It seemed to form letters, shapes. I stared, my eyes aching. One word, formed from the disturbed filth. It was faint, maybe my mind making patterns from chaos, but I saw it as clear as if it had been written. Belong. That was the answer. It didn't want to scare us away. It wanted us to stay, to become part of it, The division between us, husband and wife, was now a canyon. She wanted to fight, to find someone who knew how to fight this. An exorcist, a shaman, someone with holy water and chants. I was sinking into a terrifying resignation. One night, after another tense, wordless dinner, I snapped. Maybe we should just listen to it. The words burst out of me, harsh and loud. My wife stared at me as if I'd grown a second head. What are you saying? It knows her, I cried, gesturing toward our daughter's room. It knows her better than we do now. It talks to her all night long. Maybe we need to try to communicate, to negotiate. The word felt foul in my mouth. My wife's face went from shock to revulsion. Negotiate? With the thing that's stealing our daughter? Have you lost your mind? It was our worst fight yet, not shouts but hisses, full of tears and terrible, whispered accusations. We were splintering, and the thing in the walls was the wedge. The mimicry got bolder. A few days later, my wife was putting away laundry. She opened my sock drawer and let out a small, choked sound. Every single pair of my socks, every one, was tied together. Not just knotted. Tied in intricate, impossibly tight little bows, the kind that take patience and small, clever fingers to execute. They were knotted so tightly she had to cut them apart with scissors. Our daughter couldn't tie bows that well yet, but something with nimble, patient hands could. The message was clear. It could touch our things. It could get that close anytime it wanted. Our vigilance was a joke to it. The final straw for our sense of reality came on a Thursday night. It was my wife's watch. I was in a deep, dead sleep, the kind that comes from utter exhaustion. I was dreaming of nothing, a blank, black peace. Then a sound pulled me up. It was singing. A soft, sweet, gentle singing coming from the baby monitor. It was my wife's voice, singing our daughter's favorite lullaby. The one she'd sung every night for years. Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep. The love in the recorded voice was so real, so palpable, it ached. I smiled in my sleep, soothed by it. Then my brain caught up. The monitor. The singing. I forced my eyes open. The room was dark. The monitor on my nightstand glowed with its little green eye, the lullaby threading softly through the room. I turned my head on the pillow. My wife was lying beside me, fast asleep. Her lips were together, sealed. Her chest rose and fell with the slow, deep rhythm of unconsciousness. The singing was not coming from her. It was coming from the walls, from the vents, from the very air, using a perfect recording of her most tender sound to serenade us in the dark. I reached out and shook her shoulder hard. She woke with a start. Wah! Listen, I whispered, my voice raw. The lullaby continued for another line, then faded into static, and the green light on the monitor went out. Was that you? I asked, though I knew the answer. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. I was asleep, she breathed. You know I was asleep. We lay there, not touching, staring at the ceiling. The trust was gone. Completely. We could no longer trust our own ears, our own eyes, our own memories. The monster wasn't just in the walls. It was in our heads, wearing our voices, replaying our love back to us as a weapon. It had won without ever showing us its face. The only thing left was the terrible, unspoken question that hung between us in the dark. If it could sound like us, could it look like us too? And if it could, how would we ever know the difference? Infestations end one of two ways. You exterminate, or you learn to coexist. It was no longer trying to drive us out. It was setting a place for us at the table. The morning after the lullaby, we were ghosts. We moved around each other in the kitchen without speaking, without touching. The trust was shattered. Every glance was a suspicion. Was that really my wife pouring the coffee, or something that had learned her movements? Was that really my husband scratching his head, or a clever copy? The poison of the mimicry had done its work. We were isolated in our own home, prisoners in separate cells of fear. Our daughter, however, seemed to blossom. She was cheerful, helpful even. She skipped instead of walked. That afternoon, she came into the living room where we sat in our separate chairs, 1,000 miles apart on the same rug. She carried 3 items, holding them carefully in her small hands like sacred offerings. She laid them out on the coffee table between us, one by one. First, a dead rat. It was gray, its body stiff, its tail curled. Its eyes were milky film. Second, a tarnished silver locket, old-fashioned, the kind with a tiny clasp. It was smeared with dirt. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't ours. I thought of the previous owner, the woman who died alone here. Third, a framed photograph. It was one of our favorites, from a beach trip the year before. The 3 of us, smiling, squinting in the sun, my arms around them both. But in this version, my face was gone. Not torn out, scratched out, carefully, meticulously gouged away with something sharp, leaving only a ragged hole where my smiling face had been. Our daughter looked at us, her head tilted. "Molly says you can choose one," she explained, her tone polite, like a hostess explaining the dessert options. We stared at the grotesque menu. The dead thing, the stolen memory, the erased father. This was the offer, the formal invitation. We didn't choose. We just sat there, frozen. She seemed disappointed, but shrugged and left the items there. We finally moved when the smell of the rat became too much. My wife, with a tissue, picked it up by the tail and threw it in the outside trash. I took the photo and the locket and put them in a kitchen drawer, out of sight. The house did not like that. That night, we woke to the sound of doors. Not slamming, opening. One after another, a slow, deliberate procession of clicks and creaks. We got out of bed, clutching each other for the first time in days, drawn together by a new shared terror. We walked through the house. Every single interior door was wide open. The closet under the stairs, the linen closet, the basement door, the pantry, every cupboard in the kitchen, all of them gaping open, pointing inward, like dark mouths waiting to be fed. And at the end of this parade of openings, in the garage, the crawl space hatch stood wide open, a black rectangle that seemed to swallow the light from the bare bulb. The house was showing us all the ways in. It was pulling back its own skin, revealing its arteries, and inviting us to step inside. We closed them all, every one, our hands shaking. But the message was received. The next evening, our daughter insisted on a fancy dinner. She wanted to use the formal dining room, a room with a big, polished table we almost never used. She dragged chairs that were too big for her. She set 4 places with our good china, which she somehow got down from the high cabinet without breaking. At the head of the table, she placed a bowl. Not a soup bowl, a mixing bowl filled to the brim with fresh, dark, damp soil. She patted it smooth. "Molly is joining us for dinner," she announced. We didn't eat. We couldn't. We sat at the table, the empty chairs like tombstones, the bowl of earth a centerpiece from a nightmare. Our daughter ate her macaroni and cheese happily, chatting to the empty chair beside her as if someone were there. Then, as we sat in that terrible tableau, the doorbell rang. A clear, chiming ding-dong that made us all jump. No one ever came to our door anymore. We had pushed everyone away. My wife and I looked at each other. I got up, my legs weak, and went to the front door. I peered through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was still. I opened the door. No one. Just the cool evening air. I closed it, locked it, and walked back to the dining room. As I entered, I stopped cold. The 4th chair at the table, the one opposite our daughter, the one that had been pushed in tight to the table, was now pulled out. Just a few inches, but enough for someone to have sat down, or gotten up. No one had been in the room, but my wife and our child. Our daughter looked at the empty place and smiled. She had to go, she said, but she liked the company. That was it for my wife. "We are calling someone tomorrow," she said that night in bed, her voice flat, final. "A priest, a medium. I don't care. We're getting this thing out of our house." I didn't argue. I just stared at the wall. But a different idea, a dark, crazy idea born of exhaustion and despair, was rooting in my mind. What if you couldn't get it out? What if this was just the ecosystem of this house, like mold in the bathroom, and we were the irritants? What if the only way to end the fear was to accept the offer? I didn't say this. I just nodded. The next day, we caught our daughter doing something that broke the last of my wife's heart. She was kneeling by the heating vent in the living room, carefully pushing little pieces of her turkey sandwich through the metal grill, into the dark duct below. "What are you doing?" my wife asked, her voice trembling. "Molly is hungry," our daughter said, not looking up. "You aren't feeding her right." My wife reached for her. "Stop that! We don't feed things in the vents." Our daughter yanked her arm away, a shocking gesture of rejection. Then she did something she hadn't done since she was 2. She threw a full, screaming tantrum. She threw herself on the floor, kicking and wailing. "You're starving her. You're mean. I want my other mother. Molly is my real mother now." The words were like physical blows. My wife staggered back, her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She ran from the room. I was left with my screaming child, who was now not just influenced by the thing in the walls, but had fully, emotionally transferred her allegiance. That was my breaking point. A red, roaring rage filled me, burning away the fear, the despair, the crazy thoughts of negotiation. This thing was taking my child. It had taken my wife's sanity, my peace, my home. It was time to fight, not with whispers or priests, but with my hands. I waited until they were both in their rooms, my wife sobbing, my daughter finally cried out. I went to the garage. I got my claw hammer. I walked into the playroom. I stood in front of Molly's corner, the forbidden spot. I looked at the two plain beige walls, and I swung. The hammer punched through the drywall with a crash. I swung again and again, tearing out huge, ragged chunks. White dust filled the air. I smashed the studs behind it, splintering the wood. I didn't stop. I was screaming wordless roars of fury, tearing at the wall with the claw end, ripping out great hunks of insulation, throwing it all over the room. I was going to find its nest. I was going to drag it out into the light and beat it to pulp with my hammer. I created a hole big enough to climb into a wrecked, gaping wound in our house. Inside was just empty space. Cobwebs, a few wires, dust, no monster, no nest, just the dark, empty cavity of the interior wall. I stood there, chest heaving, hammer hanging from my hand, covered in white dust and sweat. From deep within the house, from everywhere and nowhere at once, a new sound answered my violence. It was a skittering, a fast, frantic, scraping, scratching, skittering sound. It wasn't from one place. It was from inside all the walls at once, a rushing, scrabbling tide of movement that flowed through the house's hidden veins, a furious, echoing response to my attack. I had torn open its skin, and now the whole house was alive with its anger. I dropped the hammer. I walked out of the playroom. My wife was in the hallway, her eyes huge, staring at the destruction. Our daughter stood behind her. She looked past her mother, past me, at the huge hole in her wall. Then she looked at me, her little face calm, too calm. "Now she's angry," she said, her voice quiet and certain. "And she doesn't have to stay in her corner anymore." That night, we did not try to sleep in our bed. We brought our daughter into our room, as usual, but the air was different. Charged. The skittering had stopped, but the house felt awake, alert, wounded. We took our watches. My wife went first. I lay beside my sleeping daughter, my eyes on the closet door. The closet I had nailed shut after my wife was taken through it. I had used long, thick nails, hammering them in at angles so it couldn't be pushed open from the inside. I stared at those nails in the dim light, and as I stared, I heard a new sound from behind that door. It wasn't skittering. It was breathing, not the slow, dusty sigh from the crawl space. This was loud, wet, close. The sound of something large with congested lungs, breathing slowly, rhythmically, right on the other side of the thin wooden door. It was so close I could almost feel the warmth of the breath, smell the damp, earthy rot of it. The breathing was right there. And this time, when our daughter began to sleepwalk, she didn't sit up and wander toward the bedroom door. She simply rolled over in her sleep, her eyes still closed, and reached out her small hand. Her fingers curled around the knob of the closet door, the door I had nailed shut, and she began to turn it. We thought the crawl space was its home. We were wrong. The crawl space was just the throat. The whole house is the body. I lay there, paralyzed, watching my daughter's small hand turn the closet doorknob I had nailed shut. The wet, ragged breathing from the other side of the door seemed to sync with her movements. She didn't strain. The knob turned smoothly, easily, as if the nails I'd driven were just suggestions, silly bits of metal that had politely dissolved. With a soft click, the latch released. The door didn't swing open. It was pulled. It drifted inward, away from her hand, revealing not the dark cavity of our closet filled with hanging clothes and shoeboxes, but a tunnel. A yawning, pitch-black opening that smelled of wet stone, rotten wood, and the cold, iron-rich scent of deep soil. The clothes were gone. The back wall of the closet was gone. There was only a hole leading into the endless, secret insides of our house. My daughter, her eyes still glazed with sleep, sat up. She turned to me. I had pretended to be asleep, but she knew. She always knew. Her face in the gloom was peaceful, but her eyes held a knowledge that no 5-year-old should possess. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice clear and awake. "Molly says we have to go now. The house is hungry." She paused, then offered a child's version of a consolation prize. "But if you come live with us in the deep down dark, we can be a family forever." Another pause, a tilt of her head as if listening to a voice only she could hear. "She can look like Mommy if you want." As the words left her lips, a shape began to form in the blackness of the closet tunnel. It coalesced from the shadows, pulling itself into the opening. It wasn't the gray, segmented finger. It was larger, more defined. a spindly, multi-limbed shadow that shifted and folded in on itself. Then, as I watched, unable to breathe, unable to move, the shadows seemed to solidify, to take on a familiar outline. The height, the curve of the shoulders, the fall of hair. It pulled itself fully into the frame of the closet doorway, standing beside my sleeping daughter, and it was the silhouette of my wife. A perfect, dark cutout of her. It didn't move. It just stood there, its head tilted with a horrible, predatory curiosity, as if waiting to see what I would do. My real wife stirred then, woke from her exhausted sleep, and saw it. She saw the thing wearing her shadow standing next to our child. A choked, guttural scream was torn from her throat, a sound of pure, unfiltered terror. The thing that looked like her turned its head toward the sound, and it smiled. A crack split the lower part of its dark face, a jagged line that stretched far too wide. No light came from within, just a deeper blackness. That smile was an abyss. My wife's scream cut off, strangled by fear. All sound in the house ceased. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen stopped. The ticking of the hall clock vanished. The gentle rustle of night wind outside the window disappeared. The world narrowed to the three of us in the bed and the two figures in the closet doorway. The only sounds were the wet, eager breathing of the thing and a new one. A slow, steady drip, drip, drip of something cold and liquid falling from the ceiling vent above our bed, striking the covers with soft, precise taps. This was the event horizon, the point of no return. The offer was on the table, not with dead rats or scratched photos, but in flesh and shadow. Assimilation or oblivion. Follow my daughter into the dark and become part of the house's permanent collection, or try to grab her and run, triggering a finale I knew would be swift and violent. I locked eyes with my real wife across the expanse of the bed. A silent, desperate conversation passed between us in a fraction of a second. Her eyes were wide pools of terror, but in them I saw a fierce mother's love that outshone the fear. I saw a shake of her head so slight. "Don't let her go." I gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "I won't." Our daughter reached out. With her left hand, she took one of the thing's long, gray hands. Its fingers, too many joints, curled around her small ones with a terrible gentleness. Then she stretched her right hand out toward me in the bed. Her face was a heartbreaking mix of a child's loving expectation and something utterly, chillingly alien. "Come on," she whispered, her voice so normal, so sweet. "It's time to come home." The thing in the doorway, still wearing my wife's stolen shadow, began to hum. It was a low, buzzing, organic sound at first, like insects in a wall. Then it shifted, tuned itself, and formed the melody. It was our lullaby, the one from the monitor. "Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep." The voice wasn't a mimicry anymore. It was a fusion. It had my wife's gentle tone, but underneath it ran the gurgling, muddy current of the crawl space, a horrible harmony that made my teeth ache. It was inviting me in with the sound of our most intimate love. My wife found her voice, a raw, ragged whisper. "No, baby, no. Come to mommy." Our daughter looked at her real mother, and for a second, I saw a flicker of confusion, a war behind her eyes. The thing's humming grew louder, more insistent, filling the room, vibrating in the boards beneath us. The drip from the vent sped up. Drip, drip, drip. I moved. I didn't have a plan. I had instinct. I threw back the covers and lunged across the bed, not for my daughter, but for the thing in the doorway. My hand passed through the shadowy silhouette of my wife. It was like plunging my arm into a vat of freezing, viscous oil. A cold so intense it burned shot up to my shoulder. The shadow swirled and dissolved around my arm, and I saw what was underneath for a fleeting second. A tangled, pulsing mass of dark, woody tendrils and slick, grayish membrane, like the roots of a rotten tree grown through decaying meat. The humming became a furious, vibrating shriek. My daughter cried out, a sound of betrayal and pain. The thing's other hand, the one not holding hers, lashed out. It wasn't a hand anymore. It was a whip of knotted cord and sharp, chitinous hooks. It wrapped around my forearm, yanking me off the bed and onto the floor with a force that knocked the wind from me. I was being pulled into the closet, into the tunnel. My wife screamed again, but this time it was a battle cry. She scrambled across the bed and grabbed our daughter around the waist, pulling her back, trying to break her grip on the thing's hand. Our daughter wailed, caught between two forces. The thing in the doorway was strong, impossibly strong. I dug my heels into the carpet, but I was sliding toward the black opening. I could smell the rot, feel the cold air flowing out. My wife wrapped both arms around our daughter and pulled with all her might. For a second, our daughter was a rope in a tug of war. Then, With a sound like tearing Velcro and breaking twigs, her small hand came free from the thing's grasp. The thing shrieked, a sound of pure, scalding rage that wasn't a sound at all but a pressure in my skull. It yanked hard, and I slid another foot into the closet, the threshold right in front of my face. My wife didn't hesitate. She let go of our daughter, who fell sobbing on the bed, and she threw herself at the thing. She didn't go through the shadow. She went for the center of the swirling darkness, arms flailing, nails scratching. She connected with something solid. She let out a grunt of effort and pain, but she shoved with all her weight. The thing, off balance, its focus split, stumbled back a step into the tunnel. Its grip on my arm loosened for a fraction of a second. I ripped my arm free. I felt hooks tear through my skin, a hot, wet line of fire from wrist to elbow. I scrambled back, crab walking on the floor, pushing with my legs. My wife fell backward onto the floor beside me, her hands scratched and bleeding, her face splattered with something black and foul-smelling. The thing in the doorway gathered itself. The shadow of my wife was gone completely now. It was a column of furious, shifting darkness, studded with glimpses of wrong shapes, a coiled limb, a snapping mouth, a cluster of staring, sightless nodes. It took a step forward, back into our room. This was it. It was coming out, not to invite, to take. And then our daughter spoke. She was standing on the bed, tears streaming through the dirt on her cheeks, her little fists clenched. She wasn't looking at us. She was looking at the thing, and her voice was not her own. It was a channel, a conduit for the voice of the house. It was the gurgle, the whisper, the hum, and her own voice, all twisted into one commanding tone. No! The thing froze. It quivered, a vibration of frustrated power. This one is mine, the composite voice spoke through her. You are too loud. You break the walls. You are not for the deep down dark. You are for the edges. The quiet places. Go back. She pointed a trembling finger at the closet tunnel. Go back and be quiet, or I will make you be quiet. The thing in the doorway seemed to hesitate, to wilt. The furious energy bled out of it, replaced by something else. Something like resentment and fear. It looked at my daughter, at this small vessel that held the authority of the house itself, and it shrank back. With a final, wet, sucking sound, it retreated into the tunnel. The closet door swung shut. Not with a bang. With a soft, definitive click. The nails were back in the wood, bent and twisted, but holding it fast. The dripping from the vent stopped. The hum of the fridge returned. The world rushed back in, loud and shocking. My daughter collapsed on the bed, unconscious or asleep, we couldn't tell. My wife and I crawled to each other, clutching our bleeding arms, holding onto each other, shaking too hard to even cry. We had faced it. We had fought. And we had survived because the house, in its own twisted logic, had chosen our daughter over us. She was its favorite, its true belonging. We were just the noisy guests. The sun rose. We cleaned our wounds. We watched our daughter sleep, her face peaceful, no dirt on her hands or feet. The playroom corner remained, but the hole I'd made was still there, a stark reminder. We didn't speak of what to do next. There was no next. We knew now. We could not leave her, and the house would not let us take her. We were stuck in a terrible, permanent equilibrium. We were the caretakers of the chosen one, living on the sufferance of the walls. That evening, as I made a simple dinner, my daughter came into the kitchen. She hugged my leg, a normal, warm, 5-year-old hug. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Daddy," she said. I told Molly not to be so rough with the loud ones. I patted her head, my throat too tight to speak. She smiled up at me, and her eyes were clear, loving, and entirely her own. But as she turned to skip away, she paused at the kitchen doorway. She didn't look back at me. She looked at the wall, and she whispered so softly I almost didn't hear it. "Soon it'll just be us. And we'll be so quiet." Then she was gone, leaving me alone with the sizzling pan and the terrible, certain knowledge that our reprieve was temporary. The house was patient. It had all the time in the world. And we were living on borrowed time, in the quiet edges of a home that had already decided who its real family was. Story number 5. My name is Steven, and this all started because we just wanted a normal weekend away from the city, me, my wife, and our little boy. We were packed into the car for hours, playing those car games that get old after the first 30 minutes, and by the time we turned off the main highway onto the Forest Service Road, we were all just done. The gravel road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into woods that got thicker and darker with every mile, the trees closing in like tall, silent watchers. My son was complaining from the back seat about being bored. and my wife was trying to read a map on her phone that kept losing signal, telling me she was sure the next turn was coming up. When we finally saw the small, brown sign for campsite number 7, it felt like winning a tiny lottery. We pulled into the clearing, and at first, it was perfect. I mean, picture postcard perfect. A circle of smooth, packed dirt for the tent, a stone fire pit right in the center, and beyond it, a view of a lake so still and blue it looked like a piece of the sky had fallen down. The pine trees made the air smell clean and sharp, and for a minute, we all just stood there, stretching and breathing it in. That good feeling lasted about 10 seconds. That's how long it took for us to really see the other thing in the clearing. It wasn't a picnic table. It was this huge post, just standing there maybe 20 feet from the fire pit. It wasn't part of any fence. It was just alone. It was taller than me, maybe 7 feet, made of this timber that was old. So old it was almost black, like it had been burned but not by any recent fire. And it was covered in these marks, these carvings that swirled all around it from top to bottom. They weren't words, at least none I could read. They were symbols, weird angles and loops that looked like they'd been cut into the wood with something a lot sharper and more purposeful than a pocket knife. They gave me a bad feeling right away, a prickling on the back of my neck. It wasn't just old graffiti. It felt like a sign, but one written in a language we were never meant to understand. My boy, of course, was fascinated. Kids are like that. The creepy thing is always the most interesting. He ran right over to it before I could stop him. "Don't touch that," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. He pulled his hand back and looked at me, confused. My wife gave me a look too, like I was overreacting. "It's probably just some old trail marker, honey," she said, walking over to the lake view. "This spot is amazing." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But my eyes kept getting pulled back to that post. It didn't feel like it marked a trail. It felt like it marked a spot, period. Like this whole clearing was a circle drawn on a map, and the post was the period in the center of the circle. We were unpacking the car, trying to shake off the weird vibe, when a park ranger's truck bumped into the clearing. A guy got out, older, with a face that looked like it had seen every kind of weather there was. He didn't smile. He didn't say welcome. He just nodded at us, and his eyes went straight to that post, then to us, then back to the post. He walked over, not to us, but to stand next to it. "You folks settling in?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We said we were. He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at the trees across the clearing. "This is a good site," he finally said. "Quiet, but there's rules for this one. Specific rules." He turned and looked right at me, then at my son. "This here," he said, tapping the post with his knuckle. It made a solid, dull sound. "This is the most important part of the site. You don't touch it. You don't hang anything from it. You don't carve your name on it." He almost smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "More importantly, you stay on this side of it after the sun goes down. You keep your tent, your fire, yourselves on this side. Consider it a property line." My wife laughed, a little nervous sound. "A property line? For what?" The ranger didn't laugh back. He looked at her, and his expression was dead serious. "For keeping things orderly. This is deep country. It's best to have clear lines." He paused, and his gaze landed on my son again. "You understand, son? This isn't a toy. You leave it be." My boy nodded, wide-eyed. The ranger tipped his hat, turned to go, then stopped. He didn't turn back around, just spoke to the air. "For God's sake," he said, so low we almost didn't hear it. Then he got in his truck and drove off, leaving us in that perfect, quiet clearing with that awful post. The rest of the afternoon we tried to act normal. We set up the tent, a big sturdy one, and we made sure it was on our side of the post, between it and the lake. My wife started organizing the food cooler, and I went to gather some firewood from the pile of dry branches at the edge of the trees. My son was supposed to be helping her, but kids have short attention spans. I was bent over, picking up a good piece of oak, when I heard it. A soft, steady scraping sound. Not the sound of a zipper or a cooler lid. It was the sound of a sharp edge on wood. My blood went cold. I stood up fast and looked back toward the camp. My wife was at the picnic table, her back turned, chopping vegetables. And there was my boy, kneeling at the base of the warding post. He had his little red pocket knife out, the one I'd given him for his birthday after weeks of him promising to be careful. He wasn't being careful now. His tongue was poked out in concentration, and he was carefully, deliberately, dragging the blade through the wood. He was carving a letter, his first initial, a nice, neat J right into the soft, old wood at the very bottom of the post. I dropped the firewood. "Hey!" I shouted, and I ran over. He jumped, startled, and the knife slipped from his fingers. He looked up at me, and at first he looked proud. "Look, Dad, I made my mark," he said, beaming. Then he saw my face. The pride crumpled into confusion, then fear. My wife turned around. "What? What is it?" I didn't answer her. I was staring at the carving. It was done. The cut was maybe an inch deep, fresh and pale yellow against the blackened wood. It looked like a wound. A sudden, hot anger flooded me. It wasn't just anger at him for disobeying, or at myself for not watching him. It was a deeper, colder anger, the kind that comes from knowing, in your gut, that something very important has just been broken. "What did you do?" I whispered, my voice tight. I grabbed his shoulders. "What did the ranger say?" "What did I say?" He started to cry. My wife rushed over. "It's just a post. It's wood. Stephen, you're scaring him." I made him pick up his knife and put it away. Then, feeling stupid and desperate, I made him apologize. Not to me, to the post. "Say you're sorry," I told him, pointing at the stupid carved letter. He was sobbing now, but he mumbled, "I'm sorry, post." It felt hollow and ridiculous, but I had to do something. The rest of the evening was ruined. We ate our hot dogs and beans in a tense quiet, the cheerful crackle of our new fire doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled over us. My wife tried to smooth things over. "It's just vandalism, okay? We'll pay a fine if we have to. It's not the end of the world. That ranger was just being dramatic." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The post loomed over our campsite, and that fresh, pale jay seemed to glow in the firelight. When it was time for bed, I doused the fire with a whole bucket of water from the lake. The steam hissed up, smelling of wet ash. As the last flames died, I glanced at the post one more time. Something looked different about the carving. I walked closer, squinting in the dim light from our lantern. The jay, it looked darker, like the wood inside the cut was wet. Had sap already started to come out? That seemed fast. I reached out, against my own better judgment, and touched the inside of the carving with my fingertip. It felt dry, completely dry, but it looked soaked with something dark. I pulled my hand back, wiped my finger on my jeans, and told myself it was just a trick of the shadows. Just the evening dew gathering. I hustled everyone into the tent. We zipped it up tight, a little nylon fortress against the big, dark woods. We got into our sleeping bags, my boy between me and my wife. He was sniffling softly, upset from the scolding. We all lay there in the dark, listening to the normal night sounds, the gentle lap of the lake water, the distant call of an owl. I was just starting to relax, just starting to think maybe my wife was right. Maybe I had let some old superstitious fear get the better of me, when my boy stirred. He whispered, so small in the dark, "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Does wood have a heartbeat?" The question was so strange it froze me for a second. "No, son," I said softly. "Wood doesn't have a heartbeat. Go to sleep." He was quiet, and then we all heard it. From the black woods, from the other side of that leaning post, came a sound. It wasn't the owl. It wasn't the wind. It was a deep, heavy rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like the footsteps of something very, very large, walking a slow patrol just beyond the ring of trees. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't going away. It was just there, pacing. We all held our breath. The sound went on, a slow, measured beat in the darkness. Then, after what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. The normal night sounds did not return. The woods were now utterly still. We lay there in the perfect quiet, none of us moving, none of us speaking, just waiting. The feeling of a good, simple camping trip was gone, shattered as completely as if that old post had fallen over. We were just 3 people in a thin tent, and somewhere out there, on the other side of a line we couldn't see, something was now aware of us. The night was only half over, and the question hanging in the air was almost as loud as the thumping had been. What had we invited? We just laid there in the dark, all 3 of us, not moving a muscle. That sound, that deep thumping from the woods, was gone, but the air felt wrong now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My wife had her arm wrapped tight around our son, her hand over his mouth, not to quiet him because he wasn't making a peep, but like she was trying to protect him from the air itself. I was frozen too, one hand on the zipper of the tent, wondering if I should look out, terrified of what I might see. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a normal box to put this in. A bear, I thought. A big bear walking around out there. Maybe a moose. They make big footsteps, right? But bears and moose, they wander. They don't walk a steady, patient line just beyond your campfire light. And the timing, right after my boy cut into that post, that wasn't an animal. That was a response. We listened for what felt like forever. The normal sounds of the night, the crickets, the little rustles in the leaves, they were all gone. It was just us and the soft sound of our own breathing. Then a new noise started. It was a low, wet sound. A sniffing. Not a little animal sniff, but a deep, guttural, pulling in of air sound, like a dog trying to catch a scent but bigger, throatier. It moved from our left to our right, a steady shuffling drag followed by that horrible wet sniff. It was walking the edge of the clearing, right where the trees started, right along that invisible line the ranger had talked about. My wife's grip on our son tightened. The sniffing got closer to the side where the post stood. When it reached the spot directly opposite that black timber, it stopped. The woods went still again for one beat, too. Then the sniffing started up, intense now, focused, right on that spot. It was like whatever it was had found the motherlode of scents. And then the post reacted. I saw it through the mesh window of our tent, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky. The whole thing shuddered. It was a quick, sharp tremor, like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. A small cloud of old bark dust puffed out around it, and then something began to ooze from the carving, from the J my son had made. It was black, blacker than the wood itself, and thick like syrup. It didn't drip. It flowed, slow and purposeful, tracing the shape of the letter perfectly, filling the groove until it looked like a fancy initial painted in tar. The sniffing stopped dead. The woods were so utterly without sound it made my ears ring. We waited, hearts hammering against our ribs. And then a voice came out of the dark. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like it was spoken right next to our tent. It was clotted muddy, like it was made of wet soil and rotten leaves being pushed together to form words. It didn't speak to me or my wife. It spoke to our son, using the name that started with that carved letter. Thank you for the invitation. That's what it said, clear as day. My boy let out a tiny, choked whimper against my wife's hand. Every hair on my body stood straight up. This was it. Every kid's nightmare, every parent's deepest fear, was standing right outside in the dark, and it knew my child's name. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to blast that thing with light, to see what it was. A bigger, smarter part of me was screaming that if I saw it, if I really saw it, I would lose my mind right then and there. So I just clutched it, a useless plastic club, and listened. Nothing else happened. No more thumping, no more sniffing, no more voice. The post just stood there, that black J gleaming with a faint, oily look in the starlight. We stayed like that, statue still, for the rest of the night. None of us slept. We just watched the sky slowly turn from black to deep gray to a washed-out purple. The moment there was enough light to see the shapes of the trees, I moved. Get your shoes on, I whispered, my voice rough and cracked. We're getting in the car. Now. We didn't speak. We didn't unzip the tent carefully. We practically ripped it open and stumbled out into the cold morning air. We left everything, the sleeping bags, the cooler, the tent itself, just standing there. All we grabbed were the car keys from the picnic table. We ran to the car, a desperate, clumsy scramble, and I hit the button to unlock it. The chirp of the horn was the loudest, most out-of-place sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, me in the driver's seat, my wife and son in the back together, and I hit the locks. The solid thunk of the doors locking was a small, fleeting comfort. I started the engine, and the rumble felt like safety, like civilization. I threw the car into reverse and started backing down the narrow road, my eyes glued to the clearing in my rearview mirror. The tent looked sad and abandoned. The post stood there, straight and dark, and then I had to hit the brakes. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see it. I had to know. Stay here, I said. Lock the doors after me. My wife started to protest, a scared, wordless sound, but I was already opening my door. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and lake water, a cruel imitation of the peace we'd felt the day before. I walked back toward the campsite, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I stopped a good 10 feet from the post. Up close in the daylight, it just looked like an old, carved-up timber, but the J was different. The black stuff that had oozed out last night had hardened. It wasn't shiny anymore. It was a dull, crusty black, sealed into the carving like a scar made of tar. I reached out, hesitated, then touched it. It was rock hard and cold. I looked at the ground around the base of the post. The dirt was packed firm, but then I saw it. Starting right at the bottom of the post, right where that black J was, a thin line in the soil was etched into the earth. It was as thin as a piece of string, and so shallow you'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. It ran in a perfectly straight line away from the post, directly toward our tent. It went right under the corner of the tent floor, and continued out the other side toward the lake. It was like a crack, but not a random one. It was a line, a new property line, drawn in the dirt. My stomach turned over. I turned and hurried back to the car, got in, and locked the door again. I didn't say anything about the line. I just backed the rest of the way down the road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around, and then I pointed the car toward the highway and stepped on the gas. The drive home was the opposite of the drive up. No games, no chatter. My son stared out the window, pale and quiet. My wife stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving between the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with us. We got home, to our normal house on our normal street, and the normalcy felt like a lie. We unpacked the car in a hurry, throwing the dirty clothes into the wash, putting the unused food away. We acted like if we cleaned up fast enough, we could clean up the memory too. But it was in our house now. That first night home, my son cried out in his sleep. Not a normal nightmare yell, but a sharp, scared sound. I went to his room. He was sitting up in bed, eyes wide open but not seeing me. He was staring at the wall, the one that faced the backyard and the little patch of woods behind our property. "He's lonely," my son mumbled, his voice slurry with sleep. "He just wants to play." I said I would. Then he blinked, saw me, and started crying for real. I held him until he fell asleep again, but my mind was racing. It wasn't over. We had left the woods, but we hadn't left it behind. The invitation had been sent, and it had been accepted. And whatever was on the other end of that invitation, it wasn't done with us yet. The question wasn't about what was in those woods anymore. The question, the one that kept my eyes open staring at the ceiling while my family slept, was much simpler and much worse. How do you take back an invitation once the guest is already on its way? The next few days at home were a kind of quiet torture. The woods were 50 miles away, but the feeling from that clearing was in our house, a cold spot in every room. My boy wasn't himself. He used to be a ball of energy, always building Lego castles, or begging to kick a soccer ball in the backyard. Now he just moved from one spot to another, slow and listless, like his batteries were permanently low. His face was pale, and he had these dark smudges under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping, even though he spent hours just lying on the couch staring at the ceiling. The worst was when he'd sit in the bay window in our living room. He'd pull his knees up to his chin and just watch the little strip of trees at the back of our property. He'd watch for so long without blinking it scared me. I'd ask him what he was looking at, and he'd just shrug and say, "Nothing." But his eyes never left the trees. My wife tried to push us back to normal. She made his favorite pancakes, she put on loud, cheerful cartoons, she talked about planning a trip to the zoo. It was like watching someone try to shine a flashlight into a well that had no bottom. The light just got swallowed up. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch my son fade away. So while he stared out the window and my wife scrubbed already clean counters, I hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I started searching for anything at all, that could explain what we saw. I typed in weird phrases from that night. Warding post. Forest spirit invitation. Black sap from carving. Most of it was garbage, silly ghost story forums and bad horror movie plots. But then deep in the results, I found a different kind of site. It looked old, the text plain and bunched together, like it was typed on an actual typewriter and scanned in. It talked about folklore, real pioneer and settler stories from this specific region. My heart started beating faster as I read. They mentioned ward posts or watch beams. They were put up, the site said, not to keep people out, but to mark a boundary for something else. To define a claim. The rules were always the same, repeated in story after story. You never damage the post. A mark on it isn't vandalism. It's a signature. It's an acceptance of terms. I read that and felt the blood drain from my face. A signature. My son's initial. He hadn't just misbehaved. He'd signed a contract written in a language we didn't know, with a party we couldn't see. I was falling down this rabbit hole, my coffee gone cold next to me, when my wife came up behind me. She saw the screen, saw the words territorial forest spirit and binding claim. She snapped. "What are you doing?" she said, her voice sharp. "Stephen, this is nonsense. You're going to make yourself crazy." "It's not nonsense." I shot back, louder than I meant to. "Look at him. Look at our son. This is what fits. What fits is that he had a terrifying experience, she fired back, her eyes glistening. He's traumatized. He needs stability and calm, not you reading him fairy tales about monsters. She reached over and slammed my laptop shut. We are taking him to a doctor. A real one. So we did. We went to our pediatrician, a nice man who'd seen our son since he was a baby. He checked his ears, his throat, listened to his heart. He asked him gentle questions about the camping trip. My son just looked at his shoes and gave one-word answers. The doctor gave us a sympathetic smile. Physically, he's fine. This sounds like a classic anxiety response to a frightening event. A night terror, some unusual sounds in the woods. It can shake a child up deeply. My advice is routine. Comfort. Maybe talk to a child psychologist if it doesn't improve in a few weeks. He handed us a pamphlet. We walked out of the office, the bright fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic feeling like a different universe. The doctor's explanation was clean, logical, safe. And it felt completely, utterly wrong. It was like describing a house fire as a draft. That night, I waited until my wife was asleep, and I went back online. I found that old site again and dug deeper into archived pages and scanned documents. I found a link to a PDF, a scan of a settler's journal from the 1800s. The handwriting was spidery and hard to read, but one passage near the bottom was circled in the scan by someone else. A modern person maybe, like they wanted to make sure it was seen. I leaned close to the screen, squinting. It read, "The post does not repel the Holtkin. It defines his claim. The ground within the line is his garden. The marked one is his, and the post holds them separate until the claim is collected." The words Holtkin and marked one, and claim is collected seemed to pulse on the screen. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a manual. And according to it, my son was considered property, and that post was just a temporary holding pen. I printed the page. I needed to show my wife. She had to see this. But the next morning, when I went to the printer, it was gone. I found it in the kitchen trash can, crumpled into a ball. My wife was making coffee, her back to me. "Why did you throw this away?" I asked, pulling the paper out, trying to smooth it. She didn't turn around. "Because it's poison," she said, her voice flat. "You're choosing to believe in some forest demon over a medical doctor. I won't let you fill this house with that fear. We're going to have a normal weekend. I've booked a hotel in the city. We're going to the Science Museum. We're going to that pizza place he loves. And we're going to forget about those stupid woods." She finally turned, and her expression was fierce, a mother's defiance. "We're getting our son back my way." I wanted to argue, to shake her and make her see, but the look in her eyes was also one of sheer terror. This was how she was fighting it, by denying it existed at all. So we went. We packed an overnight bag and drove to the city. The change was jarring. The noise of traffic, the tall buildings, the crowds of people. It was supposed to feel safe, insulated. We checked into the hotel, a nice one with a big pool and bright lights. My son perked up a little, fascinated by the elevator and the view from our high floor. For a couple of hours, I started to doubt myself. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe the noise and the light would shake whatever this was loose. The next day, we went to the big Central Park. It was sunny, filled with families, the air smelling of grass and popcorn. Kids were shouting, running, playing tag. My wife pointed to a playground. "Go on, sweetie," she said, giving our son a little nudge. "Go play." He walked toward the other children, but he moved slowly, like he was wading through deep water. He stopped at the edge of the colorful play structure, just watching. My wife and I sat on a bench nearby, holding hands, holding our breath, hoping to see him run and laugh. He didn't run. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still amidst the chaos of playing kids. Then very slowly, he turned his head. He wasn't looking at the swings or the slide. He was looking across the wide green lawn at a giant, old oak tree that stood by itself, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. He raised his hand, pointed one finger directly at that ancient tree. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and carried over the playing children's laughter. He said, "He's here, too." My wife's hand clenched mine, so hard her nails dug into my palm. We both stared at the tree. It was just a tree, an old, big, normal city park tree. But in that moment, with our son pointing at it with the certainty of someone spotting a friend in a crowd, it became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The woods weren't the problem. The post wasn't the problem. The problem was the claim. And the claim, it seemed, could follow you anywhere. The normal sounds of the park, the kids laughing, the distant ice cream truck music, all of it faded into a meaningless buzz. The only thing that was real was my son's pointing finger and the understanding that settled over my wife and me at the same time. A cold, shared truth that no doctor could ever explain. We couldn't outrun this. It wasn't in a place. It was attached to our child. And if it was here, in the middle of a sunny city park, then there was nowhere left for us to go. The car ride home from the city was the quietest 2 hours of my life. The cheerful hotel room, the sunny park, all of it felt like a painted backdrop that had now been torn down, showing the real world behind it, a world that was wrong. My wife didn't speak. She just held our son's hand in the back seat, staring out the window, her face a mask of stunned defeat. The pointing incident had broken her. Her way, the way of denial and normal life, had just slammed into a wall there in that park. When we got home, I didn't unload the overnight bags. I went straight to the kitchen table and opened my laptop. This time, my wife didn't stop me. She just put our son in front of the TV and sat down across from me, her eyes hollow. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. I didn't have a good answer, but I had a terrible idea. "We have to go back," I said. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "No, absolutely not. Listen to me," I said, leaning forward. "It's not about the place. It's about the post. The post is the legal document. The claim is filed there. If there's a way to break this, to void it, it's there. At the source. We can't run from a ghost. But maybe we can fix the paperwork." It sounded insane even as I said it, but the alternative was waiting for whatever collection meant, and that was a thought I couldn't live with. It took another day of arguing, of watching our son grow even quieter, before she finally agreed. She did it with the resignation of someone walking to their own execution. We packed the car again, but this time it wasn't with camping gear and hope. It was with a grim determination and a cooler full of food we had no appetite for. The drive back to the forest felt like traveling backward in time into a bad dream. The woods seemed to watch us as we drove in. When we pulled into campsite number 7, the first thing I noticed was the air. It was still. Not peaceful still. Empty still. There were no bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The only sound was the crunch of our tires on the gravel. And then there was the post. It had changed. It was no longer standing straight up like a soldier. It was leaning. Just a subtle tilt, inward, toward the campsite, like a tree starting to fall. The black jay was no longer a dull scab. In the daylight, it had a weird, wet look to it, and it seemed to pulse very slightly, a trick of the light maybe, but it made my eyes hurt to look at it for too long. We didn't set up the tent. We just sat in the car for a long time, staring at the clearing. "This was a mistake," my wife said softly. I didn't answer. I got out of the car. I had to find the ranger. I needed to know what he really knew. I drove to the ranger station first, but they said he was off duty. A younger ranger there gave me a funny look when I described the older guy. "Oh, you mean Joe? He's been having a tough time lately." He gave me the name of a bar in the nearest town, a dusty little place off the main road. I found him there, sitting alone in a corner booth in the dim light, a half-empty glass of amber liquid in front of him. He looked older, worn down to the nub. He saw me and didn't seem surprised. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. I sat down. "You went back," he said. It wasn't a question. "My son is sick," I said, cutting to the chase. He carved his initial. That night we heard things. A voice. It thanked him for the invitation. What did we invite? The ranger Joe took a long drink. He put the glass down carefully. "You think the post keeps it out?" he said, his words slightly slurred but his eyes sharp and full of a terrible knowledge. "Wrong. It keeps the claimed ones in. It's a property line. Your boy, by marking it, put himself on the other side of that line. In its eyes, your boy is already in his garden. The post is just the fence. And you," he looked at me with pity, "you're standing outside the fence, yelling for someone who doesn't belong to you anymore." His words were a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs. "How do we break the fence?" I asked, my voice tight. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. "You don't. The fence breaks when he comes to collect what's his, or when the marked one walks across on his own." He finished his drink. "For God's sake, I tried to warn you. Now get out of here. Leave. Maybe you can still save yourselves." I drove back to the campsite feeling worse than when I'd left. My wife was sitting on the picnic table, our son leaning against her, just staring at the leaning post. I told her what the ranger said. She didn't cry. She just got a hard, fierce look in her eyes. "No," she said. "No, he is not his. He is mine. Ours. That afternoon, in the bright, unnatural daylight of the empty clearing, I had an idea. A stupid, desperate idea. If the mark was the problem, maybe we could remove it. I took the hatchet from our emergency kit from the car. I walked up to the post. The black jay seemed to watch me. I raised the hatchet and swung it sideways, aiming to smash the carving, to obliterate that initial from the wood. The blade hit the black, hardened sap with a sound like striking stone. A jolt of numbing vibration shot up the handle and into my arm, making my teeth ache. I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. The post itself let out a low, groaning hum, a sound that came from deep within the wood, a sound that shouldn't have been possible. The groaning faded, but the jay was untouched. Not a scratch. It was like trying to chop steel. My wife rushed over. "Are you okay?" I nodded, rubbing my numb arm, staring at the post with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just wood. It was something else now, something that defended itself. As the sun started to go down, the emptiness of the woods became a presence. It wasn't just that there were no animals. It was that the woods felt full anyway, but full of something that didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched and waited from 1,000 hidden places. We ate a cold dinner in the car, not wanting to be outside. We had decided to sleep in the car too, all three of us crammed in, the doors locked. It felt safer than the tent. When night fell, it was complete. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of black. We had the curtains pulled over the car windows. My son was curled up in the back seat, asleep or pretending to be. My wife and I were in the front, staring into the dark, listening. The woods were void of sound. Then my son sat up. He didn't groan or stretch. He just sat straight up. His eyes were open, wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim green light from the car's dashboard. He looked at neither of us. He looked straight ahead, through the windshield, at the black shape of the leaning post. And he spoke, but the voice was not his. It was the wet, clotted, earthen voice from the first night. It came out of his mouth, calm and clear. The mark calls. The fence strains. Then he blinked, slumped back against the seat, and was asleep again, breathing normally. My wife let out a choked sob and clutched him to her. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. It was in him. It was using him to speak. We were losing him not by inches anymore, but by leaps. We spent another sleepless night jumping at every creak of the car settling. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out, my body stiff and aching. I had to see. I walked to the post. The leaning was more pronounced. The crack in the ground, that thin line that had started at its base, was now wider, a small trench you could fit your finger into, and it still ran straight to where our tent had been and beyond. But that wasn't the worst of it. As I turned to walk back to the car, my foot scuffed the dirt near the post. I looked down. From the base of the post, where the main crack began, several new, hair-thin lines had split off in the dirt. They were shallow, but they were there. And they weren't random. They were spreading, slowly, like the roots of an invisible tree, reaching out across the campsite. One of them was pointing directly at the driver's side door of our car. The fence wasn't just straining. It was cracking, and its cracks were coming for us. Sitting in the car that morning, watching those thin cracks spider out from the post toward us, I felt a desperate, ugly idea form in my head. The ranger said this was about a claim, like a property dispute. In the old stories, disputes were sometimes settled with offerings. A trade. Maybe we could make a deal. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just got out and rummaged in the trunk for the small, collapsible fishing trap I'd brought on our first trip, a silly thing meant to catch minnows for fun. The woods around the clearing were still empty of any normal life, but I remembered seeing rabbit tracks near the lake the day we first arrived. I walked down there, my skin crawling, feeling watched from 1,000 angles. I set the trap near some brush, my hands trembling, a piece of granola bar for bait. It felt grotesque, trying to catch a life to trade for my son's, but the alternative was doing nothing. I checked the trap a few hours later. There was a young rabbit inside, alive, its sides heaving fast with fear. I didn't let myself think about it. I carried the trap back to the clearing, the rabbit a soft weight of panic inside it. My wife saw me and her eyes went wide with understanding, then horror. She turned away, putting her hands over her ears, as if she could block out what I was about to do. I took the hatchet. I did it quickly, behind a tree, my stomach turning over. I'm not a hunter. The sound, the finality of it, made me want to vomit. I carried the limp, warm body, wrapped in a plastic bag, and placed it right on the boundary line, on one of those fresh, thin cracks in the dirt. I knelt there, feeling like a caveman pleading with a lightning storm. My voice was a raw whisper. Take this. A life for a life. Revoke the claim. Leave my son. Please. I backed away, my heart hammering. The clearing was still. The leaning post just stood there. The black jay seemed to drink the afternoon light. We waited in the car, all of us not speaking. Minutes ticked by. An hour. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in orange and purple, a beautiful show that felt like a cruel joke. Just as I started to think nothing would happen, that my brutal gesture was meaningless, movement caught my eye. From the deep green shadows of the treeline, something extended. It wasn't an animal leg. It was too long, too jointed in the wrong places. It was a limb of sorts, made of what looked like shifting shadow and polished, dark wood, like the branch of an old, dead tree given a sick kind of life. It didn't rush out. It slid, smooth and silent, across the forest floor. It stopped over the rabbit. For a second, I thought it would take it. Then, with a motion that was both casual and full of contempt, the tip of that limb flicked. It didn't pick the offering up. It batted it. The rabbit's body flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed with a soft, wet thud right at my feet, where I stood by the car door. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. Your currency is no good here. The shadowy limb slid back into the trees and was gone. My wife, who had seen it all, let out a sound then. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, guttural roar of pure rage and grief. She exploded from the car, slamming the door behind her. She stalked to the middle of the clearing, turning in a wild circle, her face tilted up to the darkening sky. You leave him alone, she shrieked at the woods, her voice cracking. He is mine. Do you hear me? You can't have him. Her defiance echoed and then faded, swallowed by the waiting trees. There was no answer, just the slow, steady tilt of the post leaning further inward. We went back into the car, defeated. The night was coming, and we had no plan left. My son was awake now, listless, staring at nothing. As I got into the driver's seat, I saw his eyes flick to something on the picnic table. I followed his gaze. My breath caught. Sitting right in the center of the weathered wooden table was a knife. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. It was beautiful in a terrible, alien way. The handle was made of dark, polished antler, smooth and fitted to a grip. The blade was a long shard of black obsidian, sharpened to an edge that looked like it could split a hair. It was a whittling knife, a craftsman's tool, but it was made for a hand much larger than a child's. It was a gift, a counteroffer. My wife saw it too. Before I could move, she was out of the car again. She marched to the table, snatched up the knife, and with all her strength, she hurled it in a high arc deep into the woods. We heard it clatter through branches, falling away into the gloom. She came back, breathing hard, her hands clenched into fists. We're leaving, she said, her voice flat and final. Now, we pack up, we drive to the airport, and we get on a plane to somewhere on the other side of the world. Tonight. It was a plan built on pure flight, not reason, but it was a plan. We moved fast, a frenzied packing. We threw our few things into the trunk. We didn't look at the post. We didn't look at the woods. We just moved, a machine of fear. My son, however, moved slower and slower. He dragged his feet. His eyes kept drifting back toward the trees where the beautiful knife had disappeared. When it was time to get in the car, he stood by the door, just staring at his shoes. He says I could make beautiful things with it, he mumbled, almost to himself. My wife and I shared a look of pure terror. The pull wasn't just in his mind anymore. It was a temptation, a whispered promise of something he wanted. We got him into the back seat, buckling him in. I got behind the wheel. My wife got in the passenger side and locked her door. This was it. We were leaving. I turned the key. The dashboard lights came on, but the engine didn't crank. It didn't even try. It was a dead, flat click. I tried again. Click. Again. Click. It wasn't the battery. The lights were bright. The radio would have played if we'd turned it on. It was as if the engine itself had become a block of inert metal, as if the spark, the very idea of ignition, had been sucked out of it. In that dead quiet, a new sound started. From the woods, from the other side of the leaning post, came a low, rasping, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was laughter, a deep, humorless, grinding laugh that vibrated through the car's frame. And underneath that laugh, starting up again after all this time, was the sound. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of footsteps. They weren't rushing toward us. They were walking a slow, deliberate path, pacing back and forth along the treeline, along the edge of the clearing. They weren't trying to get in. They were walking the fence line. They were pacing the perimeter of a pen, and we were the animals trapped inside. I kept turning the key, click after useless click, as the thumping footsteps and the dry, rasping laughter filled the air. A terrible soundtrack to our final, horrible understanding. Running was never an option. We had been parked this whole time, not in a campsite, but in a holding cell. And the warden had just decided to remind us that the door was locked from the outside. The thumping and the laughter faded away after a while, leaving us in the car with just the sound of our own ragged breathing. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The idea of the car as a safe space was a joke. It was just a metal box parked inside a bigger, invisible box. Night fell, a deep, moonless black that felt like a lid closing. We couldn't sleep. We just sat, watching the windows, waiting for something to come out of the trees. Our son, exhausted, finally dozed off in the back seat. My wife and I took turns keeping watch, but it was pointless. What were we watching for? The thing that owned the land we were on. It didn't need to sneak up. Sometime in the dead hours of the night, I must have nodded off. A soft click woke me. It was the sound of a car door unlocking. My eyes flew open. The interior light was on. The back passenger door was wide open. And my son was gone. I jerked upright, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked out into the darkness. I saw him. He was already 20 feet from the car, walking across the open dirt of the clearing. He moved with a smooth, calm, steady step, still dressed in his pajamas, barefoot. He wasn't running. He wasn't sneaking. He was just walking like someone answering a call to dinner. And he was walking straight toward the boundary line, toward the leaning post and the woods beyond it. No! The word ripped out of me. I fumbled for my door handle, tumbled out of the car, and sprinted after him. My wife was right behind me, a cry caught in her throat. My son didn't turn. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking, his small form looking so fragile against the huge dark of the forest. I caught up to him just a few feet from where I imagined that invisible line ran, right where the rabbit had been rejected. I didn't grab him gently. I dove, tackling him around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs and a cloud of dry dirt. He didn't yell. He didn't cry out. He just started to fight, and his strength was all wrong. It wasn't the frantic struggling of a scared kid. It was a cold, wiry, determined strength that felt much too strong for his small body. He twisted in my grip, his arms pushing against me with a steady, relentless pressure, his eyes wide open but blank, reflecting only the faint starlight. He was trying to get up. He was trying to continue his walk into the woods. "Stop! Please, son, stop!" I begged, my voice cracking as I wrestled with him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. My wife fell to her knees beside us, her hands fluttering, wanting to help but afraid to touch him while he was like this. As I fought to hold my own child down, I looked up, toward the woods he was so desperate to reach. And I finally saw it. Really saw it. The moon chose that moment to break through a gap in the clouds, washing the clearing in a cold, blue-white light. There, just beyond the line of trees, standing as still as the oldest oak, was the claimant. It wasn't a shapeless monster. It had a form, an impossible, elegant form. It was tall, taller than the trees behind it, a towering silhouette made of tangled antlers and woven shadow. Its body seemed to shift and flow like dark mist, but the antlers were solid, a vast, thorny crown of polished bone and obsidian that caught the moonlight. It stood perfectly upright, waiting. It wasn't lunging. It wasn't reaching for us. It was just waiting. And in that moment, the ranger's words clicked into place with a final, dreadful clarity. This wasn't a predator hunting prey. This was a landlord, a king. It was standing on its property, waiting for a tenant to cross the threshold and take up residence. The sheer, patient confidence of it was worse than any roar. It knew it had already won. The shadow thing's head, a vortex of shifting leaves and sharp angles where a face should be, turned slowly. It was no longer looking at my son. It was looking at me, pinning its claimed property to the dirt. It tilted its head, a motion that was almost bird-like, full of a cold, curious intelligence. It was studying the obstacle. A low groan pulled my attention away from that terrible gaze. The warding post. As my son struggled, the post let out a long, aching groan of stressed wood. That vertical crack running up its length from the black J widened with a sharp crack sound, and the hair-thin line in the soil, the one that had been growing, suddenly pulsed with a faint, sickly greenish light, like foxfire, outlining the boundary it represented. The fence was breaking. Right now. "Help me!" I grunted to my wife. Together, we managed to get a proper hold on our son. His strange strength was ebbing, replaced by a limp exhaustion. We half-carried, half-dragged him back to the car, his feet making trails in the dirt. I couldn't stop myself from looking back. The antlered shadow hadn't moved. It just watched us retreat. We got him into the back seat, where he curled up and immediately fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. My wife climbed in to hold him, her whole body shaking. I stood outside the car for a second, gulping the cold air, trying to slow my pounding heart. We had stopped him this time, but for how long? The post was splintering. I walked a few steps closer to look at it. The crack was wide enough to fit my hand now, and from within the crack, a fresh trickle of that black, tarry sap was seeping out, oozing down the grooved symbols like black tears. It was breaking down, and when it failed, what then? Would that thing just walk across the line? I turned my back on it and walked to the car. I opened the driver's door, planning to just sit in the seat and stare at nothing until dawn. That's when I saw it. On the passenger seat, where my wife had been sitting, lay the knife. The beautiful, terrible antler and obsidian knife. It was back. We had thrown it into the deep woods. My wife had thrown it with all her strength. And now it was here, waiting for us, placed neatly on the fabric seat as if by an unseen hand. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the night air. The black blade seemed to swallow the light. This wasn't just a gift anymore. It was a summons, a tool for the new life that was being offered. I looked at my son, asleep in the back, then out at the towering shadow that still stood, motionless and patient, at the edge of the woods. The fight in the clearing had changed things. It was no longer a slow pull. It was an active recruitment, and the tools for our surrender were being provided. I locked the knife in the glove compartment, a useless gesture. It had already found its way back once. The question hanging over us now was simple and brutal. Were we fighting to save our son, or were we just delaying the moment when he, or we, would finally pick up the knife? The knife in the glove box felt like a live wire sitting in the car with us, humming with a promise we didn't want to hear. My son slept that deep, unnatural sleep, and my wife and I just watched him, two guards at a cell door that was melting from the inside out. The whole fight, the thing in the woods just waiting, it had shown me the truth. We couldn't win by force. We couldn't run. But maybe, just maybe, we could win by a trick. A horrible last-ditch trick. I remembered something from the old stories, the idea that a contract is with a specific person. What if that person changed? Not physically, but inside. What if the boy who carved his initial, the boy who heard the voice and felt the pull, what if that version of my son simply ceased to exist? If we could make him forget, truly forget everything about that first day, the carving, the voice, the feeling of being called, would the claim have nothing to latch onto anymore? It was a desperate, ugly idea. It felt like trying to cure a sickness by cutting out a piece of the brain. I told my wife, whispering as our son slept in the back. She listened, her face growing paler with every word. "You want to erase his memory?" she said, her voice thin with horror. "We can't do that. That's a part of him. What's being taken from him is all of him," I argued, trying to keep my voice down. "This isn't a memory, it's a fishhook in his mind, and it's reeling him in. If we can cut the line, even if we lose a little bit of him, we save the rest." She looked at our sleeping boy, her eyes filled with tears. She saw the peace on his face, a peace that only came when he was too deep for the thing to reach him. She saw the alternative, him walking into those woods, gone forever. Slowly, with a trembling breath, she nodded. It was a nod of surrender to a terrible necessity. We had a first aid kit, and it was a small bottle of strong over-the-counter sleep aid, pills we used for long flights. It wasn't meant for kids, but the dose was small, and we were past worrying about labels. We also had water, and we had the power of our voices. We decided to try at dawn. In the tent we finally forced ourselves to set up for some semblance of shelter, a tiny nylon room under the leaning, cracked post. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, we woke our son. He was groggy, confused. We told him he wasn't feeling well, that he needed to take some medicine to help him rest. He trusted us. He swallowed the little pill with a sip of water, making a face. We laid him down in his sleeping bag in the tent, my wife sitting beside him, holding his hand. I sat on his other side. Outside, the woods were still. The post creaked occasionally. We waited for the pills to work. As his eyelids began to droop, I started to talk. I used my calmest, softest, most certain voice, the one I used to read bedtime stories when he was very small. "You had a dream," I began. "Just a bad dream when we first went camping. You dreamed about a big old tree, and you dreamed you carved it, but it was only a dream. The sounds at night were just the wind, a big, funny-sounding wind in the pines. The voice was the wind, too. There's no one in the woods calling you. There's just trees and birds and us. You felt scared because dreams can feel very real. But it's over now. The dream is fading away. You can let it go. I repeated it. I rephrased it. I painted a picture of a normal, slightly boring camping trip with a scary dream that was now dissolving like mist in the morning sun. My wife joined in, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. That's right, sweetheart. Just a dream. You're safe with us. There's no invitation. There's no mark. It was all in the dream. We were rewriting history. We were committing a quiet, loving violence against his own mind, trying to surgically remove a tumor of memory. As we spoke, his breathing deepened. The constant, faint tension that seemed to live in his jaw these past days eased. His small hand relaxed in my wife's grip. For a moment, a wild hope flared in my chest. It was working. We were sewing the hole in his soul shut. And then the woods reacted. A low rumble started, not from one place, but from all around the clearing, like the earth itself was growling. The thumping started again, but this wasn't a patrol. This was a frenzy. Thump, 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 thump. It was fast, furious, coming from everywhere at once, shaking the ground under the tent. The shadow thing wasn't waiting patiently anymore. It was angry. It was pounding on the walls of its own property. At the same time, the warding post began to glow. That sickly, greenish light from the crack in the soil raced up the length of the timber itself. The whole post shone with that awful foxfire radiance, and the black jay burned in the middle of it like a coal from a nightmare furnace. The thing in the woods wasn't trying to cross. It was pouring its energy into the post, reinforcing the claim, fighting our attempt to dissolve it from within. It was a battle of wills, us inside the tent with our whispered lies, it outside pouring its ancient, terrible intention into the breaking fence. The noise was terrifying, the tent walls vibrating, but we didn't stop. We raised our voices over the din, leaning close to our son's ears, repeating the new, safe story over and over. Just a dream, just the wind, you are safe. His face was smooth, blank, a peaceful island in the storm of noise and light. And then suddenly it all stopped. The thumping ceased. The glow from the post flickered and went out, leaving it looking more splintered and frail than ever. The woods were still. The sudden absence of sound was almost as loud as the noise had been. My wife and I were panting, sweat cooling on our faces. We looked at each other across our son's sleeping form. Had we done it? Had we shouted down a forest god with a bedtime story? I felt a crushing exhaustion, but underneath it, a fragile thread of hope. We had tried everything else. Maybe this stupid, human trick had worked. Our son's eyelids fluttered. He was waking up. We watched, holding our breath. He opened his eyes. They were clear. Not blank, not distant. They were his eyes, the bright, curious eyes he'd had before any of this started. He looked at me, then at his mother. He smiled a small, sleepy smile. My heart leapt. It was him. It was really him. He took a breath, as if to speak. The hope in my chest was so big it hurt. Then he spoke. His voice was his own, his perfect, normal, 10-year-old voice, calm and certain. It didn't work, Dad, he said. He says forgetting is just another way of accepting. The words hung in the air between us, simple and final. Our ritual, our desperate brain surgery, hadn't removed the hook. It had just made him aware of it on a whole new level. The thing outside hadn't been defeated. It had been listening, and it had used our own attempt to send a message through our son's mouth. The fight drained out of me, leaving a cold, hollow space. My wife let out a soft, broken sound and buried her face in the sleeping bag. Our son looked at us with an expression that was both pitying and loving, a look too old for his face. He had crossed over to a place where we couldn't reach him, not with medicine or words or love. He had accepted a truth we were still fighting, and in doing so, he had left us behind. We were still his parents, but we were no longer his keepers. Something else held that title now, and it had just confirmed the terms of the lease in our child's own voice. The morning after our son spoke those terrible, calm words felt like the first morning after the end of the world. The sun came up, normal and golden, but it shone on a different reality. Our boy was changed. The listlessness, the fear, the struggle, it was all gone. In its place was a serene certainty that was somehow worse. He moved with a new grace, unhurried, like he had all the time in the universe. He ate the breakfast my wife numbly prepared, chewing slowly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. He wasn't fighting the pull anymore. He was listening to it. The final night had passed without a single sound from the woods. The post leaned at a sharp angle, a good 45 degrees, its crack wide open, losing that black sap in a slow, steady drip. The glowing line on the ground had faded to a dull, persistent afterimage, like something burned into your eyes after looking at a bright light. The boundary wasn't just breaking, it was becoming irrelevant. We sat at the picnic table, the three of us, a sad imitation of a family meal. I couldn't eat. I just watched my son. He finished his food, wiped his mouth neatly, and stood up. He didn't look at us. He walked, not toward the woods, but to the ruined warding post. He placed his small hand flat against the black, hardened J of his initial. He stood there for a long moment, his head bowed, as if in communication. Then he turned and looked at us. His expression was one of profound pity and a love that had already stepped across a great distance. "You can stay out here," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Or you can come with me. He says you can cross, if you accept the mark, too." The offer hung in the air, simple and monstrous. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, an immigration offer. My wife made a small choke sound. I understood everything then, with a clarity that was like ice water in my veins. The entity didn't want to steal a child. It wanted to adopt a family, to grow its own. The post was never a warning for campers. It was a recruitment notice, a sign-up sheet nailed into the heart of the forest. A mark was an application, and my son's application had been approved, with the option to bring his dependents. "If we cross," I whispered to my wife, my eyes locked on my son's patient face, "we don't come back. We become part of the fence for the next people." I remembered the ranger's tired, drunk eyes. How many others had there been? How many posts were out there, waiting for a signature? My wife stood up. Her face was streaked with tears, but her jaw was set. She took a step toward our son. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "No," I breathed. She looked at me, her eyes a storm of agony and love. "He's my baby," she said, her voice raw. "I can't leave him to go in there alone." "You won't be leaving him," our son said, as if explaining something simple. "You'll be joining him. It's not dark. It's just different. He's lonely. He wants a family. We can be his family." He said it with such straightforward logic that for a second, it almost made sense. The shadow at the edge of the woods moved. For the first time, it stepped fully into the clearing. The morning sun didn't shine on it. The light seemed to bend around its form, a silhouette of woven night and ancient branch. It was taller than I remembered, towering and elegant, its crown of antlers seeming to scrape the bottom of the sky. It didn't rush. It didn't threaten. It walked with a slow, stately grace to a point just behind my son, stopping right where the glowing line had been. It was no longer a monster at the gate. It was a sovereign on his own land, and my son was his herald. It extended one long, graceful limb. It wasn't made of flesh or bone, but of shifting forest shadow and polished dark wood, intricate as a living root system. It didn't reach to grab. It held its limb out, palm up, in a gesture of greeting, an invitation to cross over. Behind us, with a sound like a dry bone snapping, the warding post gave way. It broke clean in half. The top portion, with its swirling, unreadable symbols, crashed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The bottom half, with the black J glaring up from it, remained stuck in the earth like a stub of a rotten tooth. The fence was down. The property line was gone. There was no longer a this side and that side. There was just the clearing and the woods, and us standing in the middle, with a king and a prince waiting for our answer. My son held out his other hand toward us, his small, familiar hand I had held crossing 1,000 streets. "It's time to decide," he said softly. My wife looked from his outstretched hand to the towering, beautiful, terrible thing behind him, to my own horrified face. This was the choice. Let our son walk into that unknown, becoming something not human, part of a forest claim for the rest of time. Or step forward, take his hand, and let that shadowy limb close around ours, accepting the mark, whatever that meant, and changing forever, becoming part of the story that would lure the next family, the next camper, the next signatory. There was no winning. There was only choosing which kind of losing we could bear. The wind blew through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and deep, damp earth. It was a beautiful day. My wife's hand was trembling in mine. Our son waited, his eyes full of a love that was already transforming into something else, something older. The antlered king stood motionless, a patient gardener awaiting new seeds. We had come for a simple weekend in the woods. Now we stood on the border of a world we never knew existed, guests who had accidentally signed a lease for a permanent residence, with the landlord waiting for us to pick up the keys. Story number 6. You know you've made it in this city when the only thing you hear at night is your own heartbeat. For 7 perfect days, that was my truth. I should introduce myself. They call me Leo. I'd finally gotten the keys to this pre-war apartment, a place with high ceilings and old hardwood floors that felt like a sanctuary after years of tiny, noisy shoeboxes. The light through the bay window in the afternoon was pure gold, and for that first week, I just walked around smiling, touching the trim, feeling like I'd won the lottery. The quiet felt earned, a reward for all the hustle. That piece ended on a Tuesday. I was unpacking the last box of books when I first heard the new sound. It wasn't the usual groan of the elevator in the hall or the distant traffic hum. This came from inside, a soft, deliberate scratch from inside the bedroom wall, right behind where I'd put my bed. It was methodical, like someone tracing the same line over and over in the plaster. I froze, a book in my hand, and listened. It stopped. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and laughed at myself. Old building, I thought. Probably mice. Everyone said pre-war places had mice. I went back to shelving, but my ears were straining for any other noise. The rest of the evening was normal. I made dinner, watched some TV, and tried to forget about it. But when I turned out the light and lay down in the dark, it started again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A pause, then again. It wasn't frantic or scampering like an animal would be. It was slow, purposeful. It felt like it was coming from a spot directly behind my headboard. I lay there perfectly still, my whole body tense, until I finally fell into a fitful sleep. The next morning, in the bright sunlight, it all seemed silly. I told myself it was just the building settling as the night cooled, maybe a branch outside, though I knew there was no tree that close to the wall. I had coffee and pushed it out of my mind. But it happened again the next night. And the night after that, always the same time, just after lights out. The sound would start and go on for what felt like hours, a grating, persistent noise that crawled into my ears and made it impossible to relax. After the 4th night, I was dragging at work, bleary-eyed and jumpy. I called the super, an older guy who always seemed annoyed to be bothered. He came up with a toolbox, looking skeptical. I brought him to the bedroom. Of course, the scratching wasn't happening then. He rapped the wall with his knuckles, listened, and shrugged. "Don't hear nothing," he said. "These old walls, they talk. You got pipes, you got wires, you got bits of wood that shift. You get used to it." He gave me a pat on the shoulder that felt more like a dismissal and left. I stood there alone, feeling foolish. Maybe I was just stressed from the move. Maybe my ears were playing tricks. I decided to be rational. That night, I went to bed with my headphones on, listening to calming music. It worked for a while, but a low battery warning beeped in my ear, and as I fumbled for the charger in the dark, I took one headphone off. And there it was, still going. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was now past midnight. A cold frustration washed over me, cutting through the fear. This was my place, my hard-won peace. I wasn't going to be run out by a noise. I sat up, switched on the bedside lamp, and glared at the wall. "Hey!" I said, my voice too loud in the room. Nothing. The scratching continued, oblivious. Anger, hot and sudden, boiled up in my chest. I swung my legs out of bed, planted my feet on the floor, and before I could think better of it, I balled my hand into a fist and slammed it against the wallpaper, right where the sound was coming from. "Shut up!" I shouted, the words tearing out of me. The impact made a dull thud, and a tiny puff of old plaster dust puffed out from a seam in the wall. The scratching stopped. Instantly. The sudden quiet was more startling than the noise had been. It was so complete, so absolute, that my own breathing sounded ragged and too loud. I stood there, my knuckles stinging, heart hammering against my ribs, staring at the spot I'd hit. I had done it. I had made it stop. A shaky wave of relief started to rise in me. I had faced it down. I let out a long breath, the tension beginning to drain from my shoulders. I actually managed a weak, victorious smile. This was my home, and I had just established the rules. Then, from a point on the wall about a foot higher than where my fist had landed, directly where my head had been on the pillow, came 3 new sounds. Not a scratch. There were 3 slow, distinct, solid taps. Tap, tap, tap. They were clear, deliberate, and impossibly close. They weren't an answer to my shout. They were an answer to my knock. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. This wasn't an animal. An animal would have skittered away, scared. This had waited. It had listened to me yell. And then it had knocked back. The logic of it was horrifying. It wasn't some mindless thing in the walls. It was aware of me. I stumbled back from the wall, my legs feeling boneless, and didn't stop until my back hit the doorframe of the bedroom. I stood there in the lamplight, hugging myself, staring at that unremarkable section of flowered wallpaper. Nothing else happened. The apartment was still again, but the quiet now was different. It was a listening quiet, a waiting quiet. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, with every light in the apartment blazing. I didn't sleep. I just watched the hallway that led to the bedroom, half expecting to see something, though I had no idea what. As dawn's gray light began to seep around the edges of the window blinds, the normal sounds of the city starting up outside made the night's terror feel a little more distant, a little more unreal. Exhaustion finally pulled at me. I needed to get ready for work. Gathering every bit of courage I had, I walked back into the bedroom. The room looked ordinary, bathed in the soft morning light. The bed was rumpled from where I'd bolted up. My alarm clock blinked. Everything was in its place. Maybe it was just a weird series of sounds. A pipe contracting, then expanding, or something. The taps could have been a coincidence. I needed to believe that. I went to my nightstand to get my watch. That's when I saw it. I am a tidy person. I dusted just 2 days ago. But on the smooth, clean surface of the dark wood nightstand, right next to the lamp base, was a fine layer of plaster dust that must have drifted over from my punch. And through that dust, as clear as if drawn with a finger, were 3 perfectly parallel lines. They were straight, evenly spaced, about 3 inches long each. They were not random smudges. They were marks. They were a reply. I stood there, my breath catching, as the morning sun illuminated those 3 lines in the dust. The fear came back, but it was a colder, steadier kind now. The mystery of the scratching was over. I knew something was here with me. But as I looked at those lines, a new, more pressing question pushed its way into my frozen mind. A question that made the goosebumps rise on my arms all over again. If that was its reply, what on earth had I actually said to it? The 3 lines in the dust changed everything. I wiped them away with a trembling hand, but the image was burned into my mind. I went to work that day moving like a robot, my thoughts 1,000 miles away, trapped inside my bedroom wall. The scratching had been creepy, but it was a noise, something I could maybe explain away. Those 3 taps and the 3 lines were a conversation. I had said, "Shut up," and slammed the wall. It had said, "I hear you," and drawn a response. That meant it understood, and that meant it was thinking. The idea made my lunch sit in my stomach like a lump of clay. I couldn't live like this, jumping at every creak. I needed to know what was in there. That old phrase kept rattling in my head. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, this was firmly in my mind, so maybe it was time to bring it out of sight. I decided, with a kind of desperate courage, that I was going to open the wall. Just a little. Just to see. After work, I went to the hardware store and bought a small hammer, a putty knife, and a flashlight. I felt like a fraud, like someone playing at being handy. My boyfriend called as I was driving home, asking if I wanted to meet for dinner. I heard the concern in his voice. He knew I hadn't been sleeping. I forced a cheerfulness I didn't feel and told him I was just tired from unpacking, that I'd see him tomorrow. I couldn't tell him I was about to vandalize my new apartment to investigate a ghost. He'd think I'd lost it. Back in the apartment, the evening sun made the place look warm and safe. It was a lie. I changed into old clothes, gathered my tools, and stood before the bedroom wall. The flowered wallpaper suddenly seemed like a mask. I picked a spot low down, near the baseboard, right where the worst of the scratching had been. My heart was doing a hard, fast drum against my ribs. This was stupid. This was how people in movies got cursed. But the not knowing was worse. I took a breath, said a silent sorry to my security deposit, and drove the claw of the hammer into the wall. The sound was a sickening crunch of plaster and lath. I jumped back, half expecting a swarm of rats or a cloud of black smoke to pour out. Nothing happened. I worked the claw, pulling away chunks of brittle plaster. Dust filled the air, making me cough. Behind the plaster was a skeleton of old, rough wooden slats. I used the hammer to break one of them, creating a hole about the size of my hand. The cavity behind was dark and full of cobwebs and the fuzzy pink insulation from a later renovation. I shone my flashlight into the hole. The beam cut through the dust motes, illuminating decades of grime and spider silk. I saw nothing but the back of the adjoining wall's plaster, a few ancient nails. Disappointment, weirdly mixed with relief, washed over me. Maybe it really was just pipes. I was about to pull back when the light glinted off something. Not a pipe. Something smooth. Something shaped. It was tucked back in the cavity, nestled between two studs. I reached in, my arm brushing against the itchy insulation, and my fingers closed around something hard and rectangular. I pulled it out. It was a box. A beautiful box, about the size of a large book, made of dark, lacquered wood with geometric Art Deco patterns inlaid in lighter wood on the lid. It was pristine, not a speck of dust on it, which was impossible given the filth it had been buried in. It felt cool and strangely light in my hands. The air in the room seemed to get cooler too, and a clean, sharp smell cut through the plaster dust, like ozone after a lightning strike mixed with the scent of very old paper. I sat on the floor, the box in my lap. This was not a mouse nest. This was someone's hiding place. With a sense that I was crossing a line there was no coming back from, I lifted the delicate brass clasp and opened the lid. Inside, nestled on faded purple velvet, were two things. On top was a Ouija board, but unlike any I'd ever seen in movies. It was stunning. The wood was polished, the letters and numbers and yes and no and goodbye were painted in an elegant swooping font. The planchette, the little pointer you're supposed to use, wasn't plastic. It was a clear disc of glass or crystal, with a brass viewfinder in the center. Beneath the board was a single sheet of paper, brittle and yellowed with age. I lifted it out carefully. It was a child's drawing, done in crayon. The paper shook in my hand. The drawing showed a tall, stick-figure man wearing a big, wide-brimmed hat. The man had no face, just a blank oval. He was standing in a boxy room with a single window. On the bed in the room was a smaller stick figure, colored in red. Outside the door of the room, another figure was walking away. The style was crude, a kid's artwork, but the feeling it gave me was awful. The tall man felt like he was waiting. The room looked exactly like my bedroom. I dropped the paper like it had burned me. I stared at the box and its contents. This wasn't an accident. This was a find. A deliberate, hidden find. My mind raced. Was this some old tenant's idea of a joke? A sick time capsule? That night, when my boyfriend came over, I showed him. I'd cleaned up the wall, patching the hole roughly with some spackle I had, just to cover the gaping darkness. I needed a witness. I laid the box on the coffee table. His eyes went wide. Whoa, that's incredible. Where was it? I told him about the wall, leaving out the taps and the lines in the dust. He whistled, picking up the crystal planchette and turning it in his fingers. This is old. This is probably worth money. He saw the drawing next, and his smile faded. Okay, that's creepy. Kid had an imagination. He looked at me, seeing the bags under my eyes. This is what's been freaking you out. You thought a ghost left you a board game. His teasing was gentle, but it made me feel foolish again. The scratching came from right there, I said, pointing to the bedroom. Maybe it was, I don't know, rats trying to get to this. He laughed. Rats with a sense of the dramatic? Come on. He picked up the Ouija board. You know what we should do? We should use it. For real. Right now. Call up the ghost of the creepy hat man and ask him what his deal is. I recoiled. No way. That's a terrible idea. Why? It's a toy. It's from a novelty company. It's not real. It'll be fun. It'll prove to you there's nothing to be scared of. He gave me his convincing grin, the one that always worked. And part of me wanted him to be right. I wanted this to be a silly story we told at parties. I wanted the cold fear in my gut to be proven wrong. So against every screaming instinct in my body, I agreed. We turned off the overhead light, lit a single candle, and sat on the floor facing each other with the board between us. We placed our fingertips lightly on the crystal planchette, following the silly rules you see in movies. My boyfriend started, his voice playful. Is there anyone here with us tonight? Nothing. The planchette didn't move. I felt a trickle of relief. See? Toy. He tried again. Oh, spirit in the wall. We found your stuff. Do you have a message for us? And then it moved. It didn't glide. It jerked under our fingers, making a sharp sound against the wood as it shot to the word yes. We both flinched, pulling our hands back for a second. We looked at each other. You pushed it, I whispered. I did not. You did, he whispered back, but his playful tone was gone. Let's try again. We put our fingers back. The crystal was cold. What is your name? My boyfriend asked, his voice now serious. The planchette began to move. It spelled slowly, decisively. T-H-E. It paused. T-E-N-A-N-T. The tenant. My breath hitched. My boyfriend's eyes were huge in the candlelight. The tenant, he asked the board. The planchette went to yes. I found my voice, thin and shaky. What do you want? The movement this time was faster, sure. R-E-A-D-T-H-E-L-E-A-S-E, read the lease. Then, as if for politeness, it slid to goodbye. We both snatched our hands away. The candle flame danced wildly. We sat there for a full minute, not speaking. The air in the room felt used up. My boyfriend was the first to move, letting out a tense laugh. Okay, that was intense. But it's the ideomotor effect, right? Our subconscious muscles making it move. We were thinking about the apartment, about tenancy. It makes sense. He was trying to convince himself. He stood up, brushing off his jeans. Look, it's late. I've got an early meeting. This was a weird one, but it's just a game. Get some sleep, okay? He gave me a quick kiss, but it was distracted. He couldn't get out of there fast enough. After he left, the apartment felt bigger and emptier than ever. I couldn't bring myself to put the board back in the box. I left it on the coffee table, the crystal planchette sitting in the center. I washed my face, trying to scrub away the strange feeling. As I walked back into the living room, heading for the light switch, I glanced at the board. The planchette was no longer in the center. It had moved. It was now sitting squarely, perfectly on the letter I. I hadn't touched it. No one had. I stood frozen, staring at that solitary crystal disc on the letter I, and a new, more practical fear cut through the supernatural chill. My lease agreement was a standard 15-page document from the property management company. I'd skimmed it before signing. What exactly had I agreed to? We had been laughing about it. That was our mistake. You should never laugh at something that knows how to write a legally binding clause. After my boyfriend left and I saw the planchette on the I didn't sleep. I spent the night on the couch again, but this time with every single light on, my back to the wall, staring at that beautiful, horrible board on the coffee table. The planchette didn't move again, but its presence felt like an accusation. Read the lease, it had said. At first light, I dragged myself up, my body aching from tension. My throat felt raw and sore, like I had a cold coming on or like I'd been shouting. I made coffee, the routine of it a small anchor in a sea of weirdness. I pulled out the thick packet of papers from my filing cabinet, the lease I'd signed just a month ago. I sat at the kitchen table and started to read, really read, for the first time. It was boring, incredibly mind-numbingly boring. Page after page of standard legal jargon about rent payments, maintenance responsibilities, rules about pets and noise and alterations to the property. I skimmed sections on liability and insurance. Nothing stood out. No hidden paragraphs in Gothic script about spectral co-tenants. I read it twice, my eyes gritty with tiredness, and found nothing. The disappointment was almost as bad as the fear. Maybe it was all a twisted coincidence. My throat still hurt. I got up to get some water, and that's when I saw it. On the nightstand in my bedroom, next to my bed, was a single sheet of my own stationery. The pale blue paper with my address printed at the top. I knew I hadn't left it there. I walked over and picked it up. The handwriting stopped me cold. It was mine. The slant of the letters, the way I looped my YS, it was unmistakably my handwriting. But it was wrong. The letters were cramped and frantic. The lines pressed so hard into the paper they were almost torn, like they'd been written in a state of panic or under tremendous pressure. The message was simple, Clause 7. B. Quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. You were loud last night. This is a warning. I read it 5 times. My hand started to shake, making the paper rustle. I hadn't written this. I couldn't have. I was alone. But the evidence was right there in my own script. The soreness in my throat took on a new, terrifying meaning. Had I been loud? I'd shouted at the wall days ago, not last night. Last night we'd been whispering over the Ouija board. Was talking to it a violation? Or was the warning for my boyfriend's laughter? A cold clarity washed over me. The scratching in the walls had stopped completely after I found the box. The sounds had been replaced. Now, if I listened very carefully in the dead of night, I could hear a new sound. It wasn't in the walls. It seemed to come from the empty air of the bedroom itself, a dry, faint, but horrifyingly clear scratch of a nib pen on paper. It was the sound of something writing. I didn't tell my boyfriend about the note. I was too scared he'd think I was truly losing my mind, that I'd written it in some kind of sleepwalking trance. But I needed proof I wasn't crazy. When he came over a couple days later, I finally showed him. He held the blue paper, his face going pale under his tan. "This is your writing," he said, his voice flat. "I know," I whispered, "but I didn't write it." He looked from the paper to me, conflict in his eyes. He wanted to believe me, but this was a big ask. Then he blinked, as if remembering something. "Hang on," he said. He pulled out his phone, swiping and tapping. "The other night, when we were doing the board, I was recording a little. Just a stupid video for like 10 seconds, to show how spooky we were being. I forgot about it." He found the file and played it. On the screen, I saw us, our faces lit by candlelight, looking tense and silly. You could hear my boyfriend ask, "What do you want?" You could hear the planchette scraping as it spelled out READTHELESE. And then, under our breathing, under the sound of the wood, there was something else. A second voice, whispery and dry, mouthing the letters in perfect sync with the movement of the planchette. It wasn't either of us. We both heard it. The color drained completely from his face. He put the phone down slowly, like it was a bomb. "Okay," he said. "Okay. You need to get out of here. Tonight. Come stay with me. We'll figure this out tomorrow." It was the sane, rational offer. But something in me rebelled. This was my place. I had worked for it. I had signed for it. And I was not going to be chased out by a bully, supernatural or not. And part of me was furious. It was using my own hand to write me notes. It was setting rules. "No," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. "I'm not letting it win. It wants me to read the lease? Fine. I'm going to find out what lease it's talking about." He argued, but I stood my ground. After he left, more worried than ever, I went to the library. If my physical lease was clean, maybe the history wasn't. I spent days there, my eyes aching for microfiche readers, searching for anything about my building. I found old ads, news about renovations, but nothing strange. I branched out, searching archaic city tenancy laws, folklore about houses. I found fragments, mentions of old concepts that made my skin crawl. Habitation by spirit, contracts of silent assent. The idea that a dwelling could have terms beyond paper, that simply living somewhere and accepting its conditions could form an agreement. The idea was more terrifying than any ghost story. It meant there might be rules I was following without even knowing it, just by being here, by being afraid, by listening. One afternoon, deep in a digital archive of scanned local newspapers, I found a tiny article from 1932. It was a brief notice in the community section. "Reclusive gentleman, Mr. A, reported missing from his apartment at my address. Landlord found premises vacant, all personal effects gone. No sign of disturbance. Only item of note, a single sheet of paper on the floor listing assets forfeited." The last item on that list, the article said, was voice. I printed the article and held the sheet, my hands cold. Assets forfeited, like a repossession. My mind raced, putting pieces together. The tenant, the lease, quiet hours, a warning. It was enforcing a contract, and I was in violation. That night, a strange resolve hardened in me. I was done being passive. I was done with whispers and notes. I needed a direct answer. I waited until the apartment was dark and still. I took the Ouija board from its box and placed it on the living room floor. I lit no candle. I sat before it alone, the streetlight from outside casting long, gloomy shadows. I put my fingertips on the cold crystal planchette. My heart was a wild drum in my chest. "Are you there?" I asked, my voice a dry croak in the dark. The planchette shot to yes, so fast it felt like it pulled my hand. "What do you want?" I whispered. It began to move, spelling with that same dreadful certainty. "While you are SIGNATORE." A chill locked my spine. "My signature is on the lease," I said. It moved again. NOTTHATONE, THEODHERONE. Then, before I could ask another question, my hand moved against my will. My fingers, still on the planchette, dragged it smoothly, firmly across the board to the word goodbye. I tried to lift my fingers. I couldn't. They were glued to the glass as if fused there. Panic shot through me. I tried to pull my whole arm back, but my muscles wouldn't obey. From my own mouth, a sound emerged. Not my voice. It was a rustling, papery whisper, like pages turning in an old book. It used my lips, my tongue, my breath. It said one word, soon. Then my fingers released. I fell backward, scrambling away from the board on my hands and heels, gasping. The room was just a room again, but the word hung in the air, more solid than furniture. Soon. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a statement of fact, like an appointment being confirmed. I had my direct answer. It wanted a signature on a document I hadn't seen yet, and our meeting to finalize it was already on the calendar. I lay on the floor for a long time, staring at the ceiling, the taste of old paper still lingering on my tongue. The mystery of the scratching was long gone. Now I was dealing with paperwork, and I had a sinking feeling I was already late for the signing. You don't realize how much you trust your own body until it lies to you. My first lie was a glass of water I didn't remember pouring, still cold in my hand. It happened a few days after the board said soon. I'd had a terrible day at work, a frustrating call with a client that left me seething. I took the call in the living room, pacing, my voice rising in anger. After I hung up, I yelled a curse word at the empty room, the sound loud and sharp in the space. I immediately flinched, remembering the quiet hours clause from the note. But nothing happened. No new sounds, no notes. I calmed down, made dinner, watched TV, and went to bed feeling exhausted. I remember my head hitting the pillow. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of the kitchen. It was 3 a.m. The fluorescent light under the cabinet was on, casting a sickly glow. I was just standing there, upright, fully awake but completely disoriented. In my right hand was a glass of tap water, beaded with condensation. My throat was parched. I had no memory of getting up, walking to the kitchen, or filling the glass. A whole chunk of time, maybe an hour, was just gone. Blank. Not like I'd fallen asleep. Like someone had taken an eraser to a part of my timeline. I stood there for a full minute, staring at the water, then slowly drank it. The cold felt real. The glass felt real. The gap in my memory felt like a hole in the world. I put the glass in the sink and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just stared at the ceiling, a cold dread seeping into my bones. It wasn't just writing notes anymore. It could pilot the ship. It could make my body get up and walk around without asking me. The next morning, the fear was edged out by a sharper, more immediate shock. On my kitchen table, centered perfectly on the wood grain, was a single sheet of paper. It wasn't my stationery. This was formal, crisp white paper with a printed letterhead I had never seen before. The letterhead simply said, "The Management." The text beneath was typed in a severe, old-fashioned font. It was an official notice of lease violation. It cited excessive emotional discharge and creating a hostile atmosphere on the date and approximate time of my angry phone call. It stated that this constituted a material breach of the peaceful enjoyment clause, and that further violations may result in escalated remedial action. It was signed with an illegible looping script. This was new. This was worse. The tenant wasn't acting alone. It was an agent for something bigger, something with office supplies and a filing system. I grabbed the paper, my hands shaking. I had to show someone. When my boyfriend came over that evening, I thrust it at him before he could even take his coat off. "Look, proof. It's not just me." He took the paper, his brow furrowed as he read the letterhead. Then his expression changed to confusion. He rubbed his thumb over the text. "What am I looking at?" "The notice. The violation. From the management," I said, my voice too high. He turned the paper over, then back. He held it up to the light. "Babe," he said softly, carefully. "It's a blank piece of paper." I snatched it back. The words were there, clear as day, black ink on white. "What are you talking about?" "It's right here." He took a step back, his face a mask of pity and growing alarm. "I see a piece of paper. There's nothing written on it." We stood there, locked in a terrible standoff. The document was for my eyes only. The tenant, or the management, could make me see things no one else could. How do you prove you're being haunted by a bureaucracy? He stayed the night, holding me, telling me it was going to be okay, that we'd figure it out. But I could feel the distance between us, a gap widened by the invisible ink on that page. I felt utterly alone. The next morning, after he left for work, I went to the bathroom. I moved on autopilot, my mind buzzing with static. I looked in the mirror to brush my teeth. My reflection looked back, tired, pale, with dark circles under its eyes. I reached for my toothbrush on the counter. My reflection's arm moved a half-second too late. The motion was wrong, jerky, stiff, like a marionette with a tangled string. It didn't mirror my smooth reach. It followed it, clumsily. I froze, the toothbrush in my hand. My reflection froze a moment later, its pose slightly off, its fingers not quite curled the same way as mine. We stared at each other. I watched my own face in the mirror. I deliberately raised my left hand to touch my cheek. In the glass, my reflection's right hand twitched, then slowly, mechanically, lifted to touch its own cheek, its eyes blank and empty for a moment before copying my look of dawning horror. The disconnect lasted only a second, then it snapped back into perfect sync. But I had seen it. The reflection was no longer a perfect copy. It was becoming a separate thing. a lagging thing. The biological vessel, as that old newspaper article had hinted, was being prepared for repossession, and the connection between my mind and my body was getting a bad signal. I spent the day in a numb haze. I called in sick. I couldn't face people. The world outside my apartment had started to feel like a painting, flat and irrelevant. The real battle was in here, and I was losing ground by the hour. That night, I decided on a perimeter. If the management had master keys, as the note about security had suggested, then locking doors was pointless. But I had to try. I locked my bedroom door and, for good measure, wedged the sturdy wooden desk chair under the knob, tilting it back so it was jammed tight. It felt solid. It felt like a barricade. I got into bed, facing the door, and watched that chair. I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because I woke up to the gray light of dawn. I was not in my bed. I was sitting upright at my kitchen table. My back was straight, my hands folded neatly in my lap, like I was waiting for a job interview. The chair from my bedroom was back under my desk. The bedroom door was unlocked. I looked down. My palms were sweaty. On the palm of my right hand, written in simple blue ballpoint pen ink, was a new message. The handwriting was my own, but calm and neat this time, as if written without a hurry. It said, Clause 12. A. The management retains master keys. Security is not the tenant's responsibility. Your compliance is noted. I sat there at the table as the sun rose, turning the room from gray to gold. I didn't cry. I didn't panic. A strange, cold acceptance settled over me. They had all the keys. They could walk me around my own apartment while I slept. They could write on my skin. They could make my reflection stutter. I was not being haunted. I was being managed. The fight seemed to drain out of me, replaced by a hollow, procedural dread. I looked at the note on my hand, a memo from my new landlords. My compliance was noted. But compliance with what? The only document I had seen was a violation notice. I still hadn't seen the actual lease they wanted me to sign. I needed to see the terms of my own surrender. The question was no longer if I could win. The question, as I sat there at the table in the morning light, my own handwriting a brand on my skin, was much simpler. What exactly was I going to be required to agree to? I brought in an expert. She took one step inside and said, "You can't sage this away. This isn't a squatter. You co-signed." Her name isn't important, but she was a friend of a friend who was into what she called energy work. I didn't tell her everything, just that the place felt wrong, that I was having bad dreams and feeling watched. I needed anyone, to validate that I wasn't insane. She came over with a little satchel of crystals, but the moment she crossed the threshold into my apartment, her easy smile vanished. She walked slowly through the living room, her head tilted like she was listening to a distant station on the radio. When she got to the bedroom doorway, she stopped dead. She wouldn't go in. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. "There's no ghost here," she whispered, her voice tight. "What do you mean?" "The scratching, the notes." I started. She cut me off, her eyes wide and on the bedroom wall. "A ghost is a memory, a stuck recording. This is present. This is a landlord. And you're behind on rent, it doesn't take in cash." She backed away from the doorway, nearly stumbling. "I'm sorry. I can't help you. You need a lawyer, not a medium." She left in a hurry, leaving me more alone and more terrified than before. A landlord. The word reframed everything with a terrible clarity. This wasn't a fight against a monster. It was a dispute with a property owner, and my body was the property. Her words lit a final, desperate spark of defiance in me. If this was about evidence, about witnesses, I would get it. I couldn't make my boyfriend see the notes, but maybe I could catch it on camera. That night, I set up an old laptop on a bookshelf in the living room, its webcam pointing out into the open space. I started a live, private stream to a cloud account, a digital witness that would record everything 24/7. It felt like a lifeline. For the first few hours, it showed nothing but an empty room. I watched the feed on my phone in bed, the blue glow lighting my face. It was boring. It was just a rectangle of my own furniture in the dark. Maybe that was the point, to prove nothing was there. Then, around 2 in the morning, the audio feed on the stream fizzed. Not with white noise, but with a low, wet, rippling static, the sound of a radio tuned between stations but made of something thick and organic. Then, cutting through that static, came another sound, clear, crisp, and unmistakable. It was the scratch of a pen on paper, followed by the firm, final stroke of a signature. The sound repeated over and over, a loop of someone signing their name with deliberate, legal force. On the video feed, my apartment remained still, empty. Then the camera's autofocus shifted minutely, and I saw me. Or rather, I saw my body. It was sitting on the couch, perfectly still, facing the camera. I was in bed, but there I was on the screen. The figure sat with a straight back, hands folded in its lap, not moving. It was wearing my clothes. And then on the screen, my face turned and looked directly into the lens. It smiled. It was a calm, polite, utterly empty smile, one I have never made in my life. The feed cut out. The stream died. I lay in bed, my phone dark, the real night pressing in around me. It had known. It had shown me. And it had shown me it could wear my face like a uniform. The digital witness was not a witness. It was a mirror showing me my future. The next day, functioning on sheer stubbornness and fear, I decided to fight fire with fire. If this was about contracts, I would use its own language. I sat at my computer and, with trembling fingers, typed up a formal document. I called it a request for lease reconsideration and clarification of terms. I used legal-sounding language, stating that as the occupying tenant, I required a full copy of the governing lease agreement to review, and that I wished to appeal the recent violation notices based on a lack of proper notice. It was a bluff, a shot in the dark from a deep, dark well. I printed the single page. I didn't know where to send it, so I did the only thing I could think of. I placed it on the closed lid of the beautiful wooden box that held the Ouija board. I left it there and went to the kitchen, trying to pretend to live a normal life, making tea I wouldn't drink. After an hour, I walked back into the living room. The paper was gone from the box. My heart leapt. Had it taken it? I searched the room. It wasn't on the floor. Then I saw it. It was back on my desk, where I normally worked. I walked over. My typed document was there, but now it was stamped. Across the top, in large, aggressive red letters that looked wet and smelled faintly of iron, like blood, was a single word: denied. And below that, in my own frantic, cramped handwriting, the same hand that had written the first warning note, was a new message. Appeals must be submitted in person by the signatory. See you at the hearing. I picked up the paper. The red denied seeped into my fingertips, leaving no stain but feeling cold. A hearing. It had set a court date. My appeal to its authority had been processed by its authority, and it had ruled against me, summoning me to a deeper level of its system. A splitting pain lanced through my temples, a migraine blooming behind my eyes like a dark flower. I squeezed them shut against the throbbing. But behind my closed eyelids, I didn't see darkness. For a fraction of a second, I saw a flickering phantom vision. A dark wooden desk in a room with no walls, just endless gloom. And sitting in a high-backed chair behind the desk, waiting, was a tall, thin silhouette, the suggestion of a wide-brimmed hat obscuring its face. It was waiting for me to take the stand. The vision vanished, leaving only the pounding in my skull. I opened my eyes, the red denied swimming in my vision. The hearing wasn't in some other place. It was inside me. I had just agreed to a formal takeover, and the judge was already in chambers. I held the paper, the denial now a formal summons, and understood the trap was complete. I had asked for the rules, and the only rule left was that I had to show up to my own eviction trial. The question now was not if I would go, but when the bailiff would come to escort me to the courtroom in my own mind. I thought the nightmare was outside my body. I was wrong. The real courtroom was in the space behind my eyes, and I was already in contempt. The summons from the management left me in a state of suspended animation for 2 days. I moved through my apartment like a ghost myself, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the hearing to begin. I didn't know how to prepare. How do you get ready to argue for the right to keep your own life? On the third night, exhausted beyond thought, I fell into bed. Sleep didn't come gently. It felt like a trapdoor opening under me. I dropped, not into dreams, but into a place that felt more real than my waking life. I landed standing in a room. No, not a room, a chamber. It had a high, vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, walls of dark, polished wood that seemed to stretch forever. The air was cool and still and smelled of old books and polished stone. Directly before me was a massive wooden desk, like a judge's bench. Behind it sat the silhouette from my vision. The tall shape, the suggestion of a wide-brimmed hat, all of it carved from the gloom. To my left was a simple wooden chair, like a witness stand. I understood instinctively. That was for me. Proceed. The voice wasn't a sound. It was a thought that appeared fully formed in my mind, dry and precise, like pages turning. It came from the shape behind the desk. The tenant. This was the hearing. A wave of panic tried to rise. but the atmosphere of the place crushed it. This was a place of procedure, not emotion. I felt myself move, not by my own will, but by the rules of this space, and I sat in the witness chair. The case before the management, the thought voice stated, is one of breach of contract and unfit tenancy. The biological vessel, designated Apartment 7, is in a state of distress due to the occupant's negligence and emotional profligacy. As it spoke, images began to appear on the dark wall behind the bench. They were my memories, playing out like old home movies, but from a cold, third-person perspective. I saw myself shouting at the client on the phone, my face twisted in anger. Exhibit A, excessive emotional discharge, violating the peaceful enjoyment clause. The scene shifted to me slamming my fist against the bedroom wall, yelling, "Shut up." Exhibit B, willful property damage and creation of a hostile atmosphere. Then it showed me on the computer, researching habitation by spirit laws, my face pale with fear. Exhibit C, attempted breach of contract through external inquiry. Finally, it showed the night with the Ouija board, my fingers on the planchette. Exhibit D, the occupant willingly opened a conduit and initiated contact. This constitutes a signature of intent, a binding amendment to the original lease of flesh. I wanted to scream, to object, to say that I was scared, that I was just trying to understand, that none of this was fair. But when I tried to speak, my voice in this place was not my own. It was a dry, papery rustle, the sound of the warning notes given sound. No words came out, just a helpless, scratching whisper. I had no voice here. The tenant continued, its logic a cage being built around me. The occupant's continued state of fear, resistance, and inquiry degrades the asset. The vessel's systems are under constant stress. Value is diminishing. The management cannot allow an irresponsible tenant to damage a property. A new image appeared. It was a schematic, like a blueprint, but of a human body. My body. Certain parts were highlighted in a pale red. The vocal cords, the optic nerves, the neural pathways for motor control. The current occupant is a liability. The original signatory, the previous tenant of this vessel, understood the terms, peaceful habitation or forfeiture. He chose forfeiture. This occupant chooses conflict. Therefore, remediation is required. The silhouette shifted slightly. I felt its attention focus on me, a pressure like a weight on my skull. Does the occupant have any final statement before judgment? It asked, the thought voice devoid of malice, devoid of anything at all. It was simply the next step in the process. I tried again to force my real voice out. I pushed with everything I had, thinking of my name, my life, my boyfriend, the sun on my face, anything that was me. All that emerged from my rustling whisper was a single strained word. Mine. It was pathetic. A child's claim over a toy. In this court, it was less than nothing. The silhouette seemed to nod. A gavel appeared on the desk, carved from something white and bony. It lifted and fell. There was no sound, but I felt the impact in my teeth, in the core of my bones. Judgment is entered for the management. The appeal is denied. Repossession of the vessel, pursuant to Clause 1 of the Standard Habitation Agreement, is hereby authorized. Execution to be scheduled at the discretion of the tenant. The chamber began to fade, the dark wood bleeding into gray mist. I felt myself rising, pulled back toward waking. The last thing I perceived was the thought voice, final and clear. The eviction notice is served. I woke up in my bed. It was morning. Sunlight streamed in. I did not bolt upright, gasping. I just opened my eyes. The terror from the hearing was gone. In its place was a hollow, sterile feeling, a sense of guilt, and of inevitability. The hearing hadn't been a battle, it had been a review. I had been found wanting. The judgment felt legal, binding, and in the strange logic of that place, perfectly just. I had been a bad tenant. I was being evicted. It made a cold, terrible sense. I got out of bed. My movements were slow, automatic. I walked to the bathroom, drawn by a need to see my face, to confirm I was still here. I flipped on the light and looked into the mirror. My reflection was already looking back at me, its eyes open, waiting. Our gazes met, and then my reflection's lips moved. My lips, in the mirror, moved first. The voice that came out was not the rustle from the hearing. It was clearer, closer to my own, but layered with that dry, papery tone beneath, like two recordings playing at once. It was the tenant's voice, using my mouth from inside the glass. It said, "The judgment has been entered. The execution date is set." Then my reflection blinked, and it was just me again, staring at myself, my own face frozen in a mask of pure, understanding horror. The hearing was over. I had lost. And now, I was just waiting for the movers to arrive. There are two types of pain. The kind that means your body is warning you, and the kind that means your body has been turned against you. The blister on my hand was a message from the new management. It happened the morning after the reflection spoke. I was making coffee, moving through the kitchen like I was wrapped in cotton wool, everything distant. I went to pour the boiling water from the kettle into my French press. My hand, my own right hand, suddenly jerked. Not a spasm, a deliberate, sharp motion. It twisted at the wrist and tilted the spout of the kettle away from the press. Instead of the coffee grounds, the stream of scalding water poured directly over my left hand, which was holding the press steady on the counter. I felt the burn, a shocking, immediate wave of searing heat. I felt the skin scream, but I couldn't scream. I couldn't even let go. My left hand held the glass press in a vice grip. My right hand continued to pour, slowly and steadily, ensuring every drop hit its target. I was a passenger, strapped in, watching through the windshield as my own body vandalized the vehicle. Tears streamed down my face from the pain, but I made no sound. My face remained calm. After what felt like an eternity, the kettle was empty. My right hand set it down neatly on its base. My left hand finally released the press and lifted, turning slowly so I could see the angry, red blister already rising across the back of it. The pain was bright and sharp, but the horror was a bottomless, cold pit. This was the first overt act. It wasn't a note or a dream. It was my muscles and bones used as tools to damage my own skin. It was a demonstration of ownership. Later, as I ran cold water over the burn, my eyes drifted to the refrigerator. A new piece of paper was stuck there with a plain magnet. I didn't need to get close to know it was in my handwriting. I walked over. The heading was typed, Asset Inventory for Repossession. Below was a list, neatly itemized. Ocular lenses, 2. Vocal cords, fully functional. Motor functions, primary group. Declarative memory, selective wipe recommended. Synaptic patterns, tenant specific. The list went on, a cold catalog of my parts. At the bottom of the page were 2 boxes. One was labeled Compliance Assessment. It was unchecked. The other was labeled Ready for Transfer. It too was empty. I tore the paper off the fridge, crumpled it, and threw it across the room. It hit the wall and bounced. When I looked a minute later, the crumpled ball was gone. The list was back on the fridge, smooth and pristine as if it had never been touched. It was just an inventory. I was being itemized. That afternoon, my boyfriend came over. He'd been texting, his messages growing more worried. "You've been quiet. Everything okay?" I hadn't known how to answer. When I heard his knock, a desperate hope flared in me. He was my last tether to the outside, to the real world. Maybe he could see, could help, could pull me out. I went to the door. As my hand touched the knob, a familiar coldness settled over my mind, a feeling of being pushed far back inside my own head. I opened the door. He stood there, his face lined with concern. "Hey," he said, "you look tired." I felt my face arrange itself. My muscles lifted my cheeks, parted my lips. A warm, placid smile appeared on my face. My voice, when it came out, was my own, but it felt like a recording I was listening to. "I'm just tired. Everything's fine. Come in." The words were smooth, convincing. I was screaming inside, a silent, frantic scream that battered against the walls of my own skull. "No, it's not fine. Look at my hand. Look at the fridge." But I just stood aside, smiling that empty smile. He came in, still unsure. He touched my arm. "Are you sure? You've been so distant. Is it the apartment stuff?" I felt my head shake gently, my expression softening with a reassurance I did not feel. "Just work stress. Really. I'm okay. Want some coffee?" I led him to the couch. I sat down, my posture relaxed. He sat beside me, searching my eyes. I tried to fight. With every ounce of will I had left, I tried to break through. I focused all my energy on my right hand, which lay on my thigh. I thought of Morse code, an SOS, something, anything. My index finger twitched. Just a tiny, jerky spasm. Then it twitched again and again, ... I tried to make it move for the dashes, but my hand flattened, pressed firm against my leg. He was talking about his week, his eyes still on my face. He hadn't noticed the tiny twitches, but I felt it. From deep within my throat, a vibration, a satisfied, papery chuckle that never made it to the air. The tenant had felt me try, and had shut it down. It was amused. We sat for 20 minutes. I watched myself perform me. I laughed at the right places in his stories. I nodded. I made concerned faces. It was a perfect imitation, and it was a profound betrayal. I was being used to push him away, to sever my last lifeline. When he got up to leave, he seemed less worried, which was the worst part. My act had worked. "Okay," he said at the door. "Get some rest. Call me tomorrow, yeah?" "I will," my voice said. He leaned in and kissed my cheek. I felt nothing but the scream inside. He left. The door clicked shut. As soon as the lock engaged, the control tightened. My body turned from the door without my command. It walked with a steady, purposeful stride into the bedroom. It went to my dresser and picked up a tube of my red lipstick. It held the tube tightly in a fist, then turned and walked back out, stopping directly in front of the closed bathroom door. I was locked inside my own head, forced to watch. My hand reached out and turned the bathroom doorknob. It pushed the door open onto the dark, small room. My other hand reached in and flipped the light switch. The fluorescent bar above the mirror buzzed and flickered to life. My body took one step in, then another, until I was standing before the sink, facing the mirror. In the reflection, I saw my face. It was a mask of my own terror, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. But my eyes, the eyes in the mirror, had a cold, detached curiosity. They were observing, not feeling. I felt my lips, in the real world, begin to stretch. They pulled into a wide, slow smile that my reflection did not copy. The reflection's face remained frozen in horror. Two expressions on one face. The tenant and the occupant, finally face to face in the glass. My hand, holding the lipstick, came up. The cap was already off. The bullet of red wax glinted. This was it. The execution. I braced for violence, for the lipstick to plunge into my throat or my eyes. But that wasn't the way of the management. They didn't want damage. They wanted a clean transfer of title. My hand moved to the mirror, and it began to write. Not a message. It began to sign my name. My full name, in large, looping, crimson letters, right across the glass, over the reflection's terrified face. With each curve of the first letter, a wave of dizziness washed over me. With the cross of the T, I felt a strange pulling sensation, like a hook behind my navel. I was being signed away. Stroke by stroke, loop by loop, I felt pieces of my consciousness being siphoned off, notarized, and filed elsewhere. This was the final clause, the signature of assent, the one it had asked for on the board. I was writing it myself. As the final flourish of my signature was completed, a final, clean severing snapped somewhere in the core of my being. It felt like a wire, taut for a lifetime, being cut. All the distant, muffled sensations of having a body, the dull ache of the burn on my hand, the weight of my feet on the floor, the steady rhythm of my heart, went flat. They didn't hurt, they just switched off. All that was left was sight and thought. I could see the bathroom, but I was no longer looking out from my eyes. I was looking from the mirror. I was seeing my own body, the vessel, from the outside. It stood there, holding the lipstick, examining its handiwork. It looked at the red signature on the glass with a critical, approving eye. Then it calmly recapped the lipstick, set it on the sink, and smoothed down its hair with my hands. It turned, and without a single glance back at the mirror, it walked out of the bathroom, leaving the light on. I watched it go. I was now just a viewpoint, trapped behind the glass, a portrait of my former self painted in terror and fading consciousness. The body walked into the bedroom. I could see it through the open bathroom door. It went to the beautiful Art Deco box, picked it up, and tucked it under its arm. It looked around the apartment, my apartment, with a satisfied air, like someone settling in on the first night in a new home. Then it walked to the front door, opened it, and stepped out into the hall. Just before it pulled the door shut, it paused. It turned back. It looked directly at the bathroom mirror, at the reflection of my trapped, silent consciousness behind the red signature. And it gave me a polite, professional nod, the kind a new tenant might give to a previous occupant they've just replaced. A courteous acknowledgement of the transfer. Then it walked out, pulling the door shut with a soft, final click. The apartment was still. The light in the bathroom buzzed. I was alone, utterly, completely alone. I could not move. I could not blink. I could only see the slice of the bedroom and the hall from my fixed, unmoving perspective in the mirror. I waited. Hours passed, or maybe days. The light burned eternally. I waited for the sound of a new key in the lock, for a new resident to move in, for someone to finally walk into the bathroom and see the red name on the mirror and the desperate, frozen eyes staring out from behind it. Someone to scream at who might, maybe one day, hear me. But for now, There was only the buzz of the light, the red of my name, and the endless, empty waiting. The lease, it seemed, was finally up. The last thing I owned was my name. So that's what it took from me. It didn't steal it. It made me sign it away, in my own hand, on the one surface that would always remind me. From my new prison behind the bathroom mirror, time lost all meaning. The fluorescent light buzzed its endless, angry song. My red signature, now dry and dark like old blood, cut across the glass, a permanent barrier between what I was and what I had become. I could see only what the mirror reflected, a slice of the bathroom doorway, a strip of the bedroom's hardwood floor, the very edge of my old dresser. The world was a diorama, a frozen play where nothing moved. I couldn't feel my body because I didn't have one. I was a pair of eyes and a spiral of thoughts, anchored to a piece of silvered glass. I tried to scream, to shout, to beg, but I had no voice, no lungs, no mouth. The scream was a silent storm inside the ghost of my mind, swirling with no way out. I watched the light in the apartment change. The gray of early morning through the distant windows I couldn't see became the yellow of afternoon, then the deep blue of evening, then black night, over and over. The buzzy light in the bathroom never went out. I wondered who paid the electric bill. I wondered if my body, now out there walking in the world, remembered to pay it. That thought was a special kind of agony. It was out there, wearing my skin, using my name, going to my job, talking to my boyfriend. I pictured it, a perfect imitation, calm and polite and empty, going through the motions of my life. Did it drink coffee? Did it laugh at jokes? Did it feel the sun? Or was it just a shell, a well-maintained vehicle for the tenant, following the terms of some unimaginable lease? Days bled into what might have been weeks. Dust gathered on the lipstick tube left on the sink. A spider built a delicate, wispy web in the corner of the mirror's frame. I watched it work, a tiny architect of a tiny world, and I felt a crushing envy. It could move. It could create. It could leave. I could only observe. The silence of the apartment was absolute. No more scratching. No more pen sounds. The tenant had won, and it had moved on, taking the conflict with it. This was the aftermath. This was the vacant property. Then a change. A sound. The jingle of keys at the front door. My thoughts, which had slowed to a thick, hopeless sludge, electrified. Someone was here. The lock turned. The door opened and closed. Footsteps, firm and unfamiliar, echoed in the space. A man's voice, low and humming a tune, filtered down the hall. A new tenant. My heart, a phantom muscle, hammered against nothing. This was my chance. Someone to see me, to hear me. The footsteps came closer. He walked into the slice of my world. I saw his legs first, dark jeans, work boots. He stopped in the bedroom, his torso now visible. He was a big guy, maybe in his 30s, carrying a cardboard box. He set it down on the floor with a grunt, his back to me. He was moving in. Hope, terrible and painful, surged through me. He would come into the bathroom. He would see the mirror. He would see the red writing. He would look close, and he would see my eyes. He would know. He straightened up and turned, wiping his forehead. His gaze swept the room, passed over the bathroom doorway, and moved on. He didn't come in. He left the room. I heard him bringing in more boxes, whistling now. He was happy. He'd gotten a good deal on a pre-war. The afternoon wore on. He was busy in the living room, the kitchen. I heard the clatter of pots. He was making dinner. The smell of garlic and onions drifted to me, a scent that triggered memories of a body, of hunger, of life. It was a torture. Night fell. The apartment lights in the other room went out. His footsteps came down the hall again. He was headed to the bedroom. To sleep. He paused in the doorway, flicking on the bedroom light. He yawned, stretched, and then he finally looked toward the bathroom. He took a step in. "Gotta take a leak," he muttered to himself. He walked right up to the sink, right in front of me. He was looking down, fumbling with his belt. He didn't look up. He used the toilet, flushed, then turned to the sink to wash his hands. He reached for the tap, his eyes on the stream of water. He pumped soap, rubbed his hands. He still hadn't looked up. Desperation screamed through me. "Look up! Look up!" As he rinsed, his eyes lifted. They met mine in the mirror. For a glorious, shattered second, we made contact. His brow furrowed. He saw the red signature. "What the hell?" he said, his voice loud in the small room. He leaned closer, peering at the writing. Previous tenant was a weirdo, huh? He was looking at the signature, not at me. He saw the writing, but he didn't see the writer behind it. He saw a vandalized mirror, not a prisoner. My silent scream battered against the glass. He straightened, grabbed a towel, and dried his hands. He looked at the mirror again, but his gaze was practical, annoyed. "Gonna have to clean that off," he said. He reached out a hand. His fingers, big and blunt, smudged the edge of my L. He rubbed at the red wax. It smeared but didn't vanish. "Stubborn," he muttered. Then he shrugged, dropped the towel, and turned away. He flicked off the bathroom light, plunging my world into blackness, save for the faint streetlight glow from the bedroom window. He left, and a moment later, the bedroom light went out too. I heard him get into bed, the springs creaking. Soon, the rough sound of his snoring filled the apartment. The hope that had flared died, leaving behind a colder, more absolute despair than before. He had looked right at me and seen nothing. The signature was graffiti. I was a smudge on the glass. I was not a person to be saved. I was a maintenance issue to be dealt with later. The next day, he brought in a bottle of cleaner and a razor blade. In the bright afternoon light, he sprayed the mirror and started scraping. I felt nothing as the blade scraped over the glass, but I watched my name, the last testament of my ownership, being shredded into red flecks and white streaks. He wiped it away with a rag until the glass was clear. He polished it, leaving a bright, reflective surface. He admired his work, nodded, and left. I was still here. The mirror was clean, but I was not gone. I was the reflection now. When he walked into the room, I reflected his image perfectly. When he stood before the sink, I mimicked his motions without a half-second lag. I was a flawless, empty copy, a perfect tenant for the mirror. I learned his routine, his face, the way he scratched his stubble in the morning, the way he smiled at his phone sometimes. I reflected it all, a silent, obedient echo. He never looked at me with suspicion again. Why would he? I was just a mirror. Weeks turned. He settled in. He hung a shower curtain. He put a toothbrush in a cup. He lived a life, and I reflected it. The haunting was over. The thrill was gone. This was not terror. This was eternity. This was the final clause in the lease, the one about quiet, peaceful, perpetual tenancy. I was part of the apartment's fixtures and fittings now. One evening, he had a woman over. They laughed in the living room. They came into the bedroom. I reflected their entangled forms in the dim light, a silent movie on a silver screen. Later, he came into the bathroom alone. He looked at himself in the mirror, and me. He looked tired. He looked older. He leaned close, examining a spot on his chin. His breath fogged the glass for a second. He was so close. For a moment, his eyes, reflected in my surface, seemed to look deeper, past his own image, into the silver behind it. He paused. He frowned, just a little, as if hearing a distant sound. He peered at his own eyes. In that moment, I pushed. With every shred of my trapped consciousness, I pushed against the barrier of the glass. I tried to make his reflection blink when he didn't. I tried to make my silver depth swirl. His frown deepened. He tapped the glass with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed in the quiet room, a familiar, dreadful rhythm. He shrugged, a full-body movement of dismissal. "Weird old building," he said to his own reflection to me. He smiled a little, turned, and left, turning off the light. I was alone again in the dark with the echo of those 3 taps. They weren't a message for him. They were a reminder for me. The management was still in charge. The tenant was elsewhere, living my life. And I was here, a permanent resident of a different kind, waiting in the clean, clear glass for the next face to appear, and the next, forever a witness who could never be witnessed, a story written in red and wiped away, leaving only the faintest stain of memory on an old, polished surface. The lease, it turned out, was forever.